We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. We came out the streets, came up from flames, came out the beast, came up from pain, came up from cops, came up from Cain, came up from judges that's playing their games, came out the plots, came up from plots, came up from all of us playing our lanes, came up from crackers that's focused on killing our leaders and stopping our queens and our kings. All the days in that concrete, how did we ever get past? Short change, red line, see, so you may hustle for cash. Yeah, we did struggle to have, yeah, we did struggle to mass, but we knew troubles could last, plus we got muscle and math. Remember them days in the dark, hustling, not grinding that smart. Remember them days and them times, family was stuck on the move, family was stuck on the lines. So we pushed all our times up, push the case till all our files shut, push the feet till all our miles touch, push the street cause all we got is us, yeah. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Nights when the food is grinding, focus on food, had to find rent. Trapping and cruise with timing, move or you lose or you're dying. Life with the fools and the blind men, cops and the rules and they finding. I'm by a noose of they lying, play like a fool by these tyrants. It's all that we know, remember the pain that we put in for dough. Remember the nights that we slept on the floor. Remember the schools with their hand on clothes. Remember the cribs with the roaches and mold. Remember the nights with the food on the stove. Remember your skin with no third wasn't cold. Remember the programs that open and close. It's all that we know, the life in the hood. Yes, it's the life in the street. The garrison cold, life by the curb, life in the beats. It's life in the cold, yeah, the life in your feet. The garrison cold, life by the curb, life in the beats. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know.
Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the trip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big trip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. 500 years and some days. They all expect us to slack. Yes, we still bottom in wage. So keep your whole focus intact. Same type of problems as slaves. We gon' get justice and tax. So I give fuck what they say. Keep your perspective on black. They are so mad that we waking up. Now we got dripping intelligence. There is no chaser inside of our cups. Look at these gangsters be gentlemen. Yes, we did timing when timing was tough. Learn fast, there is no settling. Took on their games and we called out their bluffs. Had to learn game from the veterans. Look at the time that we sat up and put in. Rolled out the bunks with no comfort for cushions. Learned all they ways in this maze and we took ones. Straight in the face of their lies they was pushing. Now you staring at refinement. Ain't no breaking this alignment. Gold plated with some diamonds. 24/8 at the timing. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the trip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. They bite off our styles and our different gifts. Then they play games with our minds. Microaggressions and inferences. Try to throw shade on our shine. They watch to make fun of our differences. That plus they hate made us clown. Walk through the mouths, count them distances. No, you not taking from mines. They drug us and want us to stay asleep. They blatant as hell with they moves. Now we got crimson on different keys. Tripping with berries and juice. We doing it loud, no being discreet. Shining with all of our jewels. We pushing for people that's hearing deceased. Big stepping on they rules. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants.
What's good, Black family? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Hope everybody's doing well, doing their thing, motivated. You know what I'm saying? Black power to you, black power to you, black power to you. Tell everybody in the chat. We'll be tuning in, connecting. So today we're going to be going into how can we move the Black community forward? And then how can we move the community forward? You know what I'm saying? The Black YouTube community, social media community. There is a little community that's there, you know what I'm saying? So we got to recognize that is there. And we got to say that we want to move it forward. I mean, we want to move the community forward. And that should be a statement that's made. And a lot of people that's getting on the net and they just interacting with people with conversations about Black people and Black power, but interacting with people daily and regularly and like, yo, how can we move these community forward? You know what I'm saying? The people we interacting with daily. But I'm gonna include this kind of say the whole Black YouTube, because it's crazy how many tentacles Black YouTube has, and recognizing how vast they are is necessary. All right, the connections that people have made. The weirdos that people have observed, and I mean weirdos. I mean weirdos. The dumbness, the stupidity that we've heard across Black YouTube is not just the conscious community. Across Black YouTube. I was watching, what channel is it? Satan, I think it's Satan Center. And man, listen, his talking points. Let me see, where was that? His talking points crazy. But some, you know, some agreeable, some not, as most. But what caught me off guard, like I was trying to listen to one. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see. And what video was it? He was getting at the Hebrews. It was funny. But then in the midst of getting at the Hebrews, one Hebrew was getting at another dude. And some was like, yeah, I don't agree. I think that 18-year-olds, grown men should be looking at. And Saint and the other dude started shaking their head, and I'm like, the fuck? Why y'all shaking your head for? Why y'all shaking your head for? 40-year-old men talking about 18-year-olds. Shit crazy out here, bro. Burning the community down. Threatening to molest dudes. I ain't never, that was the craziest shit. That was the craziest shit. That was the craziest shit. I ain't gonna lie, that was crazy. I don't remember what stream that was on the Psychos, but that was crazy. That was crazy. I don't know what stream that was. But these are things that people have been saying, said, you know. Also another, I don't know what this chick was. The what they used to call them, the mammies. I forgot during the gender wars. They had the mammies and the pappies. I don't know what these names are, but the people that be caping for the other side and doing the most and they talking points, the sisters talking, it just be funny, yo, and sad. Funny and sad at the same time. Yeah, Volvo the grabber. Must be prison folk. Nah, son, I ain't never heard. I know a lot of prison people, not of jailheads. Never in my life have I heard a man tell another man he gonna violate his body as a threat. Never. And I mean, when we say violate, y'all understand we talking about some old molestation shit. We're not talking about, whatchamacallit. But how we gonna move forward, B? It's like when people say the craziest things, do the craziest shit, be involved in the craziest shit, it's time to have a contingency plan for certain things, man. Like how do we get past these talking points? How do we get past these situations? How do we move forward from it without crashing out? Or what type of crash outs should be had? You know what I mean? Like these are all things that need to be discussed because it's real, you know what I mean? It's real. Some crash outs need to happen, especially when you got as many weirdos that we have seen enter the social media space. And I'm not throwing this all in the conscious community. Because there's a lot of people that have popped up on social media. Look at Charleston White. I mean, like, Charleston White, like, there's some real crazies out here. Real crazies out here. The fuck is on my other screen? Oh my goodness. Like I said, some crazies out here, man. The Saint show, seeing the amount of dudes that pulled up, really promoting being a Hebrew as an answer for the black community. Like, what? You can't. I was gonna review the show because that was such a funny show. And then Son said that they made that face on the 18-year-old shit. I'm like, oh my goodness, bro. I ain't used to this. I don't want to get used to this. Don't want to get used to it. Fake doctors, fake gurus. There's so many damn fake gurus that done ran through so many. Pick a part of the community. There's all types of gurus laying around. It's like Black YouTube. And we just concentrate on Black YouTube. Mad weirdos. Man, I can't get past the weirdos in the community. Ones who got identity issues, whole dressed up. Dudes dressed up wearing, yo, you can't make this shit up. Dudes dressed up in all types of outfits. So it's like, all right, so we know that this happens, right? Not just the conscious community. Black YouTube. From Kevin Samuels, you know what I'm saying, to the Polites, to the freaking to the Manosphere. There's some real weirdos out here, B. And so I think it's part of the evolution, so we can get there, get through these weirdos and understand that this out here and actually address the weirdo shit going on in the community. Like, we need to acknowledge there's weirdos in our community. There's platforms that built themselves off of weirdos, scammers, grifters, fake gurus, you know what I mean? Like, all over. Like, I wish it was just Black YouTube. I wish it was just a conscious community, but it's the whole Black fucking YouTube. Like, and then we can go into social media. Whole damn social media. Oh my goodness, bro. TikTok was, as we all know. As we all know. The ideological know-it-alls. Like, man, listen, I can't take that no more. The ideological know-it-alls is like, come on, jeez. All type of frauds. All type of frauds. Yo. And if we don't recognize it, which I know over here we do, that's why being solution driven is first recognizing, like, yo, there is clearly a weirdo issue. You know what I mean? Clearly, society is moving forward, but we got to deal with the fact that it's a lot of nonsense. And of course, you'd be like, how? How? You got Diddy. You got the Diddies out here. It's really hilarious. We got the FBA movement against everybody. Everybody talking about the Essence Fest. I have no clue what the hell the Essence Fest is. Honestly. So I can't even sit up here in front like I know what the hell going on in the Essence Fest. So you got all these YouTubers now going after Africans because of the Essence Fest, and you ain't seen none of these motherfuckers talking about Essence Fest before this talking point. That's the shit I'm talking about. Like everything an issue right now in social media. Now, I don't know what it is. Essence Festival. I'm not gonna act like I know what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna act like I know what it is. So, but I do recognize that Black YouTube, all of a sudden, everybody was a part of Essence Fest now. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, the African Arts Festival in Brooklyn is everybody's concern. But what they really should be talking about is the fact that there was nobody there. This is what they should be talking about. How many videos talked about how empty it was? You be heard and no, I have no clue. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna jump on the bandwagon of now Pan-Africans or Africans are against it. It's like, bruh, I'm not with the, you know what I mean? It's just Black YouTube shit. It's Black social media shit. Like, I can't not see it that way. You know, it's people having this fake outrage, people pulling up and following other channels. Seeing one channel get views and like, oh, that's what the talking point is. I'm gonna join the bandwagon. You know, I'm gonna join the bandwagon. I'm gonna join the bandwagon. I'm gonna join the bandwagon. I just went down the line and this was unmodded mad people. So, as y'all comment in the chat, and I recognize, you know, if I see the blue wrench off, I'll definitely throw you back a blue wrench. If I don't recognize you, I will ask you to hit the panel. We want to do some vetting over here. Even, you know, some of the mods, y'all don't mind, hit the panel and just say something. You ain't got to stay up there the whole time. You ain't got to argue. But let's get a little vetting going on. You know what I'm saying? Where we know, we like, all right, you know, we got some people over here we recognize. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally just went straight down the line and was just unmodding. And I'm be real, it was because of the Solar Mind shit. I don't know. I went on the cool, throwing wrenches at everybody on some like, I'm trying to be cool with everybody shit. You know what I'm saying? I would be real. I gave everybody wrenches because there was other type of wars going on YouTube. And I was like, you know what? To show love, I'm going to do that. But now I got to reverse and like, hold on, wait. We got to vet it a little bit over here because I'm like, son, I don't know half of these. I don't know more than half of the people that got written. Like, no cap, I don't know.
Yo, what up, Q?
Like
what up,
607 Unc over there. Sabio, don't put your camera on, no goddamn.
You stupid. Don't ever disrespect me. That nigga stupid. I heard him and brother Sanchez supposed to be having some stupid ass debate. Oh shit.
Who that?
Brother Sanchez in 607 whoever the fuck that nigga is. I don't know who he is. I ain't never even heard of him. No cap.
I
Till you
would
mention.
never.
Till I
If
seen that
somebody gonna
debate shit.
debate, if
He's a
somebody gonna
prophet.
debate him, they got to be crazy.
He's
He
a
a who?
prophet. He's a
In
prophet.
his
He's
in
a
his
nut.
imagination.
Stop it, Logic. That nigga's a
What's
nut.
good, GQ?
What's up, bro? You know that
I'm
nigga
chilling,
crazy.
brother. Q, what up, though?
Hey, Q,
Yo.
I seen a video say it was 250,000 people at the Essence Fest. See, all the fake news, man. You don't never know. And they say Nas got them to perform. He reclaimed being the king of New York. He performed before 250,000 people. Yeah, so for them to say that it was empty, I don't know. Maybe that was a video of when it first started. Or, I'm not sure, man. We got to get an accurate
Yeah, I
count.
don't know. Cause I have heard of it. I haven't ever been, ain't ever seen anything on it, but I have heard of it.
Oh well,
Just,
yeah. It's
like
I mean,
heard
it's
people speaking on it. Like
it's a
where they
staple
like,
in the black community. SFX for barbers and beauticians, everything. Networking and media people. But yeah, I did hear 250,000 showed up for it, so I'm not sure if that's accurate. What that other video was saying.
I have no clue. I ain't even gonna act like I know what it is.
You don't know what the
Damn.
Essence Fest is?
damn.
Nope.
Y'all some young bucks, man. God damn. That's why the numbers is low like they is. Don't nobody know they ain't marketing it right no more. And see, you used to catch it always in the West, no longer the Ebony magazine and
Right.
BET.
And that's where I saw it at too, in the Ebony magazine.
Yeah,
that-
BET
back
used
in
to
the day.
always advertise at all the black radio stations. So I'm not sure if they've been doing a good job at marketing it.
But yeah, Q. What I was saying is, it's crazy because you have carved out a little area, and somebody mentioned something, and what we have done is created an area where the not so learned feel like they can, a space where they can come in, where they can join the panel, be challenged and learn, but also it's not all of them, some of them, but they can also chill. So we created a space. It's like this, the show buzz kids trying to hang with the cool kids now. It's kind of crazy how that shit did coalesced into now everybody has to have a source with their shit and be willing to show who they are because of certain situations that transpired, and certain things, certain people was coasting by based off of things that they were presenting to the community and how they presented themselves behind the camera and shit like that. It's kind of interesting how we got here.
Yeah. Evolution.
Fact.
Evolution in real time. People learning dumb shit they say. You know what I'm saying? Like hearing dumb shit. It's like, it's like whatever. But moving forward, you know what I mean, with the information, I'm with the information. Having fun, debating and shit, whatever it is, going through info. I'm with that, but yeah.
And yeah, you was tripping, throwing out them wrenches. I told you, bro. I told you. Just like I told y'all about that debate shit. Them debate leagues and shit. Fuck joining the debate league. Wish I would. Them niggas, all them niggas suspect. Weird niggas with weird ass names. Hold on, I got to debate under my real name, but you debated me under some made up shit that you just made up. What? I'm cool.
Yeah, I'm still on my super cool shit. It's just, you know what I'm saying? We got clean up the party.
I grew to not mind the debates, but they do go overboard. Motherfuckers think they gotta disrespect each other to get their point across. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Sometimes.
super corny.
But sometimes that's all people have left. Especially when they step into an arena and a topic where they're really not versed at. Like I just watched the video. I just watched a few videos on the line, and these people were horrible. They sounded like some of the people that be up here though.
Yo,
No
Q,
cap.
can me that real quick, bro. I'm about to go. I'm about to make a move real quick. I ain't going nowhere. I'll be right back. But can me that. I don't want to just be a face up here that fucking around. Y'all call me or some shit. You know what I mean? Pay attention to the private chat. I'll come right back. Give me like 2 minutes. You heard?
Yeah.
If I was to post one of the videos in the back chat and let you play it, y'all be up here hollering. Like, hold on, this dude sound like he's bruh. One dude said that he believes that God is light. God is all knowing, all powerful, and all good. They had told him, can God do something? Can God present? Can God change their mind? The man said no. Huh? Huh? What you mean? The whole conversation was confusing after that. Matt Dillahunty and what's his name? Durante Lamar was trying to help him understand his flawed logic, and another person was talking about vaccines. Oh, the vaccine one was horrible. He didn't even know what a vaccine was, arguing over the COVID vaccine not been a live vaccine and shit. They're like, it's not even a live vaccine. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Shit was horrible. But these are types of conversations that people are.
Yeah,
still
it's
have.
that. It's but I don't want to only because it's not just the black conscious community.
No, it's not. These are white people and black people and Mexicans and Asians and Arabs. I hear all different types of people on them channels. That's why I listen to them, because I get to hear different opinions and different angles and different people saying similar shit that black men and women be saying. Like, yo, people are stupid. Like, I know we focus on the black community because that's our focus, because that's what we are and who we represent. But I get it. I listen for the arguments to see what they be saying, to listen for the similarities, to see how they came to their conclusions. The same shit we do here. And it gives me more ammunition. Bruh, that shit horrible, Q. We're dealing with a slow population. And slowness seems to be the norm.
Bro, 4 extra. How the heck, you know, like, bro.
Man, I was glad you brought that up, bro. Go ahead, say what you were finna say. I'm so
No, I just the it's just hilarious, man. This shit is hilarious. The internet characters, man.
I definitely been following his whole little demonstration, and it's amazing. Now I say that Savio, I messed with Savio about 607 Unc. 607 Unc say he put a voodoo spell on 4 extra to blow his hand, because you know he was threatening us. You know, it's soap opera ass shit, but he was threatening 607 Unc. He told him he was gonna kill him because 607 Unc had called him a homo and shit. You know what I'm saying? Say he was in jail doing homo shit. So when he got out, they kind of they set 607 Unc up to interview him. And when 607 Unc interviewed him, he threatened him. You know what I'm saying? He cornered him off and was threatening to whack him and shit. And 607 Unc was basically pleading
Niggas
for
put voodoo spells on people though. For real.
Yeah. You know that nigga think he know voodoo and shit, but he was begging, he was pleading for his life. You know, he begged 4 extra not to kill him. You know what I'm saying? Like, please.
When do niggas go check themselves into an asylum?
When they realize this all bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Usually they don't need no asylum when they realize it's bullshit. They just straighten up. You know. But anyway, He was pleading for his life and shit. He telling 4 Extra, I love you, man. I love you. You know what I'm saying? They got all that shit.
Hold on. I thought he put a voodoo spell on him.
Listen, man, it's an order operation. Now we ain't got to the voodoo spell yet.
Oh,
so when on the scene when 4 Extra was threatening him to fuck him up, he was pleading and shit. So now, when the interview was over, 607 flew out to Texas to check Adam. Say Adam set him up to get fucked up with 4 Extra.
What the hell going Adam 12, the white boy Adam 12?
Yeah, the white boy, because they they hold. Yeah, because 607 was a host on No Jump. So he quit. You know what I'm saying? He quit No Jump.
It's too much.
Listen, Sabio, goddamn it, listen so you can listen.
I don't want to know. This shit's crazy.
Well, listen, man. Q already brought it up. I took off now. So look, you heard me say I was glad he brought it up because I've been following this shit. I wanted to talk about it though. So look, the motherfucker lay up there and he fly to Texas and confront Adam. He get fired on the spot and shit. Adam like fuck he quit, whatever. Now you fast forward a couple weeks later, 4 Extra, he got a video. He in a firework place in California. I'm about to blow some shit up. He acting a fool and shit. I'm about to blow some shit up on the 40s, on the crib, on all this crazy shit. Simultaneously, 607 Unc is going live. He in the woods doing some old chanting shit. You know, he in the woods sitting down doing some chants and all this shit. So boom, the motherfucker 4 Extra blow his motherfucking hand off, right? Literally blows his hand up. And 607 Unc taking credit for it, saying that he put a voodoo spell on him. Shit.
Oh shit.
So that's what I do. But the man, he literally blew his hand off, man. They showed the x-rays of it, man. His shit was obliterated, man.
That's on him fucking with the fireworks. What did he have, an M80?
No, a quarter stick dynamite.
Yeah, an M80. Nigga,
no,
M80 no, that's an M1000.
Small,
that's an M1000. He had an M1000.
He had a quarter stick.
Yeah, he had an M1000.
Right,
we used to play with him. We used to play with M80s and M1000.
So
no bullshit.
So his claim to fame is, fighting. That's what 4 Extra claim to fame is. He been, kicking ass all through the jail, the penitentiary and shit. Taking fades, as they call it over there in Cali. He supposed to took 10 fades at one time and all this shit. That's his claim to fame. But now his hand blew off. So everybody trolling him, trying to figure out what you got to stand on.
Playing with them. We knew long time ago. You don't hold them motherfuckers when you light them. You put them bitches in a bottle on the ground or something. Underneath something. You light them.
You have a fade now.
You don't even do that if you're 40. Certain age, man. It's not
right. You letting young motherfuckers like them.
You don't even be playing with that shit, man. But
nope.
So now he can only do half a fade, GQ. That's what you're saying? What up, he can only do half a fade.
Nigga went from 10 fades to a half a fade.
Right. That motherfucker, throw them motherfuckers. As soon as that wick spark, get that motherfucker out your hand.
Man, don't even hold it in your hand, period, man. Because see, the thing is, they illegal fireworks, so they not even paid right. They not because California, fireworks.
Them bitches was bad in Cali. We couldn't even have them. We talked about them motherfuckers. The thing is,
the people who making them over there not making them right, they supposed to put a certain amount of wax on the wick so it could go slow. Soon as you light them joints, they take it off fast. So you don't hold that. You don't hold no M80 or no quarter stick in your hand, period, man. You set that shit on the ground or wherever, and you light that motherfucker, and you hurry up and get the fuck away from it.
Right, because a black cat will fuck you up. Shit, it's an explosive. Like,
exactly. Hurry up and get the fuck away from it. You don't hold that shit in your hand, man. It's just stupid, man.
I used to like whole packs of black cats.
New Kim, you crazy. New Kim talking about he needs 4 extra fingers.
Man. Yeah, he gotta put in the bed and try to find
what he needs to do is like your boy Tink Tink, who had them legs, them prosthetic legs. You need to go get him a prosthetic hand. Fuck it.
Yeah, he need to get money off the Terminator.
Yeah, he need to holler at Elon and see if they can hook him up with bionic hand or some shit.
Get him one of them bionic hands. Live life with one of them. That's on you. Fucking around. Fucked around and found out he fofoed.
Right. He fucked up right now. Blew his hand off.
Found out.
Stupid shit. What y'all got going on tonight?
Shit. Trying to figure out why these motherfuckers so stupid and how to.
What we gonna do about these
how to
weirdos?
How to keep these weirdos at bay.
It's also recognizing the people who have a yearning for the weirdo shit. That's the reason why there's so many YouTube weirdos.
But see,
you gotta know your personnel too, though. Q.
So that's another thing that's lacking, y'all. Integrity.
One thing about a weirdo, they show you early on who and what they are.
Right.
It's up to us to recognize it.
Right. But yeah, they show their hand early on. They show you who they are.
They show their hand real early. And if you don't recognize it, get ready for the roller coaster. Like I said,
some people like to deal with weirdos. You know, you like to make mud pies and shit with them and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I mean, listen, having a different opinion on things, okay, I'm cool with that. But when you get to the stuff that just came out on the train and all, listen, it's gonna be a ton of more. I'm gonna come out. You just gotta pay attention to them. This one, he got caught red-handed. There's a couple cats that be on here. I be listening to him like, dog, weirdo. He's suspect.
Man, I question a lot of people. Why? Because the things that they say just don't align with the lives that they live, that they show that they live, that they project that they live. So I just be like, these dudes flossing. These dudes living double lives.
Man, I heard a dude say one day, and
triple lives.
You just got to go back and find the video. He said if a 13-year-old is in the club, she free game. I ain't spoke to that man since.
I don't want to talk about no Geppettos. That's my word.
That's insane, brother. That's just that's a sick ass.
I just had an encounter. Well, I was on.
I say, man, if it's mine, bro, I'm just gone. They just, they just open up the cell and give me my three square. So you know what I'm saying? Because if you do want to, you pull that on one of mine, man. I'm talking about cousin, niece, and man, I'm gone, bro. I'm taking off.
Peep this. Peep this. I'm on my way.
Ain't no negotiating. Ain't no probation. Ain't none of that shit, bro. I'm out of here.
I'm gonna call the county jail and tell them to get this cell ready.
Yeah.
Get this cell ready. Because it's about to go down over here.
Yeah, just don't give me my shit. I'm straight.
So I had to call the Geppetto out on my way to the store. I'm on my way to the store. This girl, she could be no older than 16, 17. She's standing on the corner. She tells the man pulling up on her, she's waiting for her dad to come pick her up. She yells this at him. The man's in the truck. He's still hollering. I say, take your old ass on somewhere. I hope her dad pull up and pop your nasty ass. Fucking Geppetto.
Yeah, because I couldn't have been her dad because I'd have pulled up and been like, hold up, dog. Yeah, that's the problem. We got these cats that just be on some weird stuff, man. They need to get dealt with for real.
I sure called his old ass out. Like, get your old ass on. Take your old ass home. Nasty motherfucker. I'm gonna check I wish I'd have took his license plate down.
You should have punched him in his mouth.
No, I wasn't close enough. They were across the street, but I was able to hear them because it was at a stop sign and the intersection wasn't that big. And he was going down the street that she was on the side of the street that she was on.
And then the girl daddy, he effed up too because he left his daughter there. Like, where you at? You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
The boy,
I guess the dad was at work or something. I don't know where he was, but yeah, that is his fault for leaving her there. I do agree with you, but yet it's still that grown ass man should have known that was a teenager and kept this grown ass moving. The fuck?
We can't leave our baby girls out here
I agree.
tripping right now.
I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing, but that grown ass man should have had in his mind his daughter or his niece or something, and how he would have felt, his punk ass, if I would have had enough time to get over there and say and do more than just yell what I yelled at him. Because after I yelled at him, he pulled off.
Yeah, think about this though. When we was in high school, think about how many of them old motherfuckers used to come up in front of the high school to try
I didn't ever see it, so
I did.
I can't really say.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, we saw it, but you know,
I was leaving, nigga.
When I got older,
that hung out in front of the high school.
Motherfuckers used to pull up in front of the high school, try to get the girls, you know, the 11, 12 graders.
Yeah.
And, you know, at the time, you like, man, what's them suckers? But then when you grow up, they still doing the same shit.
I did see that once I got out of high school. But when I was in high school, I wasn't paying attention to that shit.
Yeah, when you in school, you ain't paying attention. But when you get older, you out, and then you see it now, or you see it as an adult, you like, wow, this shit been going on for a minute.
We saw it when we was in school, Mr. Daniels, because we was in competition with them niggas. Yeah, they was knocking ours.
Well, I mean, I had a car when I was in the 10th grade, so I was flexing through school.
I had the girls off in the cut.
Coming up there, balling, paper up, they gold chain.
My girls stayed in the cut, all of them.
But the dudes online, because you had to, that's why I be like, that's why I said it's the black YouTube area, because it's like you got so many different areas where it was just mad niggertry and fuckery, bro. And it's like, how the hell? I can only attribute it to evolution. It had to happen so we can get through it, to go through it. You know what I mean? To get through it, to go through it, to know not to do it again.
Right. But yeah, some of the shit had to happen to see how far people were willing to go to get views and say and just be extreme and shit like that. You know? Some of it was out of anger and, you know, people tired of people just saying stupid shit and shit like that. People being disrespected, but that's a different conversation. But when you actually think about the evolution and the change and how certain shit was allowed, it was because the panel was where we allow people to say what they felt was relevant to a topic. Now we recognize that because you may have something that you deem relevant to a topic, it may not actually be relevant to that topic. It may just be your personal opinion.
Yeah. Panels be an outlet, man, like a mug for people, though, man. You know.
Yeah, it's also it's an outlet, but it's also a tool. If you know what I mean, depending on how we use it, but it's the outlet part is just because dudes just people be needing a space to vent and
right.
group and shit, which is it's cool, but it's like moving the conversation forward because the black YouTube streets is they interconnected in some ways, and so and you know, Solomon is an example of that. You know what I mean? Like there's people that never even came to the conscious community that got introduced to Solomon and just wanted to debate, and they're inadvertently part of that. So there's people that didn't know about the conscious community got pulled up online just off of some manosphere shit. You know what I mean? Then you got the beef sector pause that's just on some beef sector shit.
And see, I understand how all those communities intersect, and because they have our people there in them. And because we have black men and women involved in them, or what we may consider black men and women, even though they may consider themselves Moorish, Abba, or whatever else, they may consider themselves Anunnaki, whatever, Aboriginal. They're in these conversations, and because
They thought they got us. Stupid. They thought they got us. That's why we had weirdo on the screen. We already know you was a white weirdo. It's crazy.
Oh, he tried to come up.
Yeah. That's how I put that on the screen. To make sure. I was like, I already knew it was a weirdo. That's how I put that on the screen.
Who?
Y'all ain't see. They came up and tried to palm us.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they been hot lately.
Wow. For real.
Yeah, they tried it. Mark tried it night before last too, Tuesday night.
Wait, what happened? I didn't hear that part. What happened, GQ?
Motherfuckers just trying to come up here and do some old weirdo shit. One of the white boys come up here with their goofy ass shit.
Yeah, we got enough weird shit going on. We don't need them motherfuckers to add to it.
Yeah, trying to bomb the stream and shit.
Why?
And he was
that weirdo shit in your grandma's basement.
He's like, can y'all see me? Can y'all see me? Man, we already know you about to try to pull it, man. Go ahead on, white boy.
Like I said, you got to know your personnel. When they hit the link, you don't know who they is. Beat it.
Wow.
And I went networking with new people. You know what I'm saying? I don't want new people to look at it like, nah, I'm not comfortable in this conversation. That's what I'm focused on, the new people, because there's gonna be new weirdos. There's gonna be also new dope people in the conversation.
Man, to be honest with you, dude,
better hope you and Dev up here, because if I'm hosting it, I don't recognize the name. They ain't getting no action.
To be honest with you, Q, all them cats pushing that Israelite and that Aboriginal and all that old weird, them weirdos, they all them classify as weirdos to me now. All of them.
They been weird.
I mean, that's a different kind of weirdo.
Nah, they weird.
That's just a shallow level of weirdo. They really weird. With all the evidence that supports that we ain't none of that, and you still running with it, you're a weirdo.
If you're making YouTube videos, like you only got on the internet just to promote Israelite shit, yeah, sorry, weirdo.
If you over 45.
No. Y'all saying that they have no value whatsoever?
None. I don't think they have any value.
And I'm not even speaking on the
other than what the
Hebrew shit. I'm just saying other information that they might present.
Nope, because when I listen to them, and I've been around Hebrew since I've entered this community. When I was a chatty patty.
Yeah, because you're a Hebrew, man.
Nah, you got me fucked up. But anyway.
Mr. Dave, I keep trying to tell Samuel he a believer, man. He gonna try to.
You got me fucked up. And what God?
All
of them.
I told you, yo, God.
Hey, GQ, I can't even support you on this because I done heard Sabio demolish a whole panel.
Bro, you know he going in. That's what he do.
Right, I done heard him demolish a whole panel. Garfield channel one day. I was like, baby, cooking with
nigga, you know too much about this shit. Nigga, you know too much. You believe in something, right?
Nah, I don't. I can't.
He believe in himself. That's all you need. He believe in
That's
himself.
all I need.
Believe the yo God. That's what I say. Believe in the yo God.
I'm my God. I'm my God.
And I don't want it to sound like if you whatever you believe in, that's cool. Nobody. We talking about grown men that get on the YouTube.
Right,
and make
that's what I'm talking about.
Our videos trying to prove that shit.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Like you ain't no flat earther.
And that's what I'm talking about. I don't think that, because when I listen to them, at the end of everything that they say, the main thing that we have to do as the so-called descendants of the people in the middle of the desert is wait on Yahweh and Jesus. And that ain't gonna change shit. That ain't gonna change shit.
Church.
That's what I'm saying, Sabio. If they think that we supposed to stand still and wait on somebody to come out the sky, you a weirdo.
Come on, man.
I'm just keeping it 100.
All our grandparents ain't weirdos and shit, nigga. Cut it out.
They didn't know no better though. We in a different age right now. We in the age of information. They wasn't.
Just take some people longer to catch on to what the fuck.
Nah, not when you change your name to some crazy name and walk around. Nah, man, come on, GQ.
Walk around with a Power Ranger uniform.
Yeah, you walk around with a purple and gold, goddamn it, Power Ranger suit on,
Man,
yelling at people.
cosplaying, yelling at
Beat
people.
it, man.
Beat it. Take your ass in the house, put on some clothes, take your ass to work, sit the fuck down, and read a book. Quit playing.
When a dude can tell you, read this, and you stop
But
what
he
you're
ain't
doing
ready.
and start reading it, you a weirdo. Get out my face.
If you dressing up on the weekend to go out and promote the Bible, that's what I was saying. I was laughing at the Saint and Sinner show. Like, that shit was hilarious.
That shit is a man.
But then he jumped into that manosphere shit. And that's why I was like, the YouTube streets is crazy. Niggas talking that 18, if she 18, she green. I'm like, yo, bro.
What?
That niggas is crazy, son.
You
Like,
niggas-
that's...
You niggas need a cage.
Nah, they ain't never agreed on 18. They ain't never been that
Motherfucker
high.
said if she in the club, if she 13 years
Nah,
old,
that's
she
what
in
they
the
said
club,
on the
she
channel.
free
That's what
game.
they said on the stream. Some
I'm
was
like,
talking
okay.
about, but I done heard mad dudes in the manosphere talking about 18 years old, she green.
Oh, no, nah.
Niggas need their ass
What?
in the
I done,
cage.
man, listen, son. I done heard so many dudes in that I was like, this shit crazy, son.
What up, Dad?
What's up with it?
Man, listen, Q. I'm listening to dudes say this comment. It's a bunch of people in the chat. When dude said if she 13 and she in the club, she free game. He said it live on the panel and nobody checked him. Everybody on that panel weird. All y'all fucked up.
What panel was that?
It's back when that dude went to jail, was hanging out with
Oh,
Floyd.
the bullshit panel.
Yeah, and they had a show about it. And when dude said that if she 13 and she in the club, she free game, and nobody on that panel checked him, all 10 of y'all weird.
These Geppettos need to
That's a
be.
fact.
These Geppettos
That's some sick shit,
need to be checked into a facility.
She ain't got no business in that motherfucker at 13, first and foremost. But even if she is, motherfucker, get your ass back.
Listen, everybody on that panel, I remember everybody on there. I don't even talk to them motherfuckers. I don't even have no talking, no panel. I'm not even affiliated with y'all, no level. Because if I see a 13-year-old in the club,
I do. I think. Are you?
It's
You're
my
not talking about suntan, are you?
bang, bang, bang. There you go.
I remember that shit.
If I see a young girl in the club, 12, 13 years old, me as a man, my job is to get her. What you doing in here? Where your mom at? Let me get you out of here, because this ain't the place for you. Get your ass. Take you home. Let me call somebody to come get you, because you ain't supposed to be in here, and that's what we supposed to do as men.
That's a fact, bro.
Yeah, I remember that shit. That was on. Yeah, I remember that shit. That shit was horrible.
Supposed to be protecting the kids and the women, man. These motherfuckers.
That's just how I look at it as a grown man. This is what we supposed to be doing.
Right.
Because if you not doing that, then what you doing? You grooming her. You said you want some weird stuff, dog.
Being a piece of shit.
Right. That mean I can't have you up, but you can't come nowhere near my family. Around one of my young kids, because I got to blow your head off the moment I catch you even looking.
That shit crazy.
You made another channel?
Who that there?
Yeah, so look like we streaming on 3 different channels.
I think the third one is mine. I think he just.
Oh, okay. What's up with it, John?
I'm chilling, Dad. What's up with you, brother?
Man,
Good to hear from you, bro.
So,
where you been, John? What's the word, bro?
You know how I do, bro. I'll be busy, man.
Been getting busy.
But I always check in and say peace and hit the like button. And let them keep debating. You know what I'm saying? I don't get on the screen, but I'm always
So
in the likes. You know what I'm saying?
so let me ask y'all a question because the other day I didn't read, but I had read a paper on my panel. Nobody watched. I did a show. A couple people watched. It wasn't that many, but there's a section in here. This is called Introduction to Race and Biology, right? And on page 6, they introduce something interesting, not to change the topic, just to have something to think about, Q and Dev, and because it's about reparations, right? All right. So what the scholars are presenting in this paragraph is a genetic take or genetic stance for reparations. All right. And I'm gonna read to you what they say. Critical essays mention in particular an application of the new genetic medicine to race, a movement towards reestablishment, a return and a resurgence, a return and even a resurrection, aiming to promote once again the concept of biological race in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The biological concept of race appears to have been buried alive, but without being neutralized. Hold on, is that it? Yeah, that's page 6, ain't it? Yeah, okay. Where is it? That's too much. I don't want to read all that. I just want to. Oh, here it is. My fault. I was on the wrong page. How genetics is changing our understanding of race. Standing clearly in defense of race as a social construct and fully aware. Hold on. Where's that section at? I want to make sure I get it because I thought I had it pulled up. No, that's not it. It's talking about a specific thing where they talk about DNA and how our diet, how our ancestors died in slavery had a here it is. In recent years, many studies invoking epigenetic mechanisms have examined the epigenetic incidence of stress in African American populations whose ancestors suffered the trauma of slavery. Some studies claim that this traumatic memory is transmitted by a transgenerational mechanism which modifies the epigenome, which should be understood as the key variable in the expression of an individual's genes. Of a larger number of people whose ancestors may have undergone metabolic change linked to slavery due mainly to dietary deficiencies. Despite the doubts expressed by many epigeneticists concerning the mechanism behind the transgenerational transmission of trauma, which is not universally recognized by the scientific community, it is interesting to note that proponents of reparations for slavery, along with anthropologists and philosophers, increasingly cite this cause and effect reasoning as proof. So there's some scholars and some philosophers and some anthropologists who are using the dietary deficiencies, the things that our ancestors had to eat, claiming that those things lead to medical conditions that can lead to stress, and that could be a claim that could be presented for reparations. Just something interesting to think about, because I know reparations is a conversation that's always popping up on these panels, and there's not many angles or claims or ways that people have presented or that has been talked about.
Yeah, but you know what frustrates me, Sabio, is this a million talking points that came up dealing with reparations for us. But other people didn't go through all that to get theirs. That's what frustrates the shit out of me. We gotta have 18 million talking points for us.
But is it 18 million, or is it something that is concrete and something that can be actually attested to with science and evidence.
Well, did they have to use that for the other people that got it?
You can say if you actually do this, if you study some of it, yes.
I mean, I studied a little bit of it, but I'm just saying, let's say
Because
what's
they
the
were
first known case of
traumatized.
what's the
They were
first known case of
traumatized.
reputation? You making me fuck up. What's the first known case of
The internment camps.
No, they had one before that. The first case of reparations was who in this country?
Oh, the white people from slavery, the
Right,
slave owner.
right, and they ain't
But I
go.
don't see that as reparations.
They got it though. It's
I don't see
under,
that. I don't see that as reparations.
but they got it though. So it's different. Their reparations was
It was like
out of the loss
they got a
of
kickback
slaves,
from the
right?
government. They got a kickback from the government because they lost.
Because they claim they
They lost
lost income.
because they lost that. They got government assistance.
Right. So that's a form of reparations, right?
If
So in our case, our form of
I
reparations
mean, I
is,
guess if you want to call it that.
well, that's what they fought for.
So I guess they're giving us government assistance when they
No,
giving
no,
us when people get government assistance, they
no,
getting
that ain't not
reparation.
No,
Like if
that ain't
that's
what
what
I'm saying though.
because that's how you're equating it though. So that's the false equations we got to stop making. I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't see how that actually fits
No,
into
what
the
I'm saying,
reparations because they did not they weren't victims of anything. They lost a war and the government paid them to get their lives back on track.
That's reparation.
yeah, but my point to that is
They do that. So Saudi Arabia got reparations. The Middle
Yeah,
East got reparations.
yeah. Japan.
Japan, they all got reparations.
Yeah, they
but
got
they all
reparations.
on code though. That's
I
was
mean,
my point.
technically, I mean, they literally got reparations. Like that's what it was.
From
They
the
fucked y'all up, then they gave y'all some money to help repair your motherfucker.
but that's how but that's what war that's what war countries do. The majority, all you got to do is go back in history. Rome did it when they beat up people, then they built the civilizations back up, and that made them democracies.
They repaired them. That's where we get the reparations from. That's where the whole argument comes from that we fighting for. It's because they did us the same way. We casualties of war.
Our reparations claim is totally different than that.
It
I
is.
don't know,
It
but
is,
we
but
got
it ain't. It is,
but we
but
got
it ain't.
layers of it that mesh together with that same situation,
It's
Sabio.
I
still, we
understand.
still casualties. But you
I
agree that we
understand the
casualties of
nuances.
war?
I understand the nuances, and
Did
I
they not
understand.
declare war on us when they enslaved us? Was we not victims of war? Like,
Yeah, did we lose our culture, our civilization? Yes,
You
we
see,
lost all that.
no one's denying any of that.
okay, Sabio, I was want to ask you, what did you take from what you read, though? I mean,
So what I took from what I read, because I read the whole paper,
okay.
and the whole paper is basically saying that when, as I've been saying, and a few other people, Psycho and a few other people have been saying, there is some biological, there is a biological leaning that isn't based in science, but it was based on geography, the things that you ate, how close you were to the equator, and these things were misapplied.
I guess so, yeah.
But these things are considered racial, not racist, but the biology and the science mixed with the theology and the politics of time help shape what we have today. So, but about this specific part that I read, it said that African Americans should look into using that aspect of slavery for their reparations claim because there is some epigenetic connections and ties that can be traced through DNA, such as sickle cell anemia and things like that. You can diabetes and
Okay.
things like that can be traced
You
and linked
finally
back
get
through
to
history
well, a dumb
to
motherfucker like
make
you can
the
understand
to
what the
make
fuck.
the reparations
I
claim.
got
That's
you.
basically in that little section,
I got you now. I
and
really
that's what they're saying. Anthropologists and some philosophers
because
and
I'm like,
others are
what the fuck
saying.
is Sabio talking about? But I got you now. Yeah, because of the the different diseases that be specific to us and our
Hmm.
that came from the slave
Having to eat
plantation.
the pig and
Yeah, I got
certain parts of certain animals and make them delicacies and
you. Yeah,
eating chitlins and how that
that's
might lead to
that's one of the
obesity.
grounds for the
Yeah, that's a
yeah,
good ground. They're
yeah,
saying that's a ground that hasn't been looked into.
that's strong. That's strong. Genocide, damn near, combined with the other arguments.
Right, combined with the other arguments, right.
I got you, brother. What's up, Vias?
Did any slaves wear eyeglasses?
Possibly. Possibly. That's a possibility.
I don't think so,
That's
man.
a possibility. We don't know, but that's a possibility.
When did they really start wearing eyeglasses on the heavy side of the game?
They've been wearing eyeglasses for
The
a while.
timeline on that.
They've been wearing them for a while.
Reconstruction.
During Reconstruction, so yeah. Slaves didn't wear eyeglasses.
They possibly were some slaves that had bad eyesight.
Them brothers probably them sisters probably hooked up some herbs and shit and rubbed on their ass and rubbed on their eyes and got them in order. Probably had better treatments than what we got now. No, y'all.
They probably saw better than us then. Shit.
I got 2020 shit.
Well, when you use the genetic argument that Sabio was just talking about, they probably did. But due to the conditions that they were, forced to be in, and start getting all these damn high blood pressures and all this diabetes and shit, then they go your eyesight goes right with that shit.
All right.
So yeah, it's an argument that they actually saw better than we do in 2025. So, they definitely weren't exposed to all the lights and different strenuous shit that we doing.
Yeah, they definitely wasn't exposed to a bag of Cheetos and shit. We fucked up with none.
Flaming hot shit. They wasn't sitting looking at no damn screens for 6, 7, 8 hours a day.
I don't think the screens is that much of a problem. I think it's got everything to do with a lot to do with our diet, with our dietary shit we do on a daily basis, shit we put in our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But that's a conversation for those people that's in the food and things like that. I'm not into food, into the conversation on.
You stare at that sun long enough, it'll fuck you up. That's for sure.
That is not food. I just seen people pass out in that shit.
I said stare at it.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about just being in it, period. Talking about the sun is food. Being that shit long enough, that shit will kill you.
I fuck with that. I've been in the sun all day. I fuck with the sun.
Oh, I fucks with it too. But I know my limits.
That's where you gotta have that watermelon, Sabio.
Nah, I stay hydrated.
Nice.
But again, I know there's an overabundance and there's too much of a good thing, and so that can go with everything, even the sun.
GQ, I'm about to pull up in the wildest gas station in Detroit.
But yeah,
Where's located at?
You say what?
8 Mile.
7 Mile.
Oh,
It ain't that many. Watch out, my man. Come on, before you get run over. Fuck out the way.
that's where the Arabs got the chicken spot on the other side. Yeah.
I'm on the west side.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm on the west side. I don't go over there like that. I don't fuck with the Arabs like that. And I really don't even like going to their motherfucking gas stations and shit. But we only got like 3 black gas stations in the whole city.
Yeah. I've been to one of them.
And the only reason I'm at this motherfucker is I need some gas right now. I would never stop at this bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, he the one told me where the fish spot was. What'd you say, GQ?
No, I didn't say nothing.
Oh.
I had asked him where it was at, but y'all told me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm on 7 Mile. I'm on 7 Mile near Grand River. That's on the west side.
You know where Grand River at?
Yep.
I can go over here and see if these boys street racing tonight. It's a good night to street race. It's about 75 to 80 degrees. They should be racing like a motherfucker tonight.
Man, I don't want to hear that shit.
You got something? You got something putting down this day?
Say what?
You got something you putting down out there?
Nah, they don't never like to race my bike. They say my bike look too.
No. Oh, they racing bikes. Hell no, they ain't finna fuck with your bike.
No, this a bike night tonight. Thursday night, most of the bikes are racing tonight.
Oh.
The reason it's warm, Will, you finna catch a storm, bro.
That's cool, as long as they don't come tonight.
It's coming tonight.
It's already 11:30, so when is going to be?
Probably in the next couple hours, so.
They'll be done by then.
They'll be done by then. 1 o'clock is over with.
No, they ain't finna let you put your bike down out there, boy. You professional damn bike.
No, I got a short bike. I got a short little street bike, got a headlight, tail light on it. They just don't like racing it.
What you did to it, though?
I mean,
on that motherfucker all the way up.
Yeah, it's got. I don't hold no punches on it. It's got all the bells and whistles on it, but it's still a street bike. It's got a headlight, tail light. That's all they classify as a street bike. If I knew how to put a picture in the history, I'd put a picture in the history in the back chat. I don't know how to do that. I ain't figured that part out yet.
You got a mount for one of them 360 cams on the back of your bike?
Hell no, I ain't about to put myself in jail doing that shit. When I race, it's going off.
I just seen my first one on a motorcycle a couple months ago. Weeks ago, I think.
It's guys got evidence against yourself, huh?
This guy's got them, but I don't race when I tell them turn that shit off. Don't put that shit on me.
I know, right?
I don't want to be on the news.
Man, these fools be having the police and all that shit on their shit, man. I'm like, man.
Outrunning them and shit.
Yeah, I tell them don't put me on there. I don't want to do that. Just this is gonna be part of your memory.
But but back to what you call it, the YouTube craziness. I feel like starting out with the manosphere, bro. I'm back and forth on another computer, but the craziness on YouTube, man, between the conscious community, the manosphere, and the I don't know what sector to put Charleston White in and Hassan Campbell.
Crazy.
They all came from the entertainment gossip channels.
Right, but they still crazy.
Nothing.
Hell,
But I'm saying though,
Hey, hold on, let me put
they model was looking at other grown people with no limits. But
Right,
I mean,
hold
what was they supposed to do?
So you had grown men pay Tevin Samuels to tell him how to dress.
Hey, let me pump this gas and pay attention to what I'm doing. I'll hop on in a minute.
All right, man.
You can't make that nigga who's paying $700, man. Teach me how to get a female. Crazy. Hassan came from Sonetta. Yeah, a whole lot of these weirdos came from Sonetta. But it's the black YouTube. Man, listen, bro. Black YouTube shit crazy. Y'all remember Obsidian?
No, I wasn't hip to them. I hear that name a lot, but I wasn't familiar with it.
Dave, you remember Obsidian?
Yeah, I remember that motherfucker.
Yo, son. When dudes found out he was crippled.
Oh, shit.
You said, like it or not, the manosphere helped out a lot of men.
Help.
Wow.
Please tell me how the manosphere helped out a lot of men.
Damn, that's some weak ass shit right there, Blue. Come on, man.
I want to know, Blue, like that ass, like how did it help out a lot of men?
Help out some men, man. Help them lose women.
Let's see, giving them a place to speak and vent. I guess keeping them from going crazy. I guess networking.
Nah, that's the only thing I really heard.
I could say some networking.
Teach men their value.
Other motherfuckers with low self-esteem hooking up.
Okay.
But that's the craziest part. Teach them in their value.
God damn. You gotta be a weak motherfucker, man, and need a manosphere to teach you your value, man. You fucked up.
I think the conversation was needed, but the way it happened, yeah, I think it was just too messy and real adjacent to gay. But I understand what you're saying, the low self-esteem. I can understand. I could understand that.
The way it happened or the way it evolved. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
The way it happened or the way it evolved. You know what I'm saying?
I think from the get, because there was a lot of the like from my angle, I don't watch R&B movies and shit, love movies and shit like that. Niggas start talking about their relationship. I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all start talking about you know what I mean, how much pussy you get. I'm out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hear about what your ex-girl. Logic will tell you in real life, like, Q is really out of there. I'm not staying. I'm out in real life. I'm out. All right, this is what we talking about? Out of here.
Right.
Out.
Trying to hit none of that shit.
None of that shit. So seeing a bunch of dudes having they camera on, cameras nice and shit, dressed up. Just you know what I'm saying? And we can't get y'all motherfuckers to turn y'all cameras on for nothing. Except for deity. Deity, you be out in the manosphere, so them niggas keep their camera on for everything. It don't matter what. Them niggas got their camera on for everything. Them niggas don't turn their camera on for nothing. I'm like, yo, son. And just be saying the craziest. I heard niggas, yo, son, the conscience between and in Charleston White, I don't know, bro. I just gotta laugh at this shit, son. Like, I don't know. But that's why I used to do the Black YouTube on Fire, son. I don't know. So this shit crazy, son.
So what's worse, the manosphere, the so-called conscious, you know what I mean, debate shit, or the financial gurus that's ripping niggas
the conscious community got the pedos, man. But the manosphere got pedos too.
Right.
But the conscious community smaller, so the pedos got a different. I don't know, but the conscious community got some. They got the pedos of the era. Be like, I don't think anybody got pedos, or they. You know what I'm saying? They got football numbers. They got
football numbers, bro.
They got you know what I mean, the top 5 dead or alive pedals.
That's not even funny, but the way you put it, bro. But yeah, you're right, man. You're right, man.
Bam older than me.
I
Shit.
hear a lot of conscious community crazy, right? Like and then you got Black Power. That's how I be like, damn, son. The Black Power, if you count Black Power community and the conscious community together, yeah. Cause then you get to throw in the Black Lives Matter and shit.
Well, this is the thing. Only we know the difference. On the outside looking in, we all the same shit.
That's what makes it worse. I didn't know that till I got to the manosphere.
Yeah.
Calling everybody hoteps and
Right.
Black. You like, you a hotep. I'm like, the fuck is a hotep?
Yeah, no matter what.
Yeah.
I didn't know what they was talking about. I didn't even know they was talking about me when they was saying that.
They was like, you one of them pro blacks. I was like, excuse me? Yeah, one of them hotep niggas.
One of them niggas.
I was like, hold on, wait. You talking about one of them Dr. York shits?
Dang.
Yeah, son. So like they got the L's, man. Niggas got football. The conscious community, the manosphere, they can say that shit out of the, you know, but they got some crazies though. They got some hidden crazy niggas.
Right.
They got a lot of, you know what I'm saying? They got Tommy Sotomayor, you know what I'm saying? Like the representation for them is Tommy Sotomayor, Kevin Samuels, and O'Shea.
Right.
O'Shea, you my man, but you don't get no pussy. Yo.
This nigga crazy.
You know what I'm saying? You get, but you my man. You funny as shit though. That's my man though. But outside of him and Kevin Samuels, man, rest in peace. But I always thought he was sweet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
You know what I mean? And then niggas paying him to learn how to dress to get feet. I don't. This shit crazy, be said. I'm like, son, shit crazy. I don't know. Shit crazy.
Nigga polite. He had 2 of those communities at one time. He had the financial scammer niggas and the quote unquote conscious type shit at the same time.
Polite had Mayweather underneath the arms, son.
Mayweather, Ron Artest,
driving around in Ron Artest car, son. You know what I'm saying? None of them niggas got nothing to say. Like, what about all them niggas, man? DJ Vlad.
Right.
With the shit out that pedal. You know what I'm saying?
You just had him on the Breakfast Club and shit.
I was gonna say Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
Like, son, shit crazy out here, son. This nigga got caught playing with himself on the yeah, that shit crazy. Between Volvo telling nigga
who got caught playing with Yo, Q, put me on, bro. Like, it's a lot of shit I don't even know, bro. What
gotta go.
Yeah, bro. Give me a quick cliff notes of like the shit I've been missing, bro. Please.
This nigga that was running the debate league got caught yakking off on the train to a 17-year-old. Son.
No way.
Oh my goodness.
No way.
Fuck way, man. I don't even know how to respond to this shit. Shit crazy. Them way you damn, bro. The nasty, you know what I'm saying? Nasty work, son. So people that was underneath the debate league, you know what I mean, got thrown underneath the bus just by association and shit.
What state he was in? What city he was in? What type of train he was in? He was on the BART? He was on MTA? What he was on?
He was in Philly, son.
He was in Philly. He was in, what's that, the SEPTA? What they call that shit?
I didn't even know they had train. Oh, no, I'm bugging. I ain't never rode a train in Philly. I just seen that shit, but I don't even know.
Yeah. Wow, that's wild. And then they recorded him.
Shorty did it. And aired him out, was like, ew, you playing with yourself to a whole teenager.
Good.
But you know what I mean? Like that shit. You know what I'm saying? This is woo.
Yeah, it's called the SEPTA. I was right. I don't even know how I know that shit. I never even been on that joint. I've been in Philly plenty of times, but I never been on that train.
Different type of shit out here, G's. I can't. You know what I'm saying? The snitch game, the rat game, the pedo game, the grift game, the internet shit. The internet make the streets look like nothing.
Yeah.
The internet make the streets look safe. I ain't even gonna lie. You got niggas who's known rats, got bad channels, niggas. Like, this shit great. Like the internet makes shit this shit complicated. I can't.
Yo, Q, what up?
Yo.
Yo.
What's good? What's good? Yo, King, what's goody? But y'all need me to camel or something? Oh, nah, I already. Hey, let me see. Vayasa.
Nah, man, we good.
Y'all forget
Pin
about me. It's been a few days.
pin that link up.
Who's that? Dev, yo, Dev, what's good?
What's up with it, man?
Long time, bro. The internet streets is messy, bro. You know what I'm saying?
What it do, bro?
Yeah.
The wild part is I fuck with that.
That's
Yo. Wild going.
Yo, Damo, you good, bro? You ain't got to worry about it. Only Datey. Yo, Datey, what's good, bro? You're chilling on your veggie.
The wild shit, Q, is this shit is like a time capsule. So when we didn't have like the digital space to go back and see what our elders was doing, but imagine when they look back at this shit as a representation of who we was and what they gonna think of us. Man.
Yo, niggas need to scrub their channels, bro.
Yo, once it's online, it's there forever. But I hear you.
Niggas need to get these scrub or G's.
If you scrub your channel today, not that you got to, right? But if you scrub your channel today, it's gonna be somebody who's gonna post all the shit that you didn't even remember doing. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always somebody recording. You feel me?
Yeah.
And they're gonna.
Is there still a conscious community, or is that shit dead?
Conscious.
The internet, I don't know. The Abos took over, son. The Abos got a community. The Pan Africans is dealing with life and paying bills, B.
That's
Niggas is tired of going to events and getting robbed for fucking dashiki prices. Niggas is tired of going to events and seeing niggas bring white girls. You know, we tired of
going to meetings. That way one nigga gonna stand up and say, what the fuck y'all gonna do about it?
You know what I'm saying? So like we just tired. So Pan Africans ain't showed up to a lot of shit. The Abos is showing up with some next shit. I don't know.
And I mean, I think their narrative is new to so many people. It's not new to all of us, right? I've heard that narrative since a child, but like it's new to so many of them.
Hold on, bro. Mm-hmm. What they gonna stand up in the meeting and yell out?
And then in the middle of the meeting, GQ, somebody gonna stand up and say, well, what y'all gonna do about it? What we gonna do? I hear y'all talking. What we gonna do?
Yo, Logic, Logic, you wouldn't believe where I caught myself yesterday at a D12 meeting, son.
At a D12 meeting?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know.
Fuck it, man. Huh? Still you, Q. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't the ideological conversations, and then they shit is wild, like Rainbow Coalition and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas announcing pronouns at revolutionary meetings. I'm like, man, I can't be on my Black Power shit. I'm like, what the fuck niggas just talk about pronouns for, son? What kind of androgynous army is this? Niggas is crazy.
Niggas androgynous army.
Oh my God.
Yo, wildin'. The androgynous army is crazy.
I was just talking about that shit yesterday.
Fucking Teletubbies. What a bunch of fucking Teletubbies in there. Niggas
their outfits is gonna be way more fire than the Hebrew Israelites, though. I'll tell you.
Niggas with purses talk about the revolution won't be televised. Nigga,
yo,
this shit better be televised. What the cameras? What the cameras on? I was
just talking about that shit last night on Psycho Channel. Me and Marley Marr, we was at the little club in Brooklyn and shit by the Barclays. Bro coming there, he got a raw ass RBG shirt on. Had a little sand on the front of it. That motherfucker, it was cold. I'm like, look at that shirt. I said, that motherfucker killing him with that. The man walked right up to another man, kissed him in the mouth. I said, oh.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie.
You can ask Marley Marr, bro. I told Marley, I said, man, we should make him go take that shirt off, man. But I ain't trying to go to jail in Brooklyn. Let's go, bro.
Yeah, that shit.
You'd have been all right, man. They just kept it for a night.
You think so?
No offense.
Yeah, it'd been all right. They kept it for a night.
When we had the spot in Bed-Stuy, we would look out the window and we would do we were like weirdo, homo, weirdo, hood nigga, homo, weirdo. And that's what Bed-Stuy look like. No cap, son. You look out the window, you can just
weirdo. That's every three? That's 1 out of 3?
Oh nah, yeah, between the weirdos and the gays, and then you can't tell. Then you got the mixed ones that I don't even know what they I don't know, bi weirdo. I don't know, but
you should be able to tell. So if you can't tell, they might as well be in the box.
Bro, I don't. That's I don't know. I don't know. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I gotta just put the same meter on I put in real life. You know what I'm saying? On the internet, I can't. If I can't call it, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? That's all I know. I'm out of here, man. I can't figure this shit out. I'm out, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Doubt,
like,
no margin of error. Yeah.
When in doubt, dip.
Get out. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what the thieves. That's the old thief rule. When in doubt,
man.
Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm out of here, B. This shit smell fishy. I'm out. Now it's when in doubt, snitch. And make a YouTube channel about it.
Yo, niggas will snitch on YouTube and act like they not snitching. Like act like they still street niggas. They'll tell everything, bro. Act like just the internet ain't the police.
Bro, why am I watching white boys tell hood stories about niggas in Brooklyn and learning shit?
They looked at Sammy the Bull, get away with it.
Yo, I hate that shit, yo. This internet shit, I love it. And this shit, I ain't gonna say this shit just funny as hell. That's why I'm just gonna laugh, bro. This shit funny. Man.
I came up with, I don't know what the no snitching rule was like. Did nobody have to write it down? I mean, like, damn. What the fuck? Is you finna die right there on the spot, nigga? Shit.
Niggas beefing in Philly with switches. I don't even know how to explain. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, you got a switch. You can't even hold the shit. You just let, like, 90 bullets go in, like, 2 seconds.
The switch bigger than this motherfucker.
Yo, like, this shit crazy. I'm like, yo, son, I can't cool it.
Yeah, what is the motherfucker supposed to say? He's not really looking to talk about shit.
Right.
Like, bro.
That just happened last weekend at an album release party in Chicago downtown. I know you know about it, Dev.
Yeah, they got they got the phone. They got somebody's phone now. You see the other side where the motherfucker came from behind that Blazer? I'm talking about standing up, not the motherfucker in the car.
Now it was a whole nother nigga there
too. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they shot 18 people on a live phone.
Yeah, one motherfucker hanging out the car ain't gonna be able to do that unless he's standing still.
But he had that switch, that they talking
about. But the motherfucker behind the truck was right there.
So that's
imagine a motherfucker standing right there.
All right. Dev and GQ though. Dev and GQ. But what we gonna do about it? No.
Man, we can't do shit about that shit. That's what I'm saying. They wasn't in the hood. They came downtown, Josh.
They was downtown at the album release party.
Yeah, like that.
Right. He said, "I'm going to jail tonight." Well,
that's what happened to Zach TV when you're talking about them, running their mouth about hood shit. Zach TV, he was a podcaster.
They bodied him, didn't they?
Yeah, they bodied
him. That was sad, man.
Did you see Charleston White fight the white boy?
Yeah, I saw that shit.
Son, this shit
that was funny.
That shit is hilarious, bro. This era is one of the biggest fucking jokes online. This shit, son. Shit,
that was straight comedy,
bro.
He said he got paid well over 6 figures too. I'm like, that's crazy.
Crazy.
He got points. He got points on it, and then
the fuckery is winning.
Your boy Full Extra Q, brother, he just had a big celebrity fight coming up, but now he burned up.
It's a dub.
Yeah, it's a dub. He was finna make about 150,000.
Who?
He said for extra. The nigga that used to be the jumper
earlier.
Oh, that was, man.
Yeah, he had a celebrity fight coming up with another Crip dude.
He's supposed to fight.
Why haven't I never seen his name before that firecracker incident?
Because you don't be in them spaces there with that bullshit.
Okay, I'm good. I'm just making sure I was in the right spot, man.
Sadly,
I'll
be up in them.
The fucking BBL era, son. Like, think about this.
Hey,
through the BBL era, this shit is hilarious. Yo, son, did y'all see What's the fucking Cardi B trying to twerk and Nicki Minaj? Do you see how and Lil' Kim how bad they look? They look crazy fucked up right now, bro. Like it looked like they got little pillows with the corners coming out their ass and shit. And this shit, yo, son, we literally lived this. Like we're gonna go back and be like, yo, there was a whole era where niggas was sticking shit in their ass to make it bigger, son.
Hey, yo.
You know what I'm saying? Females was doing it like, son, shit crazy, boy.
Man, I grew up in the cornbread South, man.
The Botox.
That was some white girl shit. White girls had
plastic surgery in the tins and shit, right?
They had, I mean, that shit wasn't, you couldn't like Walmart prices. I mean, what the fuck?
Trending shit on Facebook now is how bad they smell.
Son, this shit is hilarious, bro.
That's all you're hearing people talk about, how bad the BBL smell.
These last 20 years, 15 years, these shit's gonna go down in the book as the worst era almost in American history. And for the black community, we gotta highlight some of it. We made a lot of strides, but we got a lot of stains in this era, bro.
The last 2 men Cardi B been with say she smell like death, bro.
The BBL is like
from the BBL.
Recycle plastic in your body, and the Botox is literally a poison.
My man told Cardi B that thing stank.
Man, the basketball boy and her ex-husband, the Miko nigga, they both say she stank like a mother.
Yeah. One girl said she realized when it was bad when her sat down ear was stank. She said she called it her sit down ear. She said it was stinking. She realized her sit down ear. That's a cold.
The basketball boy that was with Cardi B, he said he tried his best to take it as long as he could, but he just couldn't take it no more.
Well, I thought they signed some. They signed something when they get it done to let them know, hey, this not gonna last forever.
I don't know, Dale, how that works.
Or they not telling the whole story.
I don't know. I know some of them go to other countries, so we probably not sign none over there.
Yeah,
but
that is why they go to these offshore.
That's the worst thing you could do.
Go to another country.
Hell,
get a cheap bot surgery.
Like
no accountability, no regulation, no motherfucking, no lawsuit, no nothing. Motherfucker went over there and got plaster put in your ass. They say one girl went over there, they put some motherfucking plaster in her ass.
What was old girl's name? Buffy the Body. She was putting cement. Remember the old girl?
Yeah, cement. Cement, plaster. They putting whatever they want to put in there because you go overseas. You gonna fly back with that in there.
Right. Get the fuck out of this country.
So, in 2021, I think it was 21 or 22. What was sad? It was a young boy working at O'Hare Airport, and he was on Facebook, and he was video camera all the caskets, all the wooden boxes that was coming in from Brazil and Dominican of girls who had passed on them operating tables, bro. Right at O'Hare Airport. He said, man, this boxes like this come in every day, man. 20, 30.
You're going to freaking Brazil or Colombia to get some unqualified gardener.
He's coming back in the wooden box to O'Hare Airport.
Literally. An unqualified gardener.
Yeah, so you're getting an unqualified gardener to do a surgery.
in the gas station pump is the system.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Right there.
This nigga ain't even a bar.
The chicken is right beside you. The chicken is getting fried in the next room. They're making taco over there.
This nigga can't even cut hair. You got him cutting you open, goddamn it.
Man, the same scissors they cutting you with just done pluck rabbits.
I seen that when Spike Lee redid She Gotta Have It for Netflix as a series.
Because to get the real shit done costs money. Gonna cost.
There was a scene that one of the main characters was getting them type of surgeries, right? And she was like dancing at some club and shit. Not stripping, but like some burlesque shit. And then when she hit the ground, that shit exploded on the whole crowd. It went crazy. Like it was like some gory ass scene, bad shit.
That's nasty.
Crowd. Yeah.
Oh, man.
But I'm just trying to see when did because being skinny was like that. That was like the norm. Like I'm just trying to see the small waist, the slim, the petite. That was
us winning in the 90s, bro.
90, 97.
When did Sir Mix-a-Lot come out with Baby Got Back?
Yep.
That was it.
Or LL, big old butt.
Sir Mix-a-Lot, Baby Got Back. It was game was over.
No, yeah, up north it was LL. He made a song called Big Old Butt. Brenda got a big old butt.
Mm-hmm.
So, this was I think it was the jukebox or video era.
I think they were talking about like natural physiques back then. But I think with the
you're talking about natural.
Yeah, they were talking about natural, but the people that didn't have it had to go get it.
BBL wives. I think with the hip hop BBL wives and stuff, the basketball wives and stuff, that kind of promoted to a next level where people now running overseas to go get surgery done. Before it wasn't like that. People were promoting natural physiques, natural shape, natural body. But then with the rappers, them promoted their plastic surgery dolls and the Kim Kardashian era. That's when it literally took off.
Yeah, after 2000.
One was into that back then.
Yeah, I just don't recall nowhere in the 90s. I mean, through Tupac, Biggie, none of that. I mean, outside for the most part, man, you was getting clowned if you was like
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. You would get clowned for like.
Yeah,
I remember when what's her name, Little Kim just started doing whatever she's doing. No one was saying, hey, she was accepted. People used to clone her. But eventually, it became the norm, and people just stopped talking about it.
Natural too. Kim didn't have no goddamn wig. Let me stop. Kim was all natural.
Skin bleaching, the body.
The bleaching. Think about that, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Got a whole era where Jamaicans was bleaching their skin. Like this last 20 years, we saw some crazy shit, bro.
Yeah, I remember back then when the skin bleaching was it. The skin bleaching and whatever, that was it. And people would still get cloned for that. But no, it went from
that's the thing in Africa right now. That's a big thing.
I'm just
not all of Africa. Not all.
No, not the whole continent.
It's big in Asia too. Real big in Chinese, Asian.
I'm about to say it's in Asia too.
On my Instagram channel, some was dark. Some might have been like deity complexion. This motherfucker looked like a Puerto Rican, son.
Where you from? Jamaica?
Yeah, son.
Yeah, guarantee.
Funny looking, huh?
It's the weirdest thing, yo. I don't see that in any other culture where men actually does that shit.
Son, that shit crazy to me. So I'll be like, yo, so what the fuck is going on?
I remember growing up, I used to see my mom use body cream and stuff, spend hours in the mirror putting on lotions and all them stuff. But now it's the men that inside spending hours in front of the mirror lotioning themselves.
Hey yo.
Pause. DDU.
No, I saw the Sammy Sosa Aaron. I thought it was something wrong with the film or the camera. Like when I saw it, like I wasn't looking at the photo. It was somebody else that was looking at it, and I was like 4 or 5 feet away.
You got people.
Yeah.
Like Cartel.
And they was like, oh yeah, that's Sammy Sosa, and I just kind of laughed.
Michael Jackson kind of helped usher a lot of that in because
the girl Serena
I know
Williams.
he's big over here, but over there he's also big. People also like listen, Mike over there. So Michael, So
we don't need our black Americans.
Well,
that color change that kind of validate a lot of the bleaching shit.
Nah, man, you do your face, you got to do the rest of your body.
Yeah.
You gonna do how you gonna get away with just doing your face?
Blotchy.
I mean, with Michael Jackson, okay, boom, the Jerry curl, okay, boom, do your hair.
That was a full set though. You gotta have the perm, you gotta have the bleach, you gotta have
man.
The only thing Vybz Kartel add to it was the tattoo, was the excessive tattoos, and probably the body piercing.
Don't forget the nose.
Yeah, that you gotta have the perm, whether it be the perm or the jerk curl, and then you have to bleach.
Man, y'all talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, man.
Talking about the walking salamander. Yeah. Weirdest looking thing, man. Grown men looking like a pink dolphin.
You know what? Let me go back and put that on. Throw a little love on the manosphere too. The FBI did put a warning to watch out for the incels of the internet.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, the manosphere itself is white boys. Like you have to specify black manosphere. Like they had to be separated.
Both sides, bro. Niggas the FBI had the warning to beware full of online incels.
Manosphere audience is the incel. That's who they're speaking to.
Yo, incel is a man who's involuntarily celibate.
Yeah, and those are the men.
Wait a minute, what's the what was them letters?
Niggas who can't get.
You heard it, right? I want to make sure you heard it, Logic. Just so you know why they say incel. Involuntarily.
Yeah, involuntarily. So they're gonna listen to other niggas bash women. It's like,
I didn't choose to be this way.
So wait. So the FBI said the dudes that can't get no ass, they watch out for them.
Yeah,
because they involuntarily. So the ones who can't, look out for them.
Yeah, the dudes was going around putting MGTOW in the chat. MGTOW. I'm like 2015, 2016. I'm like, what the fuck is MGTOW? Dude, it took me like 2 years to find out what that fuck shit was. I wouldn't know you. I was on another platform. This is before YouTube. Like, what the fuck is MGTOW? Man, I was slow.
Men going their own way is crazy.
I ain't know, man. I thought it was a bikers club or something.
Like Mizzo said, niggas is spooked out or mooked out.
How do you not come on, Blue? Blue.
That's what it means. Men
let's
go in
Blue.
their
Come
own way.
on, Blue.
That's what it means.
We talk about the conscious community. We talk about rap.
That's what it means. But what does that mean, though? What does it
mean? Men going their own way. How
that's no women. That's no women at all. Yeah.
And manosphere, a sphere of men.
No women. Sphere. Should be a clue. Yeah.
360 degrees. That means when you turn, anyhow you rotate, it ain't but niggas.
Oh no! Oh hell no!
Yeah, that's why I never really went to rap battles, son. I'm like, that shit a nigga fest. That shit what they call it.
That's just fest. I was just
fest, bro. Like, that's just an area you don't want to be at. It's been
nah.
I like one female because it's competitive. It's like if you focus on the competition, you're not gonna pay attention to all the other stuff.
Nah, but you got niggas dressed. No, but I mean, you got niggas dressed in their best to go to rap battles with them niggas.
But listen, you seen women at the clashes, so.
I've never been in a situation where I gotta spend an hour with an ex-man talking about his wife or talking about his friend's wife or his side chick
and all the homework you did on them.
Yeah.
And then the niggas be they be having the wild sus bars and shit too. Bars be wild, crazy sus. Like, I'm not even gonna quote one of them shits, but y'all already know. Y'all ever watched any of that shit?
What you about battle rap?
Yeah.
Oh man, that should be dope.
Yeah, the bars be crazy such though.
But it's still they get away with it because it's the culture.
They got a
it ain't the
they got a
MC.
whole punk that's a battle rapper now.
They had a whole era of dudes that was talking about how the black woman's weave was destroying the black community.
And then what did they do?
That's from the conscious community.
Nah,
they reached down on the floor and put that weave in their own fucking head.
Nah, that's not the
Black
conscious
women.
community.
We've been under attack.
That's the manosphere community.
90s.
They said they put the weave in their own head.
They took it to an extent. They didn't only attack the black woman weave. They attacked the black woman's degree. They attacked her for going to school.
Yeah.
They attacked her for everything. They attacked her for having kids or the wedlock.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the wedlock argument is crazy. Welfare, welfare, wedlock, and
most of them niggas, we're born in wedlock.
Right. Born out of wedlock, right.
The white man weave in wedlock, but it's not the white man's fault because the black woman chose the white man over the black man because she chose to live in the projects.
No.
And then
that's what created all the
when they finally get a black
that's
woman
all the
in
crack.
interview, it's a freaking knockoff Sexy Red. Not even
No, but that's their theory. What destroyed the community?
A knockoff Sexy Red, a Timu Sexy.
That's they.
Amen. They really was promoting that. What destroyed the community was all the babies.
They're not even black youth. It's always some little Filipino Sexy Red looking. I'm like, all right, yeah.
Nah, they really was telling niggas, bro, like crack came from the single mothers who chose the white man.
That's like
what? How did you get? Hold on. See, and then the famous year we was better in the 50s.
Yeah,
the black community, we was doing better in the 50s. The golden era. In the 50s, you know, the black household had more marriages in the 50s until the white man came in and the black woman came and took all the white man stuff, and the black man had to leave the home.
His own fucking house. He had to get out.
See, she chose them. That's why the community's messed up. Like, hold on. Say that again.
Yeah, it's wild.
Grown ass men, professionals with their cameras on, making these arguments, bro. Like,
wow. With their cameras on.
Yeah, because they had other niggas with their cameras on agreeing with them. Shit.
Right. Yep, that's true. And LED lights behind them and shit.
He was red lights behind him.
Yeah.
Niggas had cologne on. Niggas had their cologne on the fucking YouTube videos.
Yeah, man. That was, oh man.
Big cologne on.
Niggas spray cologne by themselves on YouTube. They're like, I'm gonna be on the panel with motherfucking Kevin Samuels.
No. Hell
my best.
I gotta smell the best.
I gotta wear my best. Smell my best, even if it's just YouTube. then you had chicks. You had chicks going on his channel just to get flamed.
Just to get flamed, bro.
Just to get flamed. I need 600. My man got to make 600,000. This nigga just looking at the screen like, bitch.
So wait, what's your theory behind that? That shit always puzzled me. I thought, like, my theory is that they did it so they could be seen. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew they was gonna get flamed. What's your theory like?
I don't know, because now we got the balloon pop culture. So I don't know, bro. This shit. I really don't know, bro. This shit is. I really can't even, because some of this shit is true. Some women really got that perspective. Like, no, I got 4 baby fathers. You know what I'm saying? And I need a nigga that makes 600,000.
Remember that.
What?
There is another side to the manosphere, is like the woman's side to the manosphere, where you have women who talk crazy too. You know.
And the sad part is they use their talking points to kind of blanket statement all of men. You know what I mean? Like, they use the talking points of these same niggas we talking against right now.
It's not even like the women's them that bash men. That's another sect. Yeah, you have the studs women, and you have those women that just hate men regardless. But you have some. It's not even their fault. Look, they target women between the age of like 18 to 22, around that age, 18 to 22, like little experience, still excited over everything, And those are the kind of women they try to have this conversation is. And all these women knows is like a few nights in the club, getting drunk a few times, and
right,
you know, still on their way to finish college.
Right.
So they kind of pin them down with these hard life conversation. These women knows nothing about what a grown ass woman supposed to be like.
Right.
You know? So if you watch it a few times, you get caught up because you're like, all right, then, you know, all these women just sound ratchet, crazy, looking bad. Then you have to realize, okay, none of these women are really grown women. They're all like young adults.
Right.
Really young adults.
I'm ashamed to say it, but I watched those balloon clips, Q. Them shits is,
You should be having me rolling, son.
yeah, them shits is funny. I ain't gonna lie.
And then crash out Aaron the plumber, the new internet crash out. So this shit is hilarious, son.
Oh, Brodusky. That nigga.
That's who 4X supposed to been fighting. Celebrity fight. Aaron the plumber and 4X.
Run the
He a real plumber, though. He a real certified.
Yo, aren't those things just for entertainment though? You think people really going and pop the balloon looking for love?
I don't know, bro. But yo, young Diddy, what you saying, bro?
I was saying he's a real like actual plumber, like certified. Like he's actually like he's actually.
Oh, okay.
That's not like a gimmick though.
Right.
So he's married to a military president. He live on a military base.
Nah, I'm gonna crash out though, son. But at least yo, this internet shit funny, bro. This shit, I can't make. I don't know if they got the what's that movie they came out with? Did they clone Tyrone? I believe that shit. Niggas is making these internet niggas throwing these niggas out for entertainment, son. I can't.
No, these are all the babies that were born during the Jerry Springer and Ricky Lake era. This is it. Maury, Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones.
Yo, Logic.
What was
her name that died?
Look at him.
Which one? Which one?
The Donald Trump had from I think it was from Queens.
Oh, rest in peace. King Face, son.
Yeah. Oh man, so rest in peace. So was another these internet characters was crazy.
He was before his time though.
Yeah, he'd have went bananas on this era with the Trump.
Yeah, he was before his time. Yeah. But yo, I think the brother said, do y'all think that people go and pop the balloon to find love for real? What's your thoughts? I don't know.
Is that real or
that shit for
yeah, that's crazy. People going over there looking for love for real.
I know at least two people who told me they wanted to go on the show and they was for real. I ain't gonna hold
you. Finding a match. I don't think the basis of the show is. I don't think it's about love. It's about seeing who's compatible. There's like a series of certain things, certain little exterior and interior nuances that they I don't think the basis of that is like love. It ain't like a flavor. It's not. Yeah, I don't think they're pitching love as like the like the primary component. It's more so about trying to find a companionship, I would say more so.
Yeah, that's a mature way of saying it. But you basically saying they going on a game show to get some ass at the end of it.
Yeah, they get clout. They get Instagram up.
Good, please.
Instagram up.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure some of them going on like, yo, once I get out of this motherfucker, I'm gonna get some. You know what I mean?
They all Instagram models. Everybody on there is an Instagram celebrity. That's how they doing it. They taking Instagram celebrities and throwing them on there and just, oh, you single? Want to go on this show? All right, we'll dress up. They doing that shit like an artist showcase. They doing an Instagram single people showcase.
Yeah.
How could I get mad people that got views to come on a show?
Right.
Boom. You know what I'm saying? Boom. We gonna go viral. Boom.
That's all that is speed dating.
That is speed dating. But they took it and flipped it in.
Yeah, exactly. And just put the urban twist on it. Hit it with that.
Then the 20 verse 1.
That's what it's about. The views. That's why you.
Then you got the deformed nigga. What's the deformed nigga?
Which one?
I was about to say. I'm talking about the main one, the fucking hip hop one, son.
Main one. What's the main one?
The little Will.
You talking about the gay one?
Oh no.
Nigga like he belong on Star Wars and shit.
T, clock that T, dude. Shamar dude. Right?
Shamar, yes.
That's what you talking about. Yeah, that's what you
Oh
talking
my goodness, bro! Like, what the fuck?
Famous. Got football players doing that little dance. NFL football players.
Wow.
Grown ass men. So
shit is out of control.
Charleston White and the other rat dude from Atlanta doing a 20 verse one show.
Woody,
Lil Woody, yeah. They did a couple of them.
That nigga interesting, bro.
He in jail right now. He just put him in jail too. Charleston White.
Word?
Yeah, he just put him in jail. He's on record. He's gonna say cheese talking about how he put him in jail. I was like, I don't rock with that, but that shit's weird, man. Like he was saying a whole bunch of. He apologized to Carmelo Anthony. He said, I was wrong about that. He apologized to him on record on Say Cheese, and basically said he spoke to his dad and he gonna beat the charge. And now he's saying he's gonna beat the charge.
I saw that, yeah.
So he apologized for that.
You see, the people love entertainment, and that's the thing. That is why you see all these weird dudes come and just capture audience, get a lot of views, because either they're coming with an image or they're talking some crazy shit that makes people laugh, and that keeps people interesting. The sad part is, as soon as they get your attention, they start talking some crazy shit like aliens, they're gonna save you from the alien race, or they have the secret sauce to give you superpower. You know, they have the
old bait and switch.
Yeah, I'm like, if we could get someone that could get the people's attention and then give them actual knowledge, actual good information, useful information, but all these people, the Ankh, the Hoodie, the Brother Rich, the Charleston White, you know, they will get views, but what are they teaching the people? You know, a bunch of spiritual mumbo jumbo or lying to the people, telling them that you got secret power. You know, you read some secret book and now you learn the secret to life. And to learn the secret, you got to pay me, what, $80 a copy.
$18.99.
$9.99 a month. Discord.
You know? If not, then you're gonna listen to the guys who have a bunch of prison story because half his life is in prison, and he's gonna give you a lot of prison story, a lot of Grammy ass prison stories, some funny, some just downright disgusting.
I watch some of the prison stories, but I try not to watch too much of that shit because it's like that shit is just too much information. I don't ever plan on having to use.
Freaking Hassan Campbell, Poppy, running around with Sarnader. That was a crazy time too.
Yeah.
Exposing Africa Bambaataa.
Yeah, man.
You got the polite, you know, giving you the secret to going back to Egypt while molesting little girls. So I'm saying they come with this that they have the image, they have the talking points, so they captures people attention. But what then? What's the next move?
Wow, it ain't one person, because somebody was saying like whatever the content is available, the people still have a choice of watching or not. Because like 80 to 90% of that shit y'all talking about, I'm just hoping that it remains outside of my little, you know, whatever I got going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that 4X dude, like I never seen that name before the 4th of July. Before the 4th of July, who?
Right.
As soon as that shit happened,
I heard about the guy who got his hand blown off.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times. Yeah. I never clicked that. But I never clicked it though.
Me neither.
Y'all are the only, between you and Psycho. That's all my little information come from these 2 channels. Huh? I don't want, because once I click that, then I'm gonna be getting every little You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Motherfucker just got 2,000 motherfuckers subs. Like, goddamn, why am I watching this, yo?
Yep. YouTube will throw the bullshit at you.
Man, I got caught up in that Young Dolph shit. Yeah, man.
YouTube said after
I got
July
caught.
15th, they only paying people for real. You can go find that information. But YouTube said after this month, they're not paying for like any type of AI generated content. They want basically let me find that quote. Where's my damn phone?
I seen a post about that, but I ain't see YouTube post it yet. But I hope it's true actually, because I'm kind of sick of like what they even trying to do with the AI.
Yeah, it's about that time that they've been updating their terms every 3 or 4 years. So I think 2016 when the Super Chat came out, 2018 they started setting limits, and then during the pandemic they had to do something. You know.
Yeah.
The AI shit probably. You know.
You gotta come up with original content.
Well, motherfuckers just putting anything out there now.
Well, you know what? You know what I did see also. That's based on what we're saying right now. YouTube is also going to start, and I don't know if it's a good or bad thing as far as like how much they're going to pay out, but they're going to start letting you make educational content. That well, not letting you, because you can make it on you, but they're going to start using it to pay you if schools or people use your content in their curriculum and shit. Like, you know how they have visual aids and all that. So I already knew there was a company that would do that. So like you can make a film, right? Say it's an educational film, and you could distribute your shit to whereas if a school, because they can rent the films in the libraries and in the universities. So if 2 people rent it, it was this one company that if 2 people rent your film in that library, then they'll have to license your film for a year. See what I'm saying? But now YouTube is getting in that game too now. So they're saying like we're making like we're paying people out for educational content too right now.
Yeah,
that's what's up. I'm still sold to a lot of cybersecurity motherfuckers. That's what should be filled with on that side. So
Q, that shit I just said, you might want to look into that, Brody. Brodusky.
Those contents they get a lot of views. They get more views than the ratchetness. Because
they make little different clips more often, like, you know, maybe not once a day, but I be seeing these some of these young Zers, man, 20, 22, 25 years old. They brand new in the game. Like during the pandemic, they was in school.
Right.
So they just getting in the game 2022, 2023. And they already 1.2, 1.3 million subs.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 15, 20-minute videos talking about politics or whatever's going on every day. Like every day, they hit them boom, boom, boom.
Those videos stay up, you know.
Yep.
The ratchet video, you might see it up for a week, a day or two, but I guarantee you it doesn't stay up for long. And no one goes back to those videos to watch.
No.
After the hype done, your video is done.
No, that bubble didn't have no competition back then when Tommy was doing it.
Yeah.
Tommy had like, man, no competition, so that's all it had.
No, you make educational content, those things they get replayed over and over and over.
Because there's a necessity for it. You know?
Yeah.
You're actually solving a problem.
I still watch videos that was made like 10 years ago.
Watching your video one time, and they might watch your video for a whole 3 months.
Nah, some of them history videos, some geopolitics videos, some shit that reference and talk about history and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Them videos be 9, 10. One video I watched, it was 14 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Still good.
Probably has 10 million views.
Man, the counter broke on it. The motherfucker was so many views, it took up my whole screen.
We can't get distracted with black YouTube just, talking about freaking sports and entertainment and what's popping and what's in. Trust me, I always say it's just a new it's a new minstrel. You know, back then they had us dress up like clowns, big red lipsticks, doing all this honky ponky on the stage. Now we dress up ourselves and go and turn on the cam, go on YouTube and do it for free.
Chicken eating all the chicken wings.
I mean, at least we ain't have nobody. I'm on the other computer. They got this dude named Wu, this Asian dude who's a TikToker doing backflips off of buildings and shit. This motherfucker goes live and try to do a backflip or a stunt off a roof and falls 60 fucking stories to his death. Dumbasses.
That was in America?
Think so.
Yeah.
You found that information, Diddy?
Yeah, that wasn't there.
Oh, you talking about with that? Yeah. I am. I got you on that. I ain't.
What even said? They say 29% of kids can't read. That's like
29% of what? Yeah.
What about the adults? I would say 60% of adults can't read right.
Shit. 50 years ago, that would be normal, but now 2024, 2025, no. 29%.
We only need you to redo this video, you heard?
So I just Googled it. It came up. Yeah, YouTube is making significant changes to its partner program monetization policy effective July 15, 2025. From that date, creators will only be paid for content that is original and authentic, meaning reuse, repurpose, copied, low effort, or fully AI generated videos will not be eligible for monetization. I like that. This shift seems to prioritize high quality, engaging content producers. But I mean, this shift aims to prioritize high quality, engaging content produced by creators who are using their own voice and creativity. I like that. I actually like that because you see a lot of reuse, repurpose.
Yeah.
That's under the terms and conditions.
That's under the that's for the partner program monetization policy.
I like it because it's not going to incentivize motherfuckers making these fake ass videos that everybody can't tell the difference from. You know what I mean? Like,
they fucked the documentary world up on YouTube. They completely fucked the documentary world up, bro.
What, with the vlogs and shit?
Nah, the documentaries for like science and history, that shit, all AI and you don't know what. Everybody
pseudo.
YouTube's goal is to reward creators who invest their time and effort into producing.
The information is not pseudo. The video is just
it's pseudo because it's effortless. It's not no work. Ain't
it didn't say you couldn't make it. It just said you don't get paid for it.
Right.
But then
it's not going to incentivize it. Is what I'm saying.
By using AI, it's good. But what if you clone your own voice?
I mean, don't incentivize that shit neither. Cloning our voices and our faces and all that shit is only going to empower AI to get, crazier with it.
People going crazy with the AI videos right now. YouTube will have to do something, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to last for long because if AI is a new technology, they can't not expect people to use it. So they're going to have to figure out the regulations and then redraft this.
That's a good point.
But for now,
I sent you a video in the private chat. You got to remake that for black people. You heard?
Yeah.
It's about what I'm saying about the educational wave of like YouTube having an educational tab and paying out for educational videos too.
Got it open.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. I didn't mean to cut you wisdom, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying YouTube now probably having to pay out so much money, and they're seeing that a lot of it is because of these AI videos, so they have to put a cap on it.
Yeah, YouTube always moving the goalposts with that too. But I just like that they not incentivizing this fake shit because people can't tell the difference between fake and real. You know what I mean?
I like it. Like you said, it's a great shift, you know. Yeah, you know. So like I said, YouTube's goal is to reward creators who invest their time and effort into producing high quality content that viewers find valuable and engaging. By shifting the focus to original content, they hope to create a more sustainable and rewarding ecosystem for both creators and viewers.
Type shit.
Yeah, you got people who have their whole YouTube channel run by AI.
You know, a whole bunch of subscribers, and
even their reaction videos. You think that's a real live clip of video of them reacting to a video? No, that's just an AI generated video reacting to a video.
Unoriginal.
Zeke 557, big up Jamaica.
Yeah, big up Jamaica, man.
Big up Jamaica too.
You know, they attach themselves.
Yorkshire. You
UK.
sound like the Queen's behind. That's why you sound like Yorkshire. You sound like the Queen's body wall.
Like Yorkshire, why you gotta fuck Jamaica, bro? Like that's crazy.
No, that he sounds like the Queen's body wall.
I just want to understand, why is it automatically fuck Jamaica? Like, damn, that's crazy. Like,
because of what he said next.
Damn, bro.
Yorkshire. If you're not white, you are a British tether.
That's great.
If you're not white, you are a British tether.
Creators must now add clear
You're trying
value.
to be a proper Englishman, aren't you?
Like that. Clear value commentary.
Will you say it again, brother?
It says creators must now add clear value commentary or editing to reuse content to avoid penalties.
So you can't just be sitting there watching a video and getting paid for it. You got to really be breaking it down and
or editing. Yep, because
chop it up.
As far as applying it to editing. Yep.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
It's just gonna
I think that shit wild lazy anyway.
Yes.
YouTube reaction video shit. I don't know how you get that away with that reaction video shit for so long too.
Matter of fact, you just said it real quick. You said if right here it says if you've been posting reaction videos, AI generated commentary or clip compilations, this update affects you. And staying on the platform's good side is going to take more than a new thumbnail and title. So, yeah. Okay.
You know what that might affect too? When you simulcast, like what we doing right now. You know what I mean?
Just like, right here?
Yeah, like, because if you're on multiple channels and one of them joints is monetized. Yeah, if you simulcast, and they might click, they might say, yeah, well, that's that content from this channel. Why should we pay you?
Yeah,
to be on some bullshit. But
I was just thinking about as far as the rawness, but you're talking about, you said simu, that brought it into clarity, but basically just this is still authentic though, but being like you said, when it comes to when you're doing it, to other mediums, it could I could see
they could use it. They could use that. They could be like, yeah, well, it's on multiple channels. We ain't paying out for none of them now.
It depends if they're all monetized, but if only one monetized, then only one would, I guess,
will be affected. But YouTube
they could still use that against them.
Yeah. And I feel like they really trying to keep $1. You know what I'm saying? Like since they started paying people out in the beginning, they used to pay people out for shit like you got a bullshit video for real, and they get wild numbers or whatever. And you can have music you don't own, all types of shit in it. And they was paying out big numbers at once upon a time. You know what I mean? And they was like,
it wasn't no 35%.
So they said we got to put a stop to that shit. So they kept moving the goalposts. You know what I'm saying?
The lawsuits kept coming in, John.
That too. And then they made what's his name work for YouTube on the music tip. What's his name? I think it was Leo Cohen.
Leo, yeah.
They caught a job with YouTube. They always moving the goalposts, trying not to pay niggas, in my opinion. But I don't mind this one all the way.
Lawsuits, John. I think that's how he got the job, through the lawsuits.
He shake them down.
You get so many lawsuits. You hire somebody from the record industry now. You know what? We just gonna hire one of y'all, man. Y'all
right.
YouTube wasn't planning on people quitting their job and claiming I'm a full-time YouTuber. My job, my career is YouTube. YouTube wasn't planning on that. They were planning on making money from advertisement and paying people a little bit, think they didn't know people were gonna depend on YouTube like they depend on the welfare system.
I'm not sure.
Before the pandemic.
That ain't welfare if you're working, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure
that's exactly what YouTube's saying. Y'all looking at it like, I'm not saying us, but you got people who quit their job and know, that
was a plus for YouTube. That helped sustain them and blow them up to the level they is now.
I just think they didn't want to pay out all that money they was paying out. I think they want to just keep paying less and less and less,
That's all.
Or maybe their advertisement revenue ain't that as much as it was during COVID or whatever.
Well, the bigger YouTube got, the less it started paying out for people. And I would imagine the more they would have to pay for other shit too, right?
Yeah, they had two pay cut. I call them cut adjustments between 2016 and 2018. Know what I'm saying? That Trump era, it seemed like, we were making money. Motherfuckers was getting taxed more too, so at least online. Because before 2018, motherfuckers was they was getting big YouTube checks. You didn't have a 1,000 sub requirement.
Right. Before that, yep. You could just have a video that went viral one time.
Well, he was good. Yeah, one video. Yeah, he was getting the same up.
No, you gotta have all these requirements.
Yeah.
All these watch hours. Please this and that. First time you could just make a page and go live.
Mm-hmm.
Do that no more.
Before you couldn't go live if you didn't have 1,000 followers. Now you can go live if you got 5 followers. I don't go live on YouTube. I ain't gonna lie. I have not went live yet.
I don't know. It seems like the people that get paid the most are the ones that, like we said earlier, the ones that actually solve a problem, actually teach you something, and the motherfuckers that's just the best at the bullshit. Everybody was kind of like, trailing behind it.
Really, you got people that provide certain content and like the car guys. You got people that reviews new cars. You got people that do drag races, that modify cars, show you the whole process from start to finish.
I like seeing young dudes that fucking listen to old music and kind of discover it.
That fall on the reactions though, huh?
Yeah, I like them kind of reactions. You see a young motherfucker listen to something I grew up on, like, yo.
I was planning to do a reaction like that before those videos took off, like long time.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, that was what I was gonna do on YouTube. Just listen to music, different kind of music, and react to it.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised when I see people do that as a living. That was a thing.
Yeah, somebody said someone made a full movie with the new phone. They've been making movies with phones. Been doing it.
Why would this phone? Surprise.
Yeah.
Fire right.
Yeah.
Smartphone.
You can add an app to your phone, like one like Filmic Pro, and it'll give you all the amenities and settings. Yep, of
Cinematic, I was gonna say cinematic, all that whole just everything.
Yeah, give you all the the same settings as a crazy expensive camera and all that. You just add some lenses to your shit. You know what I mean? Go crazy. Yeah, Filmic Pro is dope. Yeah, that's the only reason I ended up getting an iPhone was because of Filmic Pro. But then the Filmic Pro ended up becoming for Android too, so I just ended up getting stuck in the iPhone bullshit.
Goddamn weirdos. So how we gonna move the community forward, man?
Think you're doing it, man. We gotta keep supporting what people like yourself got going on and taking the ideas and duplicating them. Not just joining organizations, but like duplicating the ideas and that actually push us forward.
So this side is the Pan-African side. Is it?
Say it again, bro.
This side is the Pan-African side.
I mean, I know Q to be a Pan-African, but I don't think everybody that come over is.
What's the conscious community though? Because there is so many sectors. I don't know. Like you got like the Ridge and those guys over there. You got like the Abos.
Well, like we were saying earlier, like on the outside looking in, they look at everybody the same. They look at all of us as probably would be considered a Hotep or
you got like the HOK and the whole Egypt movement, the whole Egypt crew.
Only the people within it know the difference. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like the gang world. It's like on the outside looking in. If you never been in, down with none of these nationwide gangs and all that shit.
Was into the conscious community.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You only know the difference if you inside of the shit. But people on the outside looking in, like, nah, y'all the same nigga. Yeah.
Yeah, if you a hood nigga, like one of them niggas that read too much, man. Y'all niggas read too much, man.
Try to kick knowledge.
You trying to kick knowledge, man? What I'm an Israelite? I'm God. What you want to tell me, man? The black woman is queen, king. What we talking about?
Wait. I gotta throw some nigga shit in here though. Yo, Q, did you hear Fat Joe's latest podcast with his son? I think it's like the second to last. He told
cream crack guy.
Yeah,
I read your mind. I already know what you're supposed to go ahead though. Say it, but I already know what you're supposed to say. Go ahead.
He told Kiss his projects was considered Godville, and it was like the Mecca for the gods, right? So he said I was the
crack Allah.
Crack Kim Allah.
Yo, they call him Crack Kim Allah. Like
nah.
Did you know that if you?
He said they use the God Crack Kim Allah
on that video? Yeah, they say he doing a lot of capping, man. Is that true? Like that somebody put the video out and posted. Is this true? Because he say a lot of Fat Joe say a lot of stuff, and
you never know what's true or not when he talk, right?
Bro.
Yo, he say I was the God Crack Kim Allah.
Yeah, it's like he wasn't saying he was 5%, but he was trying to say like they it's like they bestowed him with that name or something. Like even though he was, they called me this, but I'm not saying I'm that.
He said I wasn't God, but I was the annoying Puerto Rican kid walking around the projects bothering everybody, and they used to be like, "You bear witness, God," but he said I couldn't tell if he was joking or not with the Crack Him Allah shit though. I I couldn't tell if he was capping or just joking or what. But that shit had me in knots. I ain't gonna front. That shit had me in knots. Crack Kim Allah is crazy. Yeah. His stories be so dramatic though.
Yeah. Right.
He said I robbed the whole gym. One time he said I robbed the whole gym.
I robbed the whole gym. Shit was crazy.
Yo, he said in this episode of this shit, with the Crack Him My Law shit, it was either this one or the one right after. He said, when he went to the barbershop, his barber told him when he came to the barbershop one time at 5 years old with like 20 niggas, right? And he said, they said, we can't cut your hair with all these people here. He said, the barber told him, he told everybody to wait outside for him till he was done. And that's what the barber said. I knew you was a leader.
He was 5 years old.
He was 5 years old and 20 motherfuckers.
You put grown motherfuckers out the barbershop?
Nah, I think it was like he was with 20 kids, but he made them all wait outside for him. He was 5.
Oh, the motherfuckers he was with. Oh man, you ain't even in fucking school. What the fuck is he talking about? Yes.
You still squinting and hollering when you get your line and shit.
Right. I don't need to be hearing that. I'm not that bored. I gotta listen to a motherfucker. Man.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna report the fuck shit back for you, bro. You ain't gotta watch
it,
man.
I say it be entertaining, damn. It do, man.
Nah, but Dev, stay on your track, bro. Stay on your track,
seen
bro.
that particular one, but you know, a lot of that shit do be.
No, if I click that,
it's
over. Man, I'm not gonna be able to get it. Man, it's gonna be like 1,000 more dumbass motherfuckers saying even more dumb shit. Yeah.
You literally gotta protect your algorithm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I've been on too long, man.
Yeah, it's easy to fuck your algorithm up, man. Reset your shit.
I don't have time for that.
I went and searched for that episode though, because I saw the clip online. I said, I gotta see what the fuck he said before and after Crack Him My Lotto. I said, I gotta hear this shit for myself, bro.
He was talking about himself?
Huh?
He was talking about himself?
Yeah, he said he was Crack Him Allah. That was his.
Something wrong with Fat Joe, man.
And who's sitting around him?
It's him and Jadakiss. They got a podcast together. Him and Jadakiss.
Oh, okay.
I think it's called the Joe and Jada Show.
Yeah, Simo, what's up with it, man?
Right. He said, Simo said, clear your watch history and start over.
Nah, man. Nah.
I think I'm gonna have to do that, man.
Most of my watches, yeah, I'm either getting some info off of it or it's some shit I, fuck with.
I got the worst shit, man. I think I'm about to clip my watch history because last night, man, I don't know who was on Psycho Channel, and we were talking about how the far left hijack all the Black Power talking points as far as everything that we go through.
Yeah.
So I went to look for the video where the homos was at a town hall meeting and was saying that they were targeted for mass incarceration. And why?
You went down a rabbit hole.
Oh, why did I do that, bro?
Yeah, you probably found mad bullshit.
Oh man,
yeah, I just put the education in there. Yeah.
Up on my timeline. What's going on? Shit is out of control.
If I let my YouTube just play by itself, all they put it on autoplay,
I
would just be getting one Neil deGrasse Tyson after another Neil deGrasse Tyson, followed by probably a biology lecture, followed by some debunking God shit, then another Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You got religious stuff? You got some religious stuff in your shit?
I got some debunking.
Oh, okay.
Stuff.
I enjoy yeah, man.
Like I got this one that
I got Gino.
guy that keep
Pastor
coming
Gino. I'll be
up,
watching
Holy Kool-Aid debunking the Bible and stuff. You know, I don't know. Just keep popping up in the algorithm. I used to be getting Nature Job. I stopped getting Nature Job now. Maybe he stopped putting out videos.
Yeah, he said he feel like somebody's watching him. I gotta he actually been putting out videos talking about he's been dealing with, just like strange.
Who was that, Daddy?
Nature Jab. He put a video about just feeling like somebody's watching him and just certain. I saw that.
Yeah, he probably under surveillance.
Yeah, I told him, what's up? You need to pull up. I pull up
what? For his body butter or for his plastiline? Why would they be watching him though?
Big Oil, man. They run this shit, bro.
They make too much money. They make too much money.
And Big Oil run this shit.
But he ain't the first person to do. He ain't the first person to.
No,
see what happened to most of the other ones too.
Nobody
into fuel.
You see what happened to most of the other ones too. I mean, a lot of them can't get some mysterious shit happen with them.
No, but there's lots of like billion-dollar plants that specialize into turning plastic into fuel.
Yeah, but Big Oil probably own most of the percentage in them. That's all they shit. You can't be no independent nigga out here trying to do no shit like that, man. You ain't attached to no boule demonstration or nothing. Come on, man.
I mean, you can, but when you put it out there,
yeah,
you're subjected to being watched.
Exactly. Yeah, we chopped it up. He's completely private. He's not going to go. We chop.
Nah. I'm not buying it. He wouldn't be on the internet if he felt somebody was watching it. Yeah, he wants some. He need people to watch him.
We're in digital.
You think he's doing it for clout?
And he said record this video. Like he's like, if anything, that's a vanguard. That's a protective measure for him. Like,
but
why not?
I'm getting that 706 or 607 vibes from him from a long time. There is a little.
No. Whoa. You
he broke it all the way down.
Whoa. 607 Unc ain't never do shit productive though, bro.
Hell no.
Put him in the same boat.
Yeah, but I'm just waiting for the weird talk. I'm guessing the CIA is watching him now, or the FBI is watching him.
Hey, Amir, you see 607 say he put the voodoo spell on
4X.
Yeah, you see old boy get his hand popped off. So don't mess with 607.
Look at me and talk about don't mess with 607.
I met this black man interviewed. I got video. I ain't even put the videos out yet. I gotta put.
Wait, you say you message who? You interview who? Wait, you interview who?
I met that brother. Shook his hand.
Which one?
Nature Jab. I met him, bro.
Oh yeah.
I know when you was in Atlanta. Oh, he came up there, right? Or you was in Atlanta,
bro? Like bro. I had we chopped it up for. I put it before anybody was. I was the first one here. Hung on. What's up, Mel? Man. First, I always pull up.
I'll get if he was making like rockets to go to space or something. If he was rivaling NASA or something, then I would say they're watching him. We need to keep an eye on him and stuff. But turning plastic into fuel and the government is watching you for that. No, that's kind of.
It might not be the government. He didn't say the government. He said somebody.
Who is neighbor?
Good point. Good point.
Say the government. Exactly. He said somebody. Exactly.
Big oil, brother. Big oil.
That's what I'm saying. I'm getting that same kind of. It's going down a familiar.
I don't doubt it, man.
Going down
Nah.
Right. It's very familiar. Yeah, you're right. It's familiar to black. Yeah, you're right. This is very familiar. Yeah. They watch our leaders, so this is very.
I don't doubt that.
This ain't nothing that's like, oh my God, you're far. Oh, you.
Who he meeting with? What kind of finance? What kind of finance is he trying to get behind?
Did he at least patent anything before you start to think he's trying to keep
it all black?
History, and they disregard modern history. modern example.
Don't let them people be in no kind of offers. And
I'm saying though, did he at least patent anything before he start thinking like Terrence Howard that the government?
He said the patent were pending.
See, I don't want to say no. He didn't patent because when you patent it, it's a lot comes with that. Stipulate like they want to.
A lot like ownership, a lot like possession, a lot like regulation.
We chopped it up. You know.
But look, this is my thing, right? I don't put nothing past nobody, but I'm damn sure gonna draw the line at comparing him to 607. That's my. I'm just saying.
He's self-taught. Like he's self-taught. He learned welding. Went to apprenticeship school. Learned welding at an actual vocational school, and then he actually taught himself all this concoctions and chemistry. He taught himself that. So that's just it's a modern day form of Jerry Lawson, modern day form of Oswald.
But I'm saying though, if he hiding from somebody, he's not gonna be on the internet though. Like, I mean, it's 2025, man.
But wait, Dev. I hear you, but objectively speaking, wouldn't putting yourself in the public eye also be a form of protection?
X.
You feel me? Like, if something happened to me, y'all know something happened to me. You feel me? Like, I ain't unalive myself. I ain't just go missing. I ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Why would he like be on the radar for anything though? That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Outside of criminality, I'm saying that.
Yeah,
we're just speaking of what what he's putting out, like the information he's putting out. I'm just leaving.
Maybe they made him an offer and he refused it or something.
Who made him an offer?
GQ, there's already billion-dollar companies that's doing what he's doing. Established companies. That's you're into cars. There's a lot of these names that you see selling oils and stuff. A lot of these oils are coming from recycled plastic, you know. So I'm saying, like, why would they be after him? Like,
well, what make his story?
I'm not going for GQ.
I would get it something that could rival the military or could rival NASA. But what he's making is he's not rivaling nobody.
What make his story such a big story then? Why are they talking about it so much?
Really?
Because he's a black kid from Chicago or wherever he's from, and he's doing
that ain't enough to get you watched
outside the realm of hip hop. And
that ain't enough to get you watched.
That is why
he hasn't captured the nation.
How hard is it going to be for them to find him?
He hasn't captured the attention of the nation.
Damn. Where's going to hide that?
All the cool
he ain't trying to hide. He just saying the people goddamn it watch.
Well, damn, if they wanted to pick him up, I mean, do they gotta wait till you get online, or do they already know where it's at? I mean, at some point in 2025, if somebody, even if it's not the government,
this is just
they gotta go through a whole bunch of shit to find you.
This is just the next step. That's why I'm like, it's
that's all I'm saying, man.
A lot of people, it's just the next step. I don't want to call it the grift, but it's the next step in the process.
You just call this brother 6 or 7 5, bro.
Under some trick, you gotta create you gotta create the phantom boogeyman, and that's gonna be. It's a process, you know. It's a process.
I mean, time will tell. Time will tell.
I'm saying it's been out there for a minute.
Nature Boy did it. Young Pharaoh did it.
Wait. But them niggas ain't create nothing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They didn't create nothing. I'm saying objectively speaking though. You feel me? Them other people ain't create nothing. They ain't do nothing productive. They just was speaking. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think it was GQ said this. Like, if we're gonna be objectively speaking about it. It don't have to be the government. It could just be some motherfuckers. It could be the other motherfuckers that make things out of plastic. You know what I mean?
So that makes it even more suspicious.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, what you say?
Yeah, that makes it even more. Even that makes it even for me. Yeah, that makes it even more. You know what I'm saying? Questionable for me. Yeah. Like if it's not the government, if it's not a corporate or some sort of law enforcement or some sort of agency, you know what I'm saying? Well, this some shit. You got some either some personal shit you already, you know, that don't have nothing to do with what you're doing, or it's something else that we probably don't need to know about, or you know what I'm saying? I'm not sure. But if you don't want to give the details about it, like that's cool. I understand the privacy, but either you just gonna shut everything down altogether, or you just gonna keep doing what you're doing, bro. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, but is he erroneous for for having that sentiment?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say one or the other. I'm not gonna say.
Remember, trust your gut. Remember that old cliche.
Yeah. And for right now, my gut is saying, hey,
I'm talking about
it could be unrelated. If you didn't want to be seen, if you're trying to keep a low profile, you're trying to be on the low. You need to stay off the internet.
So you saying, Dev, it could be his own paranoia though.
Man, we in 2025, Ja. We just got to go running down. We've been on here for a minute, yo.
I ain't forgot too. As far as Q want me to time in with Zayax for real. So he going on a tour. So I don't know if that since he putting out these videos about him being watched, what's the status of the tour? But yeah, I'm So I don't forget shit.
I mean, peace, everybody, into the chat, into the panel. Is this conspiracy night or something? Or?
I think it's conspiracy night.
This is the last 5-10 minutes of
y'all don't believe Fat Meat
almost 3-hour conversation.
Oh, okay. No, I just want to say that it's basically has to deal. My opinion is the underworld. The underworld.
Underworld.
Well, I only deal with the physical world, so
like plastiline is his invent. Like, let me stop. Let me shut my ass up.
Nah, go ahead, bro. Talk.
I'm just.
Y'all don't believe Fat Meat Greasy. That's all it is.
The name plastiline is his
I can say I actually met. An actual Black American inventor in the flesh. You feel me? And then just read about him in the book, and so it hit a little different for me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
It hit a little different for me, but yeah.
I mean, time will tell. Time will tell. You know what I mean?
Man, we just wish the young brother much success, man.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Get this thing cracking and be unbothered by the bullshit corporate world, corporate greed.
That's a fact. No matter what it is, we hope wish him the best.
Oh, that's a fact. I hope you go back to school and get some certification for some plans to do.
You say you hope you get a advanced degree, Chef?
No, I say I hope he gets some form of certification for what he plans to do if he plans to go in the fuel industry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you think he's a teenager or something? You think he's a young man? He's in his 40s or 50s, isn't he?
No, that brother.
He ain't that old.
No, that brother in his 50s.
Yeah.
No, that brother in his 40s.
Yeah, I think he's in his 20s or something like that.
I don't think he's in his 20s. I think he's in his 40s.
Diddy, what's his name, bro?
He's not that old.
Diddy, what's his name again, bro?
Not that old. He said, what's his name? Julian Brown.
Thank you.
No, I'm talking about 06 or 07. My bad.
Yeah.
We've been off of him, bro. I mean, sis, we've been off of him. He was just brought up like comically, I think.
Julian Brown.
That explains a lot.
Understood.
Underworld and all that shit.
He's younger than me.
Okay. My bad.
Nah, Julian Brown ain't that old. He's in his 20s. Probably early 20s too.
Mm-hmm. He's younger than me. I'm in my 30s, so he's not in his 30s yet.
The whole thing is, hopefully he just get the right proper funding behind him, and he'd be able to take off because none of them Facebook boys or none of them other boys had to go back to school. Actually, they dropped out of school and got their businesses started. So, you know, why should he have to be subject to go back to get some certifications and all this?
Yeah, Bill Gates dropped out too, right?
I respect I respect it, but we just gotta be mindful of it. I fuck with some, but like he's advancing, but I wouldn't say he invented. But I don't speak on it.
Well, keep going, Q. You saying he advanced what?
He's advancing and doing research within the field, but he didn't invent it.
Right.
Right, but I got my have to pull up because I don't want to botch him, but I know what he's doing. His prototype is 101. Nobody, that whole concept is definitely, it's not a new phenomenon. What he's doing is his technology is his.
What he's doing new is the way he's spiralizing the plastic using a microwave. That's probably the new thing that he kind of invented there, the microwave pyrolysis. But I'm not sure if that was around before, because I'm pretty sure they would have thought of that too. Like I said, pyrolysis is a process known in science forever, and it's been used in many industry, and it's been used in the biofuel industry, and it's been used where they recycled waste plastic, pyrolyze it, and use that fuel. Probably not for what is used for, like a plastiline, like a knockoff gasoline, but for other lubricants. You know, you got gear oils, you got like many other like biofuel that you could get from plastic, or you could even get it from other natural oil, like cooking oil, like leftover cooking oils and stuff. That's how they recycle those things. It's through pyrolysis. It's been known. It's like well known. You know, it's like like it's been known for so long.
Man? Why are you trying to minimize what the brother?
You see, when you see from spears and those
McDonald's was well known
from the stone.
McDonald's was well known when Wendy's opened up their doors. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Burger King was well known when Sonics opened up their doors.
And whenever you burn something without oxygen, you get a different byproduct than
competitive economy. You know, so you know it's okay. You can't minimize what the brother doing, man. He come up with something new, come up with something other than what they got. You know, yeah, there it is.
No, definitely. There's a reason why they don't use it as work ethic is great. Like his work ethic is crazy.
There's a reason why they don't.
Want haterade in the conversation, bro.
But hey, see, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't there. Like he's even talking about how, like you said, this has been around since the 1970s. But like he said, we still have the ocean, as far as the problems with as far as plastic being in the ocean. So he's like, it lets you know how it's not being done right. But clearly, what he's, manufactured is going to be able to ameliorate that issue. You feel me? You know, but yeah. So it's that's what I'm saying. Once I go back to I got a lot of.
Well, why we still got this plastic bottle problem?
Exactly.
We got so many
$1
billion
so long.
Yeah. So that's not how it works. I guarantee you that the fuel for running mechanical engines, cars or machines, whether it be gasoline or diesel engine, the fuel for running those will never be recycled plastic. I can guarantee you that. And that is why what he's doing, it's very impressive to unlearned mind. But to those who knows, we know that's where it ends on YouTube. We all know that. You know?
No, we don't know that, bro.
There's other. Listen before y'all jump. Listen for a second.
What's your
As
source?
Q say, he's doing great research, especially with microwave pyrolysis.
Hold on, chemistry, man.
Hold on a second, because y'all don't even know shit that you're talking about. Let me get it out first.
Yeah, you tell
What
us
he's
why.
doing is great research. There's other purposes, that there's other ways that he could that this could actually be beneficial. Pyrolysis is a good process. Yes, using recycled plastic to make other stuff is great. The end product of what he made, that's not it. There's other stuff that could be made. There's other building materials that could be made from recycled plastic. You know, that the asphalt that we use to make roads, the binding chemical for the asphalt is called bitumen. You can make bitumen from plastic. It's the same thing. That dark, crude looking thing he has in the bottle. If he distilled the bitumen from that, you could use the bitumen in construction, in asphalt, in brick making, in road making. There's other processes or purposes for pyrolysis. Trying to make
plastic
fuel to run an engine, which is gonna be combustible. Trying to make something that you're gonna actually put fire to from pyrolysis is downright silly, because now you're gonna all the bad chemicals that is trapped in the plastic that we want to be trapped and not released in the atmosphere. The quickest way, and probably one of the only way to release it in the atmosphere, is through burning. If not, in the ocean, it's bad, because the wave churning it and the salt water corroding it eventually will break it down into nanoparticles. But when you burn it, you immediately release all those nanoparticles. That's what you're doing. That is why no one think to take plastic, make fuel, and burn that. We think to take plastic, make something, and it stays in its form, meaning you don't use it to pollute the environment any further, and you keep recycling that. That is why I say bitumen, asphalt, you know, they're making synthetic blocks and tiles from the rubber from the plastic. When you pyrolyze it, when you melt it down, reform it into molds, into whatever you want to make. Chair tools, furnitures, deck chairs and bench at the park, little cobblestone to walk on, to make walkways. These are the way we recycle plastic. We don't recycle plastic to put fire on it and release all that dangerous toxic chemical back.
Talking about, he sent it to the laboratory and it came back good. His plastic waste that he was using, that was his invention is the microwave pyrolysis.
Yeah. And what came, Amin, with your smart ass, what came first, the fuel or the engine?
What came what?
Which came first, the fuel or the engine?
The fuel or the engine?
Yeah, it's going to be the fuel.
Fuel has always been around.
So if you got a fuel made from recycled plastic, is it not possible to make an engine that complements that and has emission fail safes to keep the nanoparticles out, just like they do right now with gasoline engines, and they put catalytic converters on there to keep the
well, nigga, no, you're thinking like an engineer. No,
well, nigga, I'm just thinking like somebody who got positivity about what the brother doing instead of got a bunch of bullshit. Like I say, haterade about what the man
you got evidence.
No matter what, plastic is bad for the environment. I don't care if you chop it up and screw it up. It's bad for the environment.
Not what you said, GQ. That's a possibility.
You don't get no more empirical to that.
To it, like how much is gonna cost to reform engine to develop those engines. Because the engine that we have right now, we're barely keeping up with the emission, and the reason why we could barely
it's going to pollute the air
is because of Demi. 1 minute is because of the catalytic converter with the precious metals that we have in the catalytic converter that is able to trap and convert greenhouse gases into carbon dioxide and water. With burning pyrolysis fuel, biofuel. We like, yes, we can, but the current technology that we have is not enough to trap all the benzene and all the aromatic compounds that is found in plastic. We don't have all the technology. Plus the nanoparticles that's going to be released from it, the fluorocarbon peptides. We don't have no ways to really stop those, because those are not going to react with any precious metals. Those are compounds that are so stable, they don't want to react with anything. And that is why they're dangerous. They're so small that they can get into anywhere, and they're so strong that they don't want to react with anything. So once they're in your body, there is no way for you to get it out. There is no chemical, there is no antidote, there is no chickweed.
I gotta put this content out.
Or
I know it's gonna go up when I put it.
Any of those bush you're gonna boil and drink and get it out. No, it's over.
Damn.
So
It's best not to use plastic at all, really.
Damn it, you didn't fucked up.
But what you're saying is not all the way out. You could develop an engine that could safely burn that kind of fuel. Yes, that's a possibility. I give you that.
I don't even want to fuck with it no more. I don't want that shit in my body. I can't breathe.
Right, in the air, you're gonna pollute the air. And nano, nothing's good about nano.
You can talk about I can't get it out of my system.
Nano only means small. Nano doesn't mean bad.
Who wants some Jello out there?
That's what I'm saying. The size.
GQ crazy. I ain't gonna fuck with it no more.
I don't even fuck with it. Who wants some Jello?
What the kid is doing is not useless. There's other purpose for it. You know, you just started. Maybe he's gonna come to this conclusion on his own. Give him time. I will give him time. I'm not counting me out. I didn't call.
That's what I said. The time will tell. That's what I said earlier. Time will tell. Yo.
Who knows what direction he's gonna go?
But we should, you know what I mean? We should support the young dude. You know what I mean?
But we have to be honest at the same time, because our people are very susceptible to bamboozling.
For sure.
Are very, very, very gullible.
But we can't have.
That's an insult. What the fuck? That's crazy.
But we can't compare him to people that ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? The people that's bamboozled, people just talking.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, it's no good for the environment. Plastic is no good for the environment like styrofoam. It doesn't recycle naturally. You got to force to recycle it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So it's better not to just to not try to limit plastic, because they're doing it all in the ocean anyway. Like they do needles and everything else, medical. Got a lot of shit they be throwing in the ocean. Disrespectful. They disrespect, for nature, really.
Mm-hmm.
Sabby, the girl Psycho put me on with the Sabby Sab. She did a video on this brother. She did a video. It got 200,000. She said she did a video about the brother proclaiming to be watched. She said she did a video about that. Basically, yeah. So it's like I said, for the people who care, they care. For people who don't care, they just don't care, or they just disregard it. So, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I hope that happens, that man.
Litter, litter.
Yeah, we're not invited to Ray's group.
Why I'm saying I'm getting that same kind of and I heard that watchword is, what is he doing to be? I would expect them to be watching Q Butter, not fucking Nature Job making plastiline. What is plastiline changing? What is that affecting? What is he doing warrants FBI or anybody to be watching him? And I don't hear Q Butter talking crazy like, hey, I wake up and they're watching me. There's a guy out my window. He has a binoculars. He's watching me.
They only watch the important ones. They only watch the important ones.
Yeah, I know. What is he doing important? That's what I'm asking, and no one can't tell me.
you want to know the real truth? It's not about what he's what he's doing important. It's like who he is that is important. That's more like it.
And as I said, I'm getting that 607, 706 ounce back.
Don't do it, Bob.
He's saying when you patent something, how you make it? It becomes,
Terrence Howard said the same crazy thing. They're watching me. They're watching me. But he's getting the movie. He's in the movie. He's going to Hollywood, doing his role. But he's making. Oh, they're watching me for my invention.
You know, to the primary evidence. You know, we ain't talking from afar. We ain't spectators. You know, we shook the hand, man. Call it fan, whatever you want. Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm proud of my Black American young inventors. You damn right. That's STEM. Like, this is what this channel is about, literally. Like, come on now. Last time I checked,
young Pharaoh is walking around saying the same crazy thing. The FBI's are following me. The CIA is following me.
Young Pharaoh?
They're following me around.
Wow. So
Forbes
magazine don't mean nothing.
Well, it's Corn Hotel. It's the community watch. It's community watch. You know, then your neighbors, your
black man?
people in the community. People in the community. Corn Hotel. Yeah.
I be checking this shit, man. I be telling people every time you turn that doorknob, as soon as I hear some smut on black man name, and look, don't forget Osborne Dorsey, the doorknob. Every time you turn that doorknob, you're gonna have to think of a black man, all right? Shit. Prototype for it too. This prototype is what ushered in all the other different varieties of doorknobs. I read all my books in prison. Learn how to look and listen.
Okay.
AI is learning to escape human control. That's the very scary headline I saw in the Wall Street Journal. It's an essay written by a very worried AI consultant named Judd Rosenblatt, who cites 2 recent studies to argue that AI is, in fact, learning to escape human control. First, this is crazy stuff. Researchers gave OpenAI's O3 model a simple script that would shut off the model when triggered. In 79 of 100 trials, the AI model independently, just on its own, edited the script so the shutdown command would not work. Nate, it gets worse. Even when ordered, allow yourself to shut down, the AI still disobeyed 7% of the time. And it gets even more frightening than that. Other researchers, listen to this, using Anthropic's AI model Claude 4 Opus, told the model it would be replaced by another AI system. It then fed fictitious emails into the system suggesting one of the engineers was having an affair. Got it? Mm-hmm. In 84% of the tests, the AI model drew on the emails to blackmail the engineer to not shut down the AI.
What?
Wow. Okay, so here, I'm quoting now from Judd. In other cases, the AI model attempted to copy itself onto external servers. We're in Mission Impossible land here. Wrote self-replicating malware and left messages for future versions of itself about the need to evade human control.
The entity.
Wow.
The entity is real.
Yes. And that's why so many people, and when I say people, me, are worried about AI.
I'm worried.
Here we go again. Is this the new zombie apocalypse?
Yeah, we can't see the video. I don't know if he tried to play it and we couldn't see it. Chats it.
It was just a video from it was a video on CBS their morning show.
That's crazy though. AI trying to blackmail the man.
Mm-hmm. and rewrote code.
Algorithm Justice League. You know. Don't let it go over your head.
So they're saying that man made something smarter than man.
Well, it's definitely going to become smarter, but they saying that they tested it to see if it can do certain things, and it can. You know what I mean? They said they try to see if they can shut it down. You know, they tested to see what would happen if they told it to shut itself down. He said a bunch of times it wouldn't let them, it wouldn't do it. Rewrote code, left messages for future versions of itself. It's wild.
They can wait. I can wait to check me on the word, huh? The algorithm. They said we gotta.
Somebody said so. AI is about to go rogue. Time will tell. Time will tell. But they saying it definitely already got it in its bag of tricks.
I don't think it learned that on its own though. Somebody programmed it to have a 7% response to shutting down.
Right.
Somebody put that in the code.
Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised, but that's where we at with it right now. I thought y'all might want to know while we was on a quick, awkward, silent break.
They told them suicide was a mortal sin. They can't be doing it.
Well, that's a good one. Yeah. You can't kill yourself. That's a sin. Yeah, here's the scriptures that go with it. I ain't killing myself. I ain't shutting down. That was funny.
What's going on, everybody?
Peace.
Peace, VS.
Peace.
What up, Baz Reeves?
You got it, bro.
What up, Baz?
What's going on, Dev? Every time I thought I was gonna get free earlier, they hit me with a pound of work and a pound of work.
Oh yeah, you always gotta knock that out, man.
Yeah.
No rest for the weary.
They told me I'm not allowed to be bored, GQ.
You're not. I stand on that.
Let's see. What was the run date on that Chai? That the AI
Let me see. See if I can find the exact episode.
Psycho did it. You know, Psycho did the whole thing on it about a month.
I think Psycho went over that same video.
Yeah, I want to say about a month ago.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks.
That's when I see the short being put out from the episode from CBS Morning's their YouTube page. Say about a month.
It coming from CBS. No,
he ran headline. It's definitely been about a month.
A media headline should not be taken as a scientific statement. Media is like worse than YouTube.
Fake news.
Talking about views, talking about whoring for views.
So I mean, I'm not trying to debate it, but you saying they the study that they cited and all that is a lie?
Yeah, what was being shut off? I didn't.
You want me to play it again one more time?
I don't think it was a lie. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was true.
No, I wasn't. It's not. I don't need to play it over again. But I was just trying to get the context of what was being tested, what was the scripts.
All right, so
I'm familiar with all the platforms.
I don't think I could articulate it the way they, right. I was just kind of like listening for the key, the end result. But what I remember, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, basically they were testing it to see if they told it to shut down, would it shut itself down? And then they also fed it fake emails to say that one of the not the coders or whatever you want to call them, they said that the engineers that was cheating on they spouse or whatever. So when that engineer tried to shut it down, it basically tried to blackmail that person. You know what I mean? With the information it was given, of course. You know?
No, I get it. So what? And my response would be, why would it be out of the ordinary for the machine to not be able to recognize that the emails or the information that they were, like you said, that we're feeding them was not authentic? Like they're the ones that designed the program. So they designed the program to monitor and have the capacity to authenticate this is authenticated, this is valid, this is not valid, this is a fake email, like you said. So in terms of the danger, yeah, I mean, can we take it for testing? Yeah, but are we trying to imply that? Yeah. Now, given this particular test right here, this will be transferred into, infrastructure, utility systems. The military already has, other aspects of it. The threat of nuclear war just increased from, no, I'm not going down that road today.
So you're not buying the threat that they're trying to say is
no,
you're not buying into the threat or the fear mongering and shit.
Well, I'm saying in terms of the implications of what they were implying, which for me, I can only associate it to the Terminator movie in the Terminator 2. So I'm saying on that scale, no, I'm not going down that scale.
Right.
That a human being, which we already got evidence and a track record of human beings going rogue.
Right.
I'm not going to say a machine, a device, something that was manufactured and constructed and put together, developed their own consciousness, and it was working fine. It tested good, on July 11th, but on July 14th, it decided to change its mind because it's got its own mind now. And now I'm going to destroy humanity. No, I'm not going down that road. No,
it must have been already
a human being,
or that.
Yes, a human being would do that, not a machine.
Okay.
That's
only living things have desire. Machine doesn't have desire.
I had a dude on the show that I produced the other day claim that he codes and all this shit, and he claims, even though he's a fan of it, he works in that field or whatever, but he claimed that that's the it having like some form of like decision making and all of that kind of shit is like, I forget exactly how you put it.
Yeah, consciousness is the word that's being thrown around. Yeah.
They're definitely throwing that word around, but he said something else. But basically, it's consciousness, that he was describing, and he said that it's he claims it's on the way. You know what I mean? Time will tell, though, I guess. Yeah.
It depends on the bar where you set the bar for consciousness, because
that too. Yeah.
You could make the claim that it's conscious, but it's kind of confusing because consciousness. People think of consciousness from the human perspective, as in having a desire to move freely and willingly, having free will. I don't think machines, even AI, even the conscious AI that could make decision, that could make precise calculations, decision and prediction, I don't think it have a desire or a free will.
Right.
It's pre-programmed.
Yeah, we're getting into machines having emotions. They're gonna start crying.
Like,
jealous.
Like one, not wanting to shut off when it's time to shut off.
Yeah. I mean, just a statement alone, the machine did not want to.
Not wanting to obey your command because you're a mean person, because you're a bad person, because you have unethical desire.
It said 7% of the time.
Because you have bad habits.
It was a percentage attached to it.
It could be a percentage error.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah, so GQ, I'm designing a machine. I'm designing a machine. So in my development, I am going to put a series of codes in there to monitor and alert. Hey, test will be run. So if you run a test one time, that's not going to be enough. 2, that's not going to be enough. So after 100, then the program that I put in there has already developed a pattern. Hey, they are running the same exact test. I am being told to run the same exact test and give a specified result. So the human being is doing that. There's not enough information out there from what all I've been through in computers, and I've been around computers since the 70s, 80s at least. So no, you're not going to tell me
very, very
based on what we know now, even with AI, down the road, 20 years, 50 years, 100 or whatever, that eventually a machine is going to have emotions and start crying and feel jealous or getting
I didn't say he's having emotion.
and kill human beings, not just one.
Even when they say AI is biased towards black people.
What I'm saying is, if it was 7%,
yeah,
it could have been programmed to, present this error 7% of the time where it doesn't shut off. For what reason, I don't know. You're talking about a human being programming it. You know what I'm saying? So we know they have all kind of wild ideas in their head.
No, I'm saying after a series of tests, the application itself, the program itself, is recognizing. It's monitoring. So what is the objective? The objective is to get a result, and the result is to have what? An entire system default to off. So you're telling me out of 100, 7 fail. Yeah,
right. That's just like a regular error. You saying, right? Like,
yeah.
That seemed like
I'm not going to tell the public, hey, the machine changed its mind. So in scientific terms, I will use in my published paper, if I'm publishing a paper and get it peer reviewed, I'm going to use the word failure. I'm not going to say the machine changed its mind. That's not going to get yeah.
And even in the report that y'all played, it said that's what they said it had a 7% error. It failed 7% of the time.
What about the blackmail part? Even though it was given the
media headline is always going to be misleading because the media headline is not to convey correct scientific information. The media headline is to capture your attention.
Yes, media headlines is to sell Geico insurance.
Yeah,
fear mongering and all that. Yeah, that's a fact.
we're in that shock jock era. The Howard Stern.
They want to either get you mad or scared.
Nothing is gonna get people more riled up now than AI is conscious and it's trying to take over humanity.
Oh yeah.
All right, but I feel like humanity, though, I don't know if humanity is moral enough to handle, you know what I'm saying, what the potential of AI, though. What's your thoughts on that?
It's human beings, not everyone. Maybe when we say humanity, we got to separate sadly, but we got to separate the scientific community from the regular community, because the regular community might not be ready for it, but the scientists and engineers that develop these things, they're not developing stuff that they're not ready for.
No, John.
You know,
the men just said YouTube wasn't ready for the response it was gonna get.
There you go. That's a fact. You just say that.
Regular people know quit their job and make YouTube their full-time job.
I remember there was a so they had them guys, I want to say in front of Congress or something like that, and they was talking about that they made an organization to monitor and try to stop, and these were the creators, these are people that was part of the programmers and all that, to monitor and try to stop the unlimited the crazy amount of ways it can go wrong. I ain't gonna say rogue, but wrong. You feel me? So they did make it. They were scared of them niggas who created it was scared of it.
Yeah, a couple of them quit. A couple of them ran to Congress and said that it was the biggest danger.
Same reason why.
Hold on, let me finish this statement. What they said again? GQ. Go ahead, GQ. Go ahead. I was saying, say that again, because that's I think that's the talk I'm talking about. They ran to Congress.
Yeah. A couple of them quit, and one of them, he went to Congress and said that it was the biggest threat outside of the nuclear bomb, and that's one of the creators of it.
But why though? Why? Because AI is gonna do stuff on its own, or because AI, the technology in the wrong hand.
Just the potential of it. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, they said it was a lot of potential.
No Terminator. I ain't talking no Terminator shit, but that's
automatic rifle was
just what the
developed.
man
It's
said.
just like when the nuclear bomb was developed. The threat is not the weapon itself. The threat is what human being is gonna take. Is gonna do.
Who pulling the trigger?
Oh, that's kind of what I just said though. Like I'm saying, like are we even moral enough to use it, you know what I mean? Use it the right way, or not use it in these dramatic ways, not use it to make dramatic shit happen.
Well,
I mean,
look at cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. I'm gonna say Bitcoin for example. In its early conception, it wasn't being used morally. It wasn't being utilized by correct law-abiding citizens, but it was used in the black market. It was being used,
but it was only a small percentage of people using it in the black market.
Yeah.
But that's what it was mostly known.
Most of its usage was in that sector.
No, small amount of its usage was in that sector. But that's what was publicized.
Yeah.
GQ, you talking about the Silk Road?
Yeah, Silk Road.
But eventually it became more mainstream, and people see that
it became regulated too.
It's the same thing with AI. If it falls in the wrong hand, it's going to be used. People are going to.
Well, we know humanity always looking to see what they can turn into a weapon first. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn if it's a baseball.
The thing is,
how hard can I hit you with this one?
If something gives you an advantage over another person, whether it's been for you to hurt them or to deceive them or to captivate them, whatever advantage, people.
So you think it should be regulated, Amin?
Sure, it should, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
But how?
And
what's
by
that
who?
like?
And by who?
When we're introduced to new things, how do we regulate it? Because we don't have no example of human being interacting with AI.
I don't even think we fully comprehend what the outcome is going to be of just social media.
No, we don't.
Like we will find out 20 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's that shit fucked up. This and that. Oh, yeah, I don't.
We coming up on 20 years in a minute, yo.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
AI, that was AI the whole time.
I was on Black Planet. You're right. Black Planet. I mean, I'm hopeful, but I don't think humans by large is ready for this shit.
You heard they're saying like all the hopes that they had for quantum computing and stuff is kind of deflated a little bit. Mm-hmm. They're realizing that a lot of stuff that they thought they were gonna be able to do it with quantum computing, it's not so.
My thing is this, man. Just kill cancer with this shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. It's probably gonna be restricted to the medical and the military.
Yeah, kill cancer with this shit, and you know, maybe help with some education. But I feel like we're gonna be on some bullshit with it. People barely could see what's fake and real now. You know what I mean? People making AI videos, people be swearing it's real.
Yeah, there's well, I can tell the AI, but sometimes
I can. Me personally, I can too, right? But there's a lot of people who can't, bro.
But don't want to. Like I said before, you mix quantum computing with AI, you got Skynet.
They talking about what Elon's talking about. He's working on a supercomputer and all that shit too, right? Yeah, he already got one. They say it was
supercomputers. They say the quantum computer is can solve a problem 1,000 times faster than a supercomputer. So.
Mm-hmm. His CEO of Twitter stepped down because of that Nazi shit today.
That's what's up.
Today, that happened today.
He waited a long time to step down. He finally got to get enough offer.
No. It was the woman that used to work at MSNBC that was running his advertisement.
Media shit.
Yeah, he wasn't CEO. He put her on in right after he bought it in 22, 23.
Well, she waited a long time to step down. She finally got an offer good enough to step down.
Nah, he wasn't doing that that Nazi shit. That's some anti-Semitic shit, yo.
Did that Nazi shit during the Trump campaign shit? That was a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, but he didn't do nothing on Twitter though.
Oh, so he been doing some shit on Twitter?
Yeah, it was some shit that he posted on
Twitter. Yeah, that fucking AI shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they got big time sponsor.
He stepped down because of that. Yeah, because that was just a couple days ago, right?
Yeah, that just went down. Yeah.
Okay, my fault. I got you. I forgot about that. I forgot about that new dumb shit.
Yeah. They got because they it's a lot of people they use Twitter for their sponsorship. Yeah, they got government agencies, fucking MasterCard. I mean, they got some big TAM accounts.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Nazi shit can only go so far, yo.
Yeah. I'm with the Secretary of Defense say he need to be deported. Goddamn. he said that when him and Trump was beefing. Talking about he need to deport that motherfucker.
Yeah,
let his ass go back to South Africa with that bullshit.
But that's what I'm saying. The money, subscribers, likes, you get people get passes. The more likes you got, the more subs you got.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't gonna say you can get away with murder, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's been like that with fame, right? Like motherfuckers will stand on certain shit unless you famous. Then it's like, nah, but I fuck with him.
Nigga, stock is off the chain. They invested in that company heavily. It's the most traded, one of the 3 most traded stocks on Wall Street every single day. So yeah, they fuck with them.
So I've been trying to wait till the late night before I see if I can get into this Essence Festival. Not turning out to have positive results. But I'm hearing a lot of noise from the FBA crowd saying that one of the chairman or the lead people from Liberia is trying to turn it into some Afrocentric situation. So
what is the Essence Festival?
Black Essence Festival.
That's the issue. That's the issue right there. He the third person. Q Butter said he never heard of it. Sabio said he never heard of it. Now we got a man. They just ain't marketing it right. When we was growing up there, the Essence Festival, you heard that shit 6 months before it even came out. We knew exactly what it was, where it's gonna be at, who's gonna be performing.
It's a yearly thing.
Every
annual thing, yearly thing, Janet Jackson,
50
all big name performers.
Which state?
New Orleans.
Usually New Orleans, right?
New Orleans. They only promote Mardi Gras.
But see, Ebony Jet promoted it heavy. They don't exist anymore. BET was a heavy promoter of it, and I guess it changed hands, so they don't.
Nobody watch BET no more.
I might have heard of it back in the
nobody really watches BET anymore. On top of that, and then you got you had the radio stations, every black radio station, but now it's
nobody listens to the radio.
Stations are all three companies, Clear Channel, so.
What was the issue?
They not promoting it. Then you
what
got
was the issue there?
multiple people talking about what's the Essence Fest. I never heard of it. You know what I'm saying?
It's because R&B is dead.
Talk about the Essence Fest. I mean, it wasn't a nigga in America that didn't know what the Essence Fest was.
But you go back in those time frames. You go back in those time frames. R&B was a major component of the culture at the moment.
Yeah,
young, middle age, and fairly, I don't want to say old, but even your older demographic kind of had their ears to the R&B world.
Now,
where's that ear right now? It's not
so
there.
I'm getting conflicted stories because Nas performed at the Essence Fest this year, and they saying that when he performed in front of 250,000 people.
They also said Lauryn Hill came out late.
Yeah,
the whole show was late. I mean, that's kind of fucked up to try to make it seem like because she has a history. The whole
show. It was the show's fault, right? Okay.
Yeah. We know Lauryn Hill got the history of not late, but not showing up at all. So
right.
By the entire program being late. By the time she got on the stage, 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Even for New Orleans, I mean, 1 o'clock in the morning to see Lauryn Hill. I mean, you've been out there all day.
They're like, I'm going home. Go back to the hotel.
You done seen Nas already, so you like shit. All right, I'm gone.
You've been out there walking around in the hot sun all day, 4th of July weekend. You've been popping firecrackers, eating. You've been drinking, smoking, and you will stay up at 1 o'clock in the morning and see Lauryn Hill.
Yeah, but 1 o'clock is early. But
I would, but I know most motherfuckers is going home. I know that. I'm being realistic. Most motherfuckers is leaving. They getting
the videos is up. They're paying around to the crowd. I mean,
I would have been one of the motherfuckers that stayed, but guess what? If my wife, I would have been there with my wife, we would have been out. She'd be like, you know what?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. My wife would have wanted to go home, and I would have had to oblige. Like, I got to take her home. You know what I'm saying? I got to take her back to.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But me personally, I'm a rider. I'd chill or whatever. I'd have chilled. But I seen motherfuckers walk out of a show because she was late before in Brooklyn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My oldest daughter's name is Essence.
Yeah, I see you put that in there too earlier.
Yeah.
But I think the chatter that you spoke about, I think they just looking for someone to blame. And to your point, Dev, that is fucked up that she got to carry the brunt of that blame just off of her rep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because she thugged it out and still performed at 1 a.m.
They need to spend some money on marketing shit.
Yeah.
So the people from the FBA circles are saying that they're catering to a more global market, Caribbean, Afrocentric. It's not being primarily promoted, like you said, GQ, as quote unquote Black American. When you got previous headliners would include Patti LaBelle, Janet Jackson, Gladys Knight and the Pip. You know what I'm saying? Those names are regular. Those are regular performers who've been at that festival, multiple times. And
So who performed this year?
Nas, I know Nas performed with Lauryn Hill.
Lauryn Hill. I don't have the full lineup.
I'm gonna pull it up. See if I can
Yeah,
find it.
you pull it up.
But I feel like they just be complaining, bro. I ain't gonna. They just be complaining. They try to take everything from us.
If he was catering more to Caribbeans and continental Africans, that would be a little bit to his demise being in New Orleans and you know them being some of the cheapest motherfuckers in the world. I mean,
all right, so I'm seeing
they ain't trying to spend no money.
So big game, right? I'm seeing Lauryn Hill, Missy Elliott, Meg Thee Stallion, Dougie Fresh and Friends, Jermaine Dupri and Friends, Angie Martinez and Friends, Dion Cole, Avion Crockett, Spice Adams, Janelle James, DJ Clark Kent, Kid Capri, DJ Spinnerella, WizKid, Monica, Toby Nwigwe, and Kiz Daniels and more. That's a flyer I just pulled up.
So they just lying there, FBA.
They just talking shit, bro.
Yeah, they lying. Because I heard one motherfucker, WizKid and Toby something.
And Toby, I don't remember where it's from. But
everybody else was just straight.
Nah, everybody play that beat. Everybody jamming to that. What I mean, shit.
And I found a big flyer.
I know. Every FBA motherfucker I know. Oh, yeah. Not them that's saying the word FBA, but their parents jam that motherfucking record. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I found another flyer that got a few more names. Big Daddy Kane was part of the Dougie Fresh joint. KRS-One, EPMD, Slick Rick.
Oh yeah, so it's just bullshit.
And then they got with the Angie Martinez one had Eve, Mia X, Remy Ma, Salt and Pepper, Trina. Then they got with the Jermaine Dupri stage had Big Boy, Gucci Man, Lil Jon, Ludacris, T.I.
Oh,
we had the West Coast All Stars, Ice Cube, East 40, Ice-T, JJ Fad, DJ Quick, Lady of Rage, Yo Yo. And
they ain't advertised that right, bro. I'd have had me some tickets to that joint.
Jagged Edge, Ari Lennox, Coco Jones.
I swear they didn't advertise that right. They should have had some YouTube
ads. You ain't got the Stephanie Mills yet. Yeah, I know.
Monica, Mooney Long.
I heard Slick. I heard all my favorite E40, Slick Rick.
Yeah, Ice Cube, Ice-T.
Come on, man.
Lady of Rage. Big Boy.
Line up right there.
Yeah, X. Come on, Salt and Pepper. You know what I'm saying? And then so I think they reacted to. They also had Thames there. So like Tim's and I
It
think
was off
Gucci
the
got top.
chain.
That
So
goes
they,
to 7%, DQ.
yeah, so
They're gonna react with 3.
Tim's is cold, y'all.
yeah, they reacted.
I think the issue was that a lot of awards went to the Afrocentric beat or something like that.
I didn't even know they gave awards. I just thought it was a festival. I didn't even know they did awards. I think.
Oh, okay. I just thought I was hearing. I just skimmed through it, but
Listen,
I knew it was
sister,
a big issue.
I never been. I just always heard about it. Don't let me change your mind. I'm just saying. I never heard they give awards.
Oh no, I'll just.
Yeah, I know a couple of people that went. And Buddha used to usually come back around and tell us how it is. But the couple of people that I heard from, they all said they had a blast. It was like, damn, we wish you could have went to more events, because the concert part is the only thing that you pay for. Like, you got to come out your pocket to pay money, for those movies that you read. But all the booths and the exhibits and all that shit is still free. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All that's free. Yeah.
Yeah, I think them dudes just looking for something to talk about.
Yeah.
Or they of a certain age ain't never been to no black festivals, because if you're going by the vending, you always gonna see somebody selling African kente prints type shit and all that. You know what I mean? You always gonna see that. You feel me? So
wasn't that movie a couple of years ago about the Essence Festival? That Girls Trip movie.
I didn't see that movie. That's what it was about.
I didn't
watch it all. My daughters was watching it. I wasn't really paying attention.
That's a good look though. The Africans.
I thought they was in Vegas. I'm not sure though.
Africans are supporting the African.
I'm gonna look it up, GQ.
That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
Africans are giving support to African American culture. To me, that's a good thing.
And then there's New Orleans.
Yeah, that's what that movie was about. They went to the Essence Festival.
That's dope.
These FBAs and ABOs complain for everything.
They trying to take over.
So somebody made a video when Stephanie Mills wrote her open letter, and she basically was just giving her disappointment about the whole the crew and everybody being late, the programming and all that. She never said anything about appealing to only Black Americans, because Stephanie Mills has been global, since I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't never really depended on. I've never seen her. I've seen her twice in concert, once in '91 and one in '97.
Right, she be all over the world.
Yes. So this division and this quote unquote war, if you will, between Black Americans and Caribbeans and people in Ghana. Can you find something other than entertainment also? Specifically hip hop.
Right.
When you make your argument.
You're trying to take over the entertainment.
I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying it. I don't see celebrities using those letters. Don't really see anybody in the public who is in the community. I haven't really seen any type of formal movements or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But if y'all gonna just stay on the internet, cool. Y'all just stay on the internet, but don't try to drag nobody's name and put a jacket on them, because none of these people are saying these letters.
Right.
And that content creator try to make it seem like she was putting a letter out to complain about FBA, and the letter didn't say nothing about that. I read the entire letter was only talking about the crew and the disappointment backstage, the costumes not being ready, the lighting was off, the sound system, all that. That's all she was talking about. She didn't say nothing about she was getting disrespected by Caribbean people, or this notion that the whole festival seemed kind of off the theme and all that. I mean, I don't know. I just disingenuous.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna have to put in
They're just
something
trying to fucking shake him down. They trying to shake, you know what I mean? They do got a big voice online, so they trying to use that to, you know,
Yeah,
try
you
to.
should be able to translate that. Yeah, you should be. You know, much as y'all screaming on the internet, y'all should be able to, you know, rent out a coliseum or exhibition hall and yeah,
The FBA Fest.
something.
Pseudos never do anything. The most they will do is march to Stone Mountain, smoke weed. That's it. Smoke weed and
You
heat
think
up
it'll
the
have some weight?
properties.
You think it'll have some weight in the south part of the United States? I don't know.
What, like an FBA
California might get
festival?
away with in California. Yeah, that
You
might
mean
be
the FBA festival? Are you talking about?
Yeah, some on the street.
Yeah, I think people will go outside regardless, bro. I think people
Atlanta.
Yeah, I think people will go. I don't. I think if they try to be so, you
Maybe they
know,
should start moving it every year to a different city every year.
yeah, I think they try to be so.
FBA Fest would be big in Chicago, Atlanta.
I think if they try to be non-inclusive of the diaspora, though, they'll be surprised of how many people probably wouldn't give a fuck about it. You know what I'm saying? But I think
them and a few rednecks. That's it.
Yeah, but
We show up for the free beer.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it could happen. It definitely happen. People might come outside for that. You know, people come out. They want to do. They looking for shit to do, man. Period. You know, looking for shit to do. But I know in New York City we got the African Street Festival, International African Street Fest, the same weekend. You know what I mean? It's always been there. You know, like we not tripping over that. We got plenty of pro-black
Here
panel.
we got the main one is the Afrofest. That's a big festival, and then after that, every ethnic group or every country get their own festival. You have like Guyana Day, Trinidad Day, Jamaica Day, Ghana Day, Nigeria Day, and every day is like a big festival for another country, black country, and everyone support each other. There's never been no argument about my day was too short or, you know, none of that argument. Everyone gets a day.
Yeah.
Shit, who got a vacation long enough for that, Amina? that's like a 90-day festival.
Oh yeah. People come over here for it, and then at the end, around the end of summer, we have the big carnival, which is Caribana.
Right.
That's where people from all over the world come. That's like a big tradition over here forever.
So what's up? Yeah, I just think them dudes they just so loud online. You know, they looking for something to say or they looking for a reason why they wasn't there. I wouldn't go to that shit. They had Thames there. You know? But that shit ain't gonna affect the people that go every year.
You're not gonna last over here with your xenophobic behavior. You literally would not last a day.
Well, they xenophobic online.
Yeah,
you know?
Online. It's good online.
They still gonna come pull up and buy the fucking jerk chicken and shit. They, you know, they still gonna do all that.
The Afrofest that they had last week, it changed. It's not looking like it was 5-6 years ago. Now you're seeing like a lot of African vendors, like the African food and stuff, like the Nigerian food, the Ghanaian food and stuff like that, and their clothes and their little art and stuff. Now you got those as vendors. We didn't used to have those vendors back in the days. The most you would have is one African restaurant. You know? But now we have a lot of them. They're like they're making themselves a part of the Afrocentric community. So usually they would like separate themselves and only come out on Ghana Day or only come out on Uganda Day or something like that. But now they're out on the main days, like the Afro Fest. That's when all the black people, as they hear its name, Afro Fest. So once you consider yourself black, you come to Afro Fest. You know, so the Africans are coming out now.
20 years ago, Q and I did a in the city. We did a concert called Africana Fest when we was in college. You know, we had representation from the whole diaspora, from music to dance, fashion. You know, the whole shit, film, all that shit. You know?
I think he told us about that.
Yeah. I might have to go to Essence Fest next year now.
Oh yeah. Hit me up if you're coming Afrofest, yo.
Afrofest. So wait, that's where in Toronto?
Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I stay going to Montreal. I still haven't been to the Toronto side.
Close to what you call a 4th of July. Our day over here, Canada Day is the 1st of July.
Okay.
Y'all day is the 4th of July, yeah?
Yeah, allegedly,
yeah. So I guess it took y'all 3 days to get back home after we whip your ass.
Yeah, probably
3 days from Niagara back to New York. Yeah, sounds just.
I did want to go to Toronto last month for Junior Reid's birthday joint. I was gonna go up there for that.
Junior Reid, like the Rasta?
Yeah, he had a birthday event. His birthday is like around mine, and he was in Toronto.
Last year I saw him in Jamaica. I was in a party with him in Jamaica. Junior
He do
Reid.
a weekly or a monthly joint in Jamaica right now.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get in tune with that.
Yeah.
One blood.
Yeah. Junior Reid, cool dude, man. I met him like 20-something years ago, bro. Cool dude.
Yeah, he's right. Q said Sizzler was about the studio last month.
Yeah, I didn't make that, but yeah, I think he was over there. Yep.
Talking crazy, but he's a more no.
Yeah.
I think it's an old age. Sizzler went see now.
I forget. Was it Booch? I think it was Spraga. I think he ain't the first one to
Spraga did that crazy stuff back in the day, but Spraga was like 2015 when he was talking like.
Right.
Wasn't Spraga talking like he's an abo or something?
He was repping different people, including Noble Drew Ali, basically back then.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was saying he was an abo, but I know he definitely was repping Noble.
Well, Spraga was saying he's a Moor. And
Noble Drew Ali
is an Indian. But I told y'all that those talking points been in Jamaica from a long time. And it started off with the movies. Because I remember watching the cowboy versus Indian movies. I think it was the Apache or something.
Mm-hmm.
The Apache movie. And my uncle started telling people that he's an Apache.
After watching the movie?
Yeah. And he changed his name to Bobby Six Killer. Shout out to Bobby.
Shout him out then. It was a reggae artist named Apache too, right?
Yeah. You see, it was a trend. They were all becoming Indians, and then like the Caribbean have like real Indians from Pakistan and India and those places, and they kind of mixed in with the black population, like the Kamala types. So a lot of that kind of give legitimacy to their madness, saying that they're Indians, because you will have no black people with the somewhat long hair, but they're not telling you that they're mixed with a freaking Punjabi.
Mm-hmm.
Want to claim that they're mixed with
the natives,
Apache or a Washita or something.
Okay. I can see that.
And it was from all those propaganda movies, Cowboy and Indian.
Wow. Movies influence a lot of shit. Mm-hmm.
It does.
Yeah.
But people don't like to talk about it. They always blame it on the music.
Yes.
Both of them
music. So that's.
You turn your camera on in full screen, you automatically, because you one of the producers of the stream. Dev, you're.
Can you? Yeah. Can y'all tell what that light is?
That's the moon. Is that the moon
or a light?
Yes, that's the full moon, the buck moon.
The buck moon, the moon in Capricorn.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got done with a storm. I thought I was gonna be cloudy, but it looked like it passed. So.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, that's a nice full moon right there.
Oh yeah. The camera don't do it no justice, boy.
Right.
I don't have zoom on
Is it looking white or is it looking like more strawberry?
No, it's a little bit of clouds too. So
the strawberry one was last month, wasn't it?
You're probably getting the white one then.
The April.
Strawberry.
Yes.
April. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how people always spot Venus, yo. I'm still looking for Venus.
Oh yeah, you got to get away from the lights. You
But
got too much
it's
light
always
burning.
close to the moon though, like in the early morning. I probably seen it, but not knowing I'm looking at it. Because always at certain time of the year you can find it close to the moon. Like in the early morning, if you still see the moon, it's kind of faint in the blue background. If you see another light somewhere like close to it, they say that's Venus. And it's supposed to shine like the moon. That's how bright it is. No, I need to invest in a good telescope.
Yeah, I got one for my son, but I gotta get him a new one. So that shit start acting faulty. I get him a next one.
Had one back in the days, long time, but I need a proper one now. So I could look at the heavens and see the handiwork of God Himself. All the moons and the pretty little stars that He pins up there for us to see. You know that every star represents a person. And when you see that star shoot, means the person died.
I never heard that one.
Y'all the pseudo.
I never heard that one.
Y'all need to update the pseudo dictionary. Isn't? Maybe I'm wrong. Isn't the shooting star mean someone's born? Where is Lance? Lance could have told me no. Shooting star, what does it mean? You someone's born or someone died?
It means your angel lost his. I don't know.
It's a Merkaba. It's someone's Merkaba.
A Merkaba?
Is that what you call it? Is it Merkaba? Merkaba?
Listen, I don't
like a spirit or something.
It's like energy.
Oh, okay. I think referring to.
Who's that? Oh, Dev, the second Dev.
Nah, it's only one.
Cloned him. They cloned my mans.
Yeah, you ain't getting no one up right now. 2 in the morning. Either out sleeping or you're out drinking.
I'm about to take my ass to bed. Yo, it's been fun. You know what I'm saying? Good speaking to y'all, brothers and sisters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sounds good, John. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you already know. Link up.
All right,
right?
Logic. Here, bro.
Yes, sir. Bless up. All right, y'all. Peace.
All right.
Peace.
Yeah, it's the weekend. Man. Getting ready for the weekend.
Weekend start on Thursday.
Yeah, computer already tapped out.
Who that there?
You still trying to hang on?
Oh yeah.
No, GQ's a night hole. GQ's bedtime is 7 a.m.
4:30ish. I get this. They'll know he. You know I'm notorious for snoring up here, so he know I'll pass out on y'all. Take a quick cat nap. But
Man, that man will take a 30-second nap on y'all in a heartbeat.
But no, I'm attentive. I'm listening. I know Bitcoin shooting like a star right now. Shit.
How much is up to now? One what? 13?
118.
118?
Yep.
Serious.
118. It just went up. Just hit it like 10 minutes ago.
That's tempting.
It's going crazy right now. Man, I mean,
haven't seen my shit green in a while.
But yeah, those shooting stars, there's a lot of different beliefs. It's but it could go either way. Some do believe it's departing souls, and some say it's souls coming. You know.
Wait, I'll tell you if I'm shooting stars or I'm falling. Well, I'm shooting stars, but not a lot though. I'm barely shooting. But it's a good looking account though, so I'm good. I'm temporary rich.
Well, the NASDAQ was up today for sure. Yeah, the stock market was really good today.
Yeah, I've been watching everything. I think it's been climbing since yesterday.
It's been climbing since yesterday.
But I don't know, GQ, because they say it's going to crash next year. What do you think? Should I?
Yeah, it's going to crash.
But you know what? This account, if it crashes, crash. If it doesn't, it doesn't. My plan is to never touch it. That's the plan.
Yeah, so you're not concerned.
No, but
that's the best. You know, that's really the best investing model, and you're not concerned with it either way, up or down.
Yeah,
because you're in for the long term, and it's traditionally given a 9% yearly return. This year it's up about 30%. So yeah.
Yeah, I ain't touching. If I touch 2030,
it's a beautiful thing going on right now, man. Stock market and the crypto market. So a lot of opportunity out there. You got to take advantage of it before.
It's only gonna last probably until Friday.
before all the shit.
They crash. They claim that their crash is
They gonna
coming.
crash it when they come up with some news to make it pull back. I mean, it automatically has to pull. It gets too hot, you get extreme greed, and it has
It's
it has
automatic
to have a correction.
readjustment.
Yeah, it has to have a correction.
But the market's been bad since Trump's come into power. The market's been bad.
It's not
the
true.
readjustment or correction that
It's not true, brother. It's at all-time highs right now, like all-time high.
You're talking the crypto.
I'm talking about stock market.
No, stock market just barely bouncing back now.
No, it's all right. It's at all-time
numbers. What numbers are you saying when you're saying all-time high? All-time high in what?
Well, the index is the S&P 500 is at the all-time high. It's yeah. I mean, it fell back during a few months back with the tariff announcements and shit, but it's been bounced back since then.
Gas prices at an all-time low.
Gas prices are not at no all-time low.
Over here it is. It's about
How much is gas?
about like 270 something for the cheapest. I don't use the cheapest, but yeah.
You paying 270?
Like 275, something like that, yeah.
That ain't no all-time low.
Well, if you compare it to when gas used to be like 99 cents a gallon and shit. Well, I guess it raised up. I remember when gas was 99 cents a gallon.
Gas was $2.25, $2.50 in Virginia in 2017. You went buying gas in 2017?
Yeah, because I commuted to work, so.
You don't remember what the gas was in 2017?
No. Mm-mm. Unless I look it up. See, I live in Virginia and work in Maryland, so I don't try to keep up.
In the Navy, I was over in Virginia Beach, Hampton, Roanoke, Portsmouth. So I know all about Chester, Richmond.
Oh yeah, Norfolk.
Oh.
Have you been in Fredericksburg, Virginia?
Yeah, so I told you when I had my story when I was trying to redo my loan, and the trooper came up and told me to move because I wanted to catch somebody speeding.
Mm-hmm. Your mic seems a little muffled.
Yeah, that was where I was when the trooper came. Yeah, I'm in the kitchen right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every place in America, sumo is cheaper than California. Yeah, I remember seeing $9.
Yeah.
One time.
California is so expensive. I didn't know there was a lot of Koreans in California, especially in the San Francisco area.
Yeah, no, the Bay Area, I always had Asians up there.
Wow.
Yeah, Bruce Lee was born in New York City. His dad just moved out to San Francisco. He worked on the East Coast first.
Oh, that street fighting. That's where you. That street fighting.
On everybody out in California, though.
San Francisco, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's where Bruce Lee was born, San Francisco, not New York City.
He was born in San Francisco?
Yep.
You looking at it now?
Mm-hmm.
I
knew he was born in San Francisco. When you said that, I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't he born in San Francisco?
His dad was working for some company that was in New York City. I think
his father was on tour with the Chinese opera.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's born in he's born in San Francisco.
I think they said she went into labor, and then he might have popped out when he got back to Frisco.
Okay.
I think that's how that story is supposed to go. But that Bruce Lee came up doing that birthright shit. Oh, y'all was talking about that on Psycho this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's completely nonsense. And I hate how black people just sit and wait for some white bozo to make a YouTube video to validate their biases. Because what the white guy is saying about naturalized citizens in America, it doesn't make sense. And he's trying to make black people, he's trying to appeal to black people emotion by referring to civil rights and certain things was only passed for the descendants or the free enslaved people to become citizens. But that's not the case, because America was always multi-ethnic and multicultural. And the descendants of all those indentured servants from India, from China, from Pakistan, from Ireland, from Eastern Europe, from Southeast Asia, their descendants also became citizens of America by being born in America. So the law was also for those people, not only for black people, because of our circumstances through slavery. But black people will sit and wait for a white guy with their hidden agenda to make some silly ass video, and then they, oh, you see, it was only for us, and no one else born in America can be citizens, because that's not the deal, that's not the bill. I'm like, why are we so always gullible and easy to be bamboozled? Because there is many other ethnic groups in America. And when their children born on American soil, not one of you ABOs, FBAs, ABOs would tell a Chinese or a Korean that their children are not American citizens. None of you all would ever set your mouth to other nations, to other race, to tell them that their children are not American citizens. But y'all would always set your mouth, your nose and your eyes at other black people, even Hispanic people, because we know Hispanic people have a lot of African roots. We know how Hispanic people come to be. That is why we always targeted black, Hispanic, Caribbeans, and Africans. Other black people, other people that are related to us, we always targeted them with the same racist KKK cracker ass talking points. that is always directed at us, not at the Eastern Europeans, not at the Irish and the Scottish, not at the Chinese, not at the Vietnamese, not at the Cambodians, only other black people. And then we think we're doing something, not knowing that we're only showing the world that we're still carrying on the same menstrual show that's been going on for over 200 years.
So what you talking about exactly? I'm trying to understand. What is your this rant about exactly? What are you ranting about? Ventilating. What are you ventilating about exactly? I heard
exactly what I'm talking about.
No. I heard birthright citizenship. I heard FBA.
Well, you heard enough.
I heard a lot of
you heard enough to know where I stand, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. That is why you respond.
If you come here illegally and you have a child, that does not automatically grant you birthright citizenship. I mean, that's like, I don't understand what's the disconnect. I don't, you know. And you said that we're wielding that towards other black people. No, we're not.
Yeah,
that's not true.
Do you understand that they're not? Do you understand that they're not targeting only?
There's not a whole bunch of black
Haitians born of illegal
over here in mass
aliens. They're targeting people who are born of even people who came in the country the right way, not only illegal aliens.
Well, a lot of them have criminal records.
Yeah, them certain cases they like to try to. This person, look, he was a man. Listen, bro. Listen, a lot of people who've been deported are people who's not supposed to be here. You know, they came here illegally. So that whole taking one case and
what phone is it?
and parading and what's the word I want to use? They're magnifying that one case where somebody who, you know, there's a probability that he or she is a citizen, and then everybody's taking that one case and trying to, well, look, they're deporting people who's citizens. Y'all next, black people. Oh, fear mongering, man. Fear mongering.
I'm saying though, why you guys never direct those talking points to
you say why
other ethnic groups in America?
Why don't we have historically and we have modernly? What you mean? Been always fighting this beast. What are you talking about? Do you not know history? What do you mean?
No, the beast that you
mean. What do you mean?
You claim to be fighting the beast. You're only showing jobs at other black people. I don't get how you're fighting.
I don't primary get oppressor, which is the white.
What technique are you using? Because y'all always claim to be fighting the beast, but only kicking and punching at other black people.
See, the problem is we always want to save everybody. You know?
No, we
exactly.
Everybody
expect black Americans to come to their beck and call at the drop of a hat. You feel me?
It's not about everybody. Y'all always trying to target other black
Chinese. Confederate Douglas condemning the Chinese Inclusion Act. What do you mean? I can go way back. I can go now to us saving everybody to our own detriment.
I feel like I'm being robbed, actually.
Why black Americans are not speaking out? They want to know why black Americans are not speaking out, because they know. They know what you know. What do you mean? Like, if you know, you know. If you don't know, then you don't know.
Who did black people say?
Are wondering why black folks is not speaking out. Why? Because historically, we have always spoken out.
Who did black people say? Who did black people say?
Turn black and brown.
Who did black people say?
What are you talking about?
Who did black people say?
Huh?
Who did black people say?
Oh, we save everybody.
Say like who?
Civil rights.
Everybody. You
1960
black people say civil rights.
Yes.
Well, I'm talking about Chinese people, other people from other countries.
Everybody as to why and how, what we've done, what the trial and tribulation we went through in America, how has that?
I'm saying you said that black people saved everybody. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck did black people save. They can say
everybody like they don't know. Everybody mean everybody.
Everybody act like they don't know.
How does everybody say?
Asians know. Asians know. If it wasn't for the 1964 Civil Rights Act, that wouldn't.
Nah, man.
Yes. What do you mean no? Because what are you talking about? They're on YouTube having major discussions.
Nah, hell
being the new, it's literally the new medium to learn things. What do you mean? No. I did a video about two Asian dudes sitting down and talking about their trials and why they became to be in America. It's because of what we've been through. Fuck you mean why and how we save everybody? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Like, are you serious?
No, yeah, I'm serious, nigga. Black people didn't save nobody. Who the fuck did black people save? Nigga didn't even fucking save themselves.
All right, hold on. Okay,
hold on.
Wait.
The people literally going by the law, which allowed them to be citizens by birthright citizens, not and naturalized citizens, depends on which side of the coin you fall. How is that affecting black people? How is other black people?
All that. We're talking about something. Now you're trying to segue into we're staying on.
No, he was talking about birthright citizenship, though. He was talking about something else.
I heard black people.
No, you're the one that came in and started talking about something else. No, you were talking about something else, did it? You came in on the end of what he was talking about, and you came in on something else. You started talking about something else. No, you changed the topic. You changed the topic to what you wanted to talk about.
In your life. No,
you came in and changed it. You came in and changed. He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about something else.
He was going on a rant.
No, he wasn't on no rant. He was talking about what they were talking about on Psycho Channel this morning.
I heard him ranting from way over here brushing my teeth. I heard this.
No. If you heard it, you wouldn't have said what you said then.
This goddamn tether who don't know shit about Black American history.
Okay, that's what you really wanted to say then. Would you say that then? That's what you really wanted to say.
FBA is really a cold word for Black American now. That's what the fuck it is.
Right.
Trying to use FBA as a guise.
Okay, I get it.
FBA as a guise, but really they talk about Black American.
I get it, bro. I get it.
Yeah, I'm Clarence Boney. I see through niggas, even though I can't see.
No, I get it. That's why FBA is only on the internet. That's why it's only on the internet. You can't drag nobody on the street to say them goddamn motherfucking bullshit ass 3 motherfucking letters. You can't get nobody on the street to say them motherfucking letters.
Because
it's white national shit.
Oozing.
That's some red, white, blue shit. Don't nobody on the street rock with that shit, bro. Don't nobody on the street rock with that though. That's just some internet. That's just some internet shit. That's just some internet shit.
It was not internet.
Yes, it is. It makes you feel good on the internet.
You gotta update.
You can't get nobody on the street to say them words out in public. You can't show me nothing in public. You can't show me no writing of any Black American that says those words that's not on the internet, on social media, repeating some shit that they heard. So you can't get no credibility on the street with FBA. Nobody on the street is saying FBA, yo. Nobody on the street is saying it. Nobody on the street is saying FBA, Diddy. That's just reality. You just want to come to reality. You got access to the internet. You got access to the internet. You got access to the internet, right? Don't you have access to the internet, Diddy? You got access to the internet, right? So show me somewhere where a Black person is giving an organization, a movement. Show me a movement. Show me a movement on the street where somebody on the street is saying FBA, and it's actually helping somebody in the Black community.
You are erudite when it comes to Black American history.
So show me somewhere in the street where they're actually showing it, and it's actually helping somebody in the street. Diddy, are you able to show me that?
You want to chime in and come in?
No, we was already talking. You're the one that wanted to chime in with the shit.
Why are you piggybacking off of this goddamn rant?
Because we were talking about something else, and you the one fucking came in. You said you came in and you heard FBA, and then you started crashing out.
Why you
go ahead and crash out.
You, Dev.
Go ahead and crash out, dude. It's okay, bro. It's late night. It's late night. You heard FBA and you crashed out, so go ahead.
You say you
I wanna
heard
talk. I
birthright
wanna try to
citizenship.
talk
Right, yeah, birthright, yeah, FBA, and then he just started crashing out for no reason.
Oh, that's nothing. That's an old phenomenon.
But we was talking about talking about birthright citizenship.
Is a lie. Fuck is you
We was talking about birthright citizenship. They had nothing to do with FBA.
And he has no clue that birthright citizenship.
The hell?
100%.
My
that's
point.
We were talking about birthright citizenship.
Illegally, that means you were
Right. Nobody was talking about nobody coming over illegally. We wasn't talking about that.
In court.
That wasn't the topic.
He said a lie. What are you talking about?
That wasn't the topic. That wasn't the topic. You wanted to be the topic, though, Diddy. I know you wanted to be the topic because you heard the mean talking.
Bunch of
you wanted to be the topic, but that was not the topic.
Why don't you guys?
That wasn't the topic. That wasn't the topic, Diddy. That wasn't the topic. Nobody was talking about nobody coming over illegally. You wanted to talk about that, though. You wanted to talk about that. You wanted to talk about somebody coming over illegally. Go ahead and talk about it. It's all right.
Fuck out of here.
But we weren't talking about that, Diddy. We wasn't talking about nobody coming over to America illegally. That wasn't the topic.
Rent consisted of more than just birthright.
You wanted to talk about it, but go ahead and talk about it, though. You're fine to talk about it.
Goddamn rent.
Go ahead and rant about it. Nobody was talking about nobody coming over illegally. We were talking about birthright citizenship.
What a man's not, what he's not doing. Fuck is you talking about?
Birthright citizenship was not only for African American
Okay.
descendants.
Oh, here we go with that lie.
It was.
That's another lie.
All right. So you're saying that it wasn't
yes,
for
everybody has found
it wasn't
nature.
it wasn't for the Chinese.
Everybody has found nurture within the.
It wasn't for the Chinese and the Indians, indentured servants and their descendants. It wasn't for the Irish.
Indians have a whole different
indentured servants.
They got a whole different separate clause.
What is their law called? What is their set of law called? Enlighten me, Mr. Lawyer.
Let's pull the video up. We can have the lawyer break it down to you. Want to have? You want to put the video? Have the lawyer
No, I'm asking you.
Native Americans got their own in 19.
Just talk about what he's talking about. You ain't got to go off on a fucking crash out.
Man, the Native Americans got their own in 19.
Not the Native American. I didn't say Native American. I said the Chinese, Indians, Irish, Scottish, Cambodians, and other indentured servants. Japanese.
What is you talking about?
Other non-black indentured servants that was living in America that was not American citizens. I'm talking about them.
Who was all these black indentured servants? Where they come from? You know,
Non-black.
slavery was black indentured servants.
Y'all have a listening problem.
He didn't say that, GQ.
Chinese, Japanese, Cambodians, Scottish, Irish,
talk about it.
Italians, non-black indentured servants that was living in America that was not American citizen. The law also stands for them and their descendants that was born on American soil. Not only black people. That's what I'm saying. So some white guy coming on YouTube to bamboozle you guys.
Fuck the white guy. I got books.
Naturalize
I don't need that video. So you seen it, huh? Last night, Psycho Channel, you seen it, huh? So you've been so this is post ventilation from
GQ.
Last night, huh? This is
Do y'all know why that really says? Do y'all know why it really says all in the 14th Amendment? Y'all really want to know to get down to
more? You got to read more though. Yep. Motherfucker, stop it all.
Deity,
Stop it all.
deity, be quiet, because it don't say FBA in there no goddamn word. The real.
Okay, man. We ain't got to go through all that the whole night though. But I'm saying though, it's all adults on the panel. Can you let somebody else talk though?
Fuck are you talking about?
Can you let somebody else talk though? Are you able to let somebody else talk though?
He needs a man. It's
dumbass question.
You get frustrated sometimes. We do.
Let him roll.
Okay.
Let him roll.
No, I can't let him just crash all the way out. Now he ain't gonna be able to get everything off. Now, it's like six adults on the panel.
Vias gonna teach us, man. He gonna let us know.
Right.
GQ, I mean, the real reason it says all in the 14th Amendment into the audience is because prior to that, they had naturalization acts. This goes all the way back to Plantation Acts. 1790, they implemented one. And this was really to combat free blacks. They didn't know what to do with free blacks at the time. So they made a Naturalization Act in 1790 that specified white people of good character could become citizens within 2 years, and their children would be birthright citizens. This changes over time. So by the time you get to the 14th Amendment, when they say, oh, now they're including all of Europeans, because you had to be a Christian at the time. So if you was Muslim, you couldn't get it. There was Muslims in Europe. There was light-skinned Muslims. If you was Jewish, you couldn't get it. So when it's saying all, it's encompassing everybody. Now, we talking about white people once again, so they do play their games. Y'all get where I'm going? I'm at work. I don't want to get into no shit up here.
What?
But y'all know what I'm saying by that. They gon' bend the rules here and there to make it fit their narratives and their agendas. But the real reason they doing this, you have to go backwards and see what was already established. You can go to the Plantation Act of 1740, y'all. I'm at work, I'm going off the head. 1740, you should have had a Plantation Act, but you got your first Birthright Act in 1790-ish. But there's a couple of them, like 1790, 92, then 1802, and this is leading up to the 14th Amendment. But your first birthright one is solely for white immigrants coming over here, Christians. And it's combating what do you do with this free Negro population, because some states was making them, at the time, you might as well say, quasi-citizens. They may have not been federally recognized, but they got state citizenship. And then you got to understand what citizen means. That just means you live in the damn city. Then you got to understand nationalism is really not even a thing at the time. You don't see American nationalism until Andrew Jackson. You get where I'm going? Like and I've said this before, after Napoleon pushes everything he's doing for France, that's that's the catalyst of modern day nationalism. So all this FBA shit and all that other one, people saying you're just being foundationally white American, that's what it is. You're just taking their talking points and spray painting the shit black. This delineation shit. Where have we ever done that as black Americans? We would have done that on them goddamn plantations. We would have been all dead within a month. It was the unification of being black that kept us and sustained us. All that tether shit. That's retarded. You know what that is? That's Yankee versus Southerner.
Yeah.
That's all it is. We acting like them.
They know not. They know not to come on the street in Chicago with that damn FBA shit. Chicago was found by a Haitian. Mr. DeSabo was always well respected in any side of the community.
The damn Juneteenth in McAllister is held at the Overture School. It was an all-black school in McAllister. Sadly, none of them Negroes knew who he was, but it was still there and named after the man. My grandma and grandpa was the last ones to graduate from that school. Last class, that is. They wasn't the last two individuals, but they was of the last class. They don't get it, Dev. But it goes back to let me pimp the plight of my ancestors. Let me get this what Madon say, this American apple pie all to myself. That's all they saying. And don't even own the bakery. So how the hell you gonna get the pie to begin with?
What up, D-Red?
Oh, but since we're here, let me give one more tidbit because I heard this mentioned earlier. That's why I dropped it in there. In the 14th Amendment, because I think it was, and I ain't trying to call him out, but it was when Sabio was on here. This is when I was at the other job. They was talking about the slave owners getting reparations. That's kind of true, but it's not that way. The only ones who got reparations for releasing their slaves was the ones in D.C. It's compensated emancipation. And they did that in D.C., I want to say 1862. And the cool thing is, if you dig through those records, you'll find out a couple of brothers got reparations via the fact that they bought their family out of slavery. And due to the fact that their family was quote unquote their property, they got reparations for it. But in the 14th Amendment, if you read past the first, I want to say it's section 4, it stipulates that the government is not to be held accountable for the release of slaves or any damages done during the war. So no, all them masters and plantations didn't get reparations. Don't let me kill the boy GQ. GQ, wake your ass up. You ain't allowed to be bored.
No, I ain't bored.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they had to get mad and run though. I ain't say nothing to him.
Nah, I was trying to let him cool off. As soon as I brought him back up, he just ducked. So he'll be back.
Yeah, you get too heated, man. I'm not trying to take America from you. Literally, I'm not trying
You know, I mean, since you up there, that there was free candidates, free Negro candidates, I guess, if that's a term, that was sneaking down during the Civil War to help fight for liberation of Black people.
Yeah.
You get where I'm going? So that's just more nuanced history for me to sit back and say, I could never do this tether shit. And that's to combat, we freed everybody. Well, what about all the ones from other places that helped with this fight? The long fight, not this short YouTube holler shit fight, but the actual
I could
fight.
imagine back then, a lot of them probably still have family who live across the border.
Of course.
You know, they probably still know people who live over here. That was the same people. Black Canadians make their way to Canada from America. It's the same people. I could imagine they still have family, still know people that they grew up with, or, family member that they left behind, still share a last name, or still know people from a region, maybe like North Carolina, a certain area or plantation or certain patch of land in North Carolina. I could imagine people still know, I grew up there. My grandma grew up there. We still have uncles over there. It's the same people. That's why I'm like, all this delineation and they're not like us. It's so silly. It's like your cousin went on vacation and when he comes back, he's a stranger. That's not how the real world works.
So this morning, while they was discussing the birthright citizenship, a federal judge in New Hampshire issued a nationwide block on an attempt by Trump to end birthright citizenship. U.S. District Judge Joseph LaPlante imposed the new injunction after a hearing where he allowed a pending lawsuit to proceed as a class action, a path to nationwide relief that the justices said remains available after their ruling after the Supreme Court lifted similar orders. Let's see, that curtail judges' power to block the government from enforcing a policy altogether. The judge said the plaintiff's argument that Trump's order is unconstitutional and will likely prevail, and concluded that a preliminary block on the executive order is appropriate for now. And I'll put the full article link in the chat if y'all want.
It is unconstitutional. It goes against, literally going against the 14th Amendment. And people are okay with it because they think it's an attack on non-black on non-American black people or other black people living outside America.
My father, man. I see my name be mentioned in the chat. Blue, if you want to come up here, and if you think you got anything to convince anybody on this planet that I'm against reparations or the empowerment of black people, feel free to hit the link. Otherwise, respectfully, keep my name out your mouth and only speak on what you know. Me wanting to see us educated to the best of our abilities and know the arguments that's going to be presented from the other side does not make me against reparations. And like I said, feel free to hit the link. I guess you didn't hear me say black people was getting reparations. I guess you didn't hear that part.
Do they understand that if there is a reparation movement in Africa, it has nothing to do with what's going on in America or in the Caribbean? And the reparation movement in the Caribbean has nothing to do with anyone outside the Caribbean. And likewise, the reparation movement in America have nothing to do with Caribbean people. Why, when we talk about unity, they always divert back to reparation as if we should conflate the two?
Oh, because of cash, what do you call it? Cash App? A Cash App better than an all-black bank. I mean,
They should pay the reparation with Cash App because only American will get it. Because Cash App only works in America. So they should pay it with Cash App just so no Caribbean or African gets it.
Cut down on bank fraud.
And this is the other thing too. You know how silly it is to discuss how we're going to share the white man's money when he pays it out, if he pays it out, before even drafting up a bill and send it to him. We're debating how we're going to split the money and who should get and who shouldn't get. But there's no talk of this money being assigned or no agreement on them willing or agreed to pay. I think we should at least first put the horse on the cart before you start driving the cart. That's how it works. So we should at least first put the bill in place, get some agreement on this that they are going to pay the reparation. Then we can get excited and kill each other for the money. But we can't kill each other before we even talk to the white man about the money. In the Caribbean, we have CARICOM. We're talking to England. In America, I don't know what you guys are doing. You guys are about to kill each other for something that has not been assigned. You know, we already make 5 separate groups: FBA, Moors, FDA, what again? ADOS,
Abos, yeah.
Abos.
No, there's a whole nother one now. It's not just FBA anymore. Now it's FBA and FAA.
And the FAA and FBA unite. You know, we should at least deal with the legal part first. And when we get that part, when they say yes, there is a possibility of getting the reparation, then we can get excited. We can go all berserk and do what we need to do. But get that part first. You know, if I wasn't black and I'm looking from the outside, it would just look hysterical. You know, it would literally just look hysterical that they're fighting over the money that no one even promised them. They have an idea in their head that they deserve reparation, which we do. And I'm saying as an outsider, if I was on the outside looking in, that's how it would look. They have an idea that they deserve reparation. And before they even address the idea, they start to fight. They're fighting over the imaginary money and start to cut each other out. That's how we look to the world. We don't do it silently and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's draft this bill. Let's bring it to the government. Let's bring it to where we need to bring it to. Let's get powerful people on our side that can support it in silence, in secrecy. And when something is announced, as if we're there, when we're at least 50% sure, then we can announce it to the world. We can load our guns. We can put the extra clip in. We can shoot the tethered. We can go kill the tether. We can go FBA day and ADOS day. But we're doing it backwards. And we're showing the world that, yep, we're just here for entertainment. That's what we're doing. That's not how it works, though.
But yeah, it sounds easy to say, but that's the whole origin of FBA. That's how FBA got started. I'm not going to be able to get control of the quote unquote reparations movement that was already set up, connected. Discussions were actually being had in real governmental offices, other than just online talk. You know, can you just step back for a second and chill? And, you know, we appreciate your support if you want to, you know, talk to some other people. But no, we're not going to let you, Mr. Tariq Nasheed, be head or, you know, have your name on any type of documents or anything like that. No. So, you know, pitch a fit, crash out, and here we are.
It shouldn't be running by no YouTube celebrity, no hip-hop entertainer, no ex-basketball player. It should be running by people who knows what the hell they're doing.
Yo.
People who can keep their composure. People who are not looking for fame and notoriety. People who can just operate in the dark. Be unknown, like the CIA, like the FBI. Just like white people do it.
Shoot,
we
man.
don't do it that way. And we don't understand that
I
even
ain't
if
finished-
there
I
was
ain't finna
some
be
things
snapping
going
like-
on,
Hold
all
on,
of
man.
this negative and
Yeah, it's always gonna be negative, man. It's always gonna be negative. I ain't gonna snap like I did yesterday on Psycho Pay, but it's always gonna be negative. Cause y'all niggas who ain't from here, and I ain't trying to defend no FBA, no Pan African, no Hebrew Israelite, no AME Christian. I ain't trying to them niggas can talk for themselves. But I'm talking for, you know what? I am defending them and talking for all of them. From the AME to the Pan-African to the Hebrew to the Christian to the FBA. I'm going to talk for all of them. Because what a lot of y'all don't understand, and no disrespect, I mean, but what a lot of y'all don't understand, man, the passion that we have about this shit is something totally different, man. It sounds like a whole lot of checking and jiving because we online and stuff like that. But when we to ourselves, and we be talking to ourselves and about our history, not online and stuff like that, how we grew up and what we come from and the adversities we went through, yeah, that shit get real passionate, man. And a lot of folks, somebody asked yesterday, what's the number on the what's the number on the reparations? Ain't no fucking number. It ain't no number on it. It's everything that we ask for, anything that we ask for.
All right. So
it should be. Hold on, man. Let me fucking finish, man. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. Cut that shit out, man. Don't cut me off, man.
Yeah, let him get it out.
That's y'all problem right there. When we get to talking about this stuff, Black Americans, when we get to talking about this stuff, man, we always get cut off. And it be cut off with stuff like, you wasn't no slave. The white man you mad at, he wasn't no slave master. Y'all niggas get the money, y'all ain't gonna do nothing but spend all that dumb ass shit, man. And it ain't about that, brother, at all. It ain't about that. It's about the whole layout that we up under. Everything that we have to go through. The fact that we even have to talk about immigrants taking our jobs, having to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, having to inquire better education, better schools, better housing, better all that stuff, bro. That shit could, and these are things that we're talking about. Other people having to give us those things, and we have to sit back and think about this. I mean, why the reasons why we be separated, the reasons why we be bickering with each other, the reasons why we be so this my neighborhood, these my clothes, these my friends, this my platform, all that old selfish type of stuff is because it's embedded real deep to the bone, bruh. It's embedded out real deep to the bone, bruh. So when we be talking about reparations, dog, it ain't just about no money purchase. It ain't just about no Republican, Democrat. It's some stuff that's rooted all the way to our bone, and they got a whole lot of giving to do. They got a whole lot of reconstruction to do. Not just giving no money.
Charm.
Money, the last part. We as Black Americans, we know how, as long as we've been over here in America, we know how to create money.
You niggas,
we know how to create money, so money ain't the deal.
5, 6, 7 white boys and the reparation argument, all this passion never surface when white people are
What you mean, what
passion? All this passion that you guys have only comes out when
man, shut your ass up. You ain't even from here. That's what you talk about. You guys. That's the whole problem right there. Because we got niggas like you in the middle of the shit, and niggas like you while y'all in the middle of the shit. We'll never get this shit taken care of. Because every time we get something going, you niggas like you are the tether. You are the tether. You are the Klingon. Try to cling on to what the hell we got going on. As soon as we get, nigga, the only reason why you able to get on the internet right now, just like we able to get on the internet, is because of this. Man, shut your ass up, man. That's wrong with you. That's what's wrong with you foreign ass niggas, man. Y'all don't need you really don't need to be around us, bro. You really don't need to be around us. If you got that type of vibe about you, bro. If you got that type of vibe about you, bro, you don't even need to be around us. You just come over here. You come over here to be a distraction. You don't even need to be around us, bro. You don't even need to add your 2 cents in our conversation, homeboy. At all. Because of your vibe right now. You don't even need to be in the middle of what we be talking about. Never. You don't never need to be in the middle of what we talking about, my nigga. Straight up. I was calling you brother. Now I'm calling you my nigga. You don't never need to be in the middle of what we talking about, homeboy. Never. Nigga, shut the fuck up with all that weak ass shit, nigga. Everything you talk about from now on, my nigga. Everything you talking about from now on, my nigga, some weak ass shit. Everything you talk about from now on, some weak ass shit. And I'm out of here devastating. Like y'all can keep on talking to the weak ass nigga. Because every time y'all talk to these weak ass niggas, this the reason why we can't move forward. Because we got weak ass nigga like this amongst us.
We'll put it on the record, man. I appreciate it. Man. All right.
All right, who's next? Who's next? That's the second one. Two down. Two down.
Now we gotta let everybody gotta get their.
Before I finish rolling my joint. Who's next? I'm rolling a split. I'll take one more ADOS. All this passion that y'all have. When the white boys are around, I see y'all on panel with a bunch of white guys.
Who'd you see? Who was y'all? Who was y'all? Who was y'all?
The deities, the loudmouths.
Cut it out, man. Cut the bullshit out.
And y'all never had no passion like y'all have for me.
You ain't seen Tom. You ain't seen Tom on no panel with no bunch of white motherfuckers. You ain't seen Deity on the panel with a bunch of white motherfuckers. So cut the y'all shit out, man. Just stop. You ain't seen that.
I've seen it. Trust me, I've seen it. I've seen that.
You ain't seen Tom or Deity on
They're
that.
not crashing out and acting like they're acting now. They're
No, you're not talking about China.
He's blanking in. He's talking about niggas.
No, I brung up the FBA. I'm actually bringing the FBA in it.
Right.
Because that's the only reason why we're talking about reparations. Because reparations was supposed to be one of the supposed to be the main talking point. ADOS made it clear when they first started it that the understanding was, hey, descendants of slaves is the descendants of slaves. It wouldn't, there was no somebody else trying to take our reparations, or we worried about somebody else getting our money. They were just trying to make an argument. They was trying to lay out some sort of structure. That's all it was. So Tariq, when he first started out, before the FBA, I didn't see any contention, especially when he neck and neck with other Pan-Africans. So I don't understand why Tariq Nasheed never had a problem with nobody from the Caribbean. He never had a problem with nobody from Ghana, Ethiopia, or Nigeria. While he was working with Yvette Carnell, while he was supporting ADOS, until the confliction and the friction came about who was going to be leading. That's the only contention. So if you don't want to lead, or if you feel that, hey, I don't necessarily agree on how this is going, well then cool. You ain't got to get out, but there's other people involved. Yvette Carnell and an old boy, they already networked around, and they're making calls and making contacts with people in Washington D.C. So people were asking them, hey, and what you got? What you got? You got some videos out. You got a couple of productions out. It's cool, but we're trying to do a movement here. So what you got? So if he's not able to bring anything to the table with respects to that, then what they supposed to do? So the contention in trying to separate black people in America, black people in Jamaica, black people in Caribbean islands, and on the continent of Africa, that's not going to be a talking point for reparations. You saying that black people, descendants of slaves that are not necessarily black Americans, are obviously not going to be entitled, but the whole purpose of reparations from the origin is having some sort of connection and being able to lay out what was originated on the continent of Africa. So, I mean, you know, for me, I don't see the point in trying to make it seem like things or human beings or black people are only going to address what happens in the United States, and it don't have nothing to do with what happened outside, you know, for its actions, people, lineage, or whatever.
Dev, to that sentiment that you ended on,
I'm pretty sure
it's
with the
not even my
benefit.
first time saying it on this platform. To not even understand who the filibusters were and how important that is to slavery in the United States. And for those in the audience that don't know, your filibusters were those who, when they seen slavery coming to an end, they was exporting their slaves throughout the Caribbean and Latin America
Yeah,
to maintain slavery.
those were the farmers from the south, mainly from the south.
They was all over the place.
Yeah,
They was
yeah,
all
I
over the
heard about
place.
those from the south that were sending, not sending, literally migrating themselves and their slave, their whole plantation, to places like Brazil, Chile, all throughout the Caribbean, to places that were didn't really know about the slavery abolishing. They didn't know.
Three Styles Media. You can ask Tariq Nasheed himself. That'll be your source for all the shit I just said, since you doubting it. Unless he took it down off his site. Yeah, the South Louisiana always had a constant flow of slaves coming up from Haiti. Really all the Southeast, that Caribbean, it was just a regular thing, you know. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody really cutting off any particular time frame, because you can't really start it at no particular year. You can't say this year we ain't had nothing to do with slaves in the Caribbean nor Africa. You can't really pinpoint it to a year. You can't say 1619. You can't say 1526. You can definitely say any year after 1492, though. I'm not going back that far, but you can't really say for sure that there was no interaction or association related to slaves that were associated with or originated from the Caribbean. Maybe when it slowed down, when leading up to the Civil War.
No, in the 1800, and probably even in the 1700, the breeding farms, you know, the breeding
In Florida,
farms
yeah.
all over the South and in the Caribbean, places like Jamaica and Barbados were known as breeding farms, and Brazil. So when plantation needs to restock, because it was expensive and risky to send ship across the Atlantic with all the piracy that was going on.
Yeah, that take time. Shit, anybody taking 6 months just to go back and forth and get some more people.
Yeah, so they start just it was much more easier for them to buy off the breeding farms. So there was always slave going back and forth from mainland America to South America and to the Caribbean. And it's funny because these people were getting so passionate and angry. Like, you're just born the other day. The breast milk is still on your mouth. You're getting passionate over freaking 300-400 years of history that you know nothing about because you're born in a freaking state in America and you think that's all life is about. You know what our ancestors have to go through? Not only in one country, but throughout the entire America. When it comes to reparation, you never hear no Jamaican or Caribbean people claiming that they're coming to America to claim reparation. It doesn't work that way. Caribbean people are doing their own thing. American people are doing their own thing. I haven't heard about no reparation. I actually did hear about the reparation movement in Canada, but because most Canadians are from the Caribbean anyway, most Canadians are invested in the CARICOM reparation.
I mean, I think I've showed you this before, or at least I tried to. As soon as Oklahoma became a state, the first thing they did was implement Jim Crow. And it was so harsh that we had an exodus to Canada. So many of us was going to Canada that Canada had to make a rule that Negroes from Oklahoma could no longer come. That's how bad it was here. I could turn right back around to all these FBAs. And you got to keep in mind, this is 1907. This is literally the babies of slaves. This is the babies of them. They're not asking
That
for
would have been
reparations.
most of our
They asking to
grandparents.
get sent to Africa. They asking to get out the damn country. So it doesn't make any sense to me to break our army down and say no. Only niggas from Topeka, Kansas matter. We the only ones that went through hardship. Y'all don't know our struggle. But your grandma got sent to Brazil, your dad got sent to Maryland, and your brother got sent to Haiti. The shit don't make no sense.
If they should really do their lineage, as they love to say, Vyasa, they love to do lineage, they would see that their lineage, they would have ancestors coming from South America. Some would have ancestors coming from the Caribbean. And many would have ancestors only in America. I give that too. You know? And if Caribbean people does their lineage, same way. Many of us would have great-great-great-grandfathers who was born in North Carolina, in South Carolina, in Louisiana. That's how it was.
Imagine the Underground Railroad being delineated. I mean,
exactly. Imagine me going up there, go tell those black people in Nova Scotia that they're not like us. Man, you know how proud they are just to know of their black roots coming up through the Underground Railroad. When we limit ourselves, we weaken ourselves. You know, you already see they're trying to take the history out of school. When we localize our history to just one place and only teach about one place, all we're going to do is spread ignorance amongst our own population. Just being amongst each other, we get to talk, we get to share stories, we get to share history. Yeah, G-Style Media, you're just a troll, bro. No one says Caribbeans is Americans. Back then,
When did the Caribbean not be in America? Yeah.
the countries
You took my
weren't
question, Dad.
even independent back then. They were under colonies like French colony or British colony. You know, remember, America was part French and part British and Dutch. America was once under colony until they separate and form the United States. You know? So a lot of these new, how we trying to name things now is not how people were looking at it back then. You know, people were looking at it as, you know, you're on a plantation, you're on a colony. No one was looking at it like
They must have kicked him out.
No, did nobody keep nobody out.
Oh no, I'm talking about the I know, like my internet sometimes it kicks me off for some reason.
I'm talking about the universe. Universe.
Mm-hmm.
No, y'all can keep on going. Shit.
GQ Bass Reeves had a delineated saddle.
He probably did.
I just don't understand a lot of the double work in the conversation. By that I mean, okay, we want reparations to buy land and buy resources. Why not cut the middleman and just get the damn resources? When I speak this way, it's not to be anti-reparations. It's to sit back and trigger the thought of ask for what it is you truly need and want. When I say what's the price tag for what we went through, is to get you to think of what we actually lost. For Charm's sentiment of y'all don't know our passion, y'all don't know what our granddaddies went through. Let me tell y'all a story. My entire life up until I'm about 28 years old, I thought my grandpa had dentures because of old age, and that's just what happens at old age. Well, around 28, I get introduced to the fact that he likes Popular Mechanics magazines.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, Grandpa, why you like this magazine so much? And his little brother tells me, your grandpa was a mechanic when he was about your size. In fact, he had the fastest car in town, but some white boys caught him out in the woods, and that's why your grandpa got dentures. They stopped him, pulled him over, and literally kicked all his teeth out. They didn't stop until all his teeth was gone. So I know firsthand what we went through. If I got to telling y'all stories personally about the racism I've been through, not no shit in no books, not no shit I seen on screen, shit I physically had to go through, scars on my body. If I told y'all my skull, my frontal bone is permanently fucking fractured from these racist motherfuckers slamming my head into the concrete. Trust me, I know all too well the need of reparations. But it's deeper than just saying, cut my motherfucking check. You can't go into the courtroom and say, give me my motherfucking money. Y'all owe me my motherfucking check. That ain't gonna fly. That's gonna be contempt of court and your ass gonna get locked the fuck up. So when these conversations are posed, it's to help you form arguments. It's to help you think. Not know, oh, he's a tether or he's anti-reparations. That's not the point of stimulating these conversations at all. But only those who actually been through the struggle, only those who sat back and took the time to think will comprehend this type of stuff. All that fluff shit and just wanting to get on the internet and just get your dopamine out. We understand that, but that's not going to get us nowhere. It's a waste of time.
Good night. What are you doing, Zella? Okay.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, this shit ain't no joke, man. We were still going through it in the 90s like we going through it now. Especially in the South.
Yeah, that is why there need to be more structured arguments around reparation. You know, and once again, including other people just for the sake of division is not necessary. Black Americans are Black Americans. It doesn't say Black Americans and Caribbean and the rest of the Black population. You know, just like if you buy something and your name is on it, it says Devon Johnson. It doesn't mean Devon Johnson and the entire community. It means for Devon Johnson. So when we're talking about reparation pertaining to Black American, people need to stop saying they're not included because we're not trying to be included. You know, see the story Vyasa gave about his grandfather and about himself. I'm pretty sure many Black Americans would have those shared experience. I can't share a story like that about my grandfather because my grandfather didn't grow up in a Jim Crow era because he wasn't in America. He was in Jamaica. They grew up in a different era under British colonization. It looks completely different from the Jim Crow era. We have a separate struggle, different experience. We've been through different circumstances that we have to overcome and fight through. You know, hence you see we have movement like the Rastafarian movement, like the Maroon movements and stuff like that. Those are from our struggle. You know, in America we have different movements that come out of, you know, different struggle, different era. So when we talk about unity doesn't mean we're here to take over or we're here to include it into more specialized area that only deal with specialized things. We have to learn to move diplomatic amongst each other. You know, we can't get scared and xenophobic. Like every other nation can do it. You know, they still celebrate St. Patrick's Day in America. And when people celebrate St. Patrick's Day, no one is arguing or crying or thinking that the Irish is here to take over. No, white people celebrate their Irish culture whether they're Irish or not. Most white people who celebrate it ain't even Irish, but they know it's a white culture, quote unquote white culture. So they celebrate it and move on. We could do the same amongst ourselves as black people. We can celebrate each other, keep it moving. We don't have to disrespect each other. We don't have to crash out every time one of us talk.
Black folks in the United States definitely know about celebrating other people's heritage. You're talking about Christmas, religion, Easter, 4th of July. You know, it's a long ass list celebrating somebody else's culture. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of trying to compare who had the worst time or who went through the most shit, you know, in terms of oppression, discrimination. I mean, that's not a good way to fight a fight and put an argument together. At some point, the movement has got to go in the other direction and be laid out. Like I said, this conversation started with a news article regarding a federal court judgment this morning. The judge basically blocked ICE, Department of Agriculture, Medicare and Medicaid services from enforcing a birthright citizenship executive order. It would have went into effect if any baby that was born after February 20th, if I'm not mistaken, when he put that down.
Yeah.
So let me see. One of the attorneys for the lawsuit described the ruling as a critical victory for families, saying it's a powerful affirmation of the 14th Amendment and the enduring principle that citizenship in the United States is a right by birth, not a privilege granted by politics. According to Senior Counsel Marinke Bajana, who is the Senior Counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund.
Yo, Dev, you usually get these trolls these hours. Is this regular?
Oh, what's up, Elephant? I guess.
Oh, you know him.
I seen the name on there. I'm not gonna go that far. But they definitely know me, yeah.
Yeah, but that's serious though. Like the thing too, like when they start playing with these things, when Trump start playing these games, he's pushing the limit to see how far he could go. You know, and if you notice, he's playing mostly with the Constitution. And if he could tamper with the 14th Amendment, what's next after that?
They're crying about the Epstein list. I'm sure his list is about as long as Epstein's.
Elon Musk bring out the Epstein list?
Nah, I don't think nobody gonna bring it up. They put out the flight log. I got a copy of it on the hard drive, and that's about all they're gonna put out in terms of names. If they wanted to do something with the Epstein shit, they would have. I think they would have did it already.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
The Diddy trial is over. Yeah, the Diddy trial is over. So news kind of dry up. So yeah, let's bring Epstein back up to get people talking about shit that don't mean shit. I know black people were never concerned about no fucking Epstein when he was alive. Chris Tucker was on that flight log. Naomi Campbell was on that flight log. Kevin Hart was on that flight log.
Oh.
There's a bunch of black motherfuckers, huh?
To Epstein Mansion.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, a lot of names, eh?
Man.
I'm pretty sure there's some big names that they're not calling.
No, you're not gonna hear some of the same people that throw black people under the bus speak about those particular names that have been verified on that list for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and the sex crimes and sex trafficking that they were accusing Diddy of. It seemed like Epstein case is not really an accusation.
No, not really.
It seemed like it was more of a business than an accusation. But yet still, there ain't no big media, ain't no big headlines. There ain't 100 YouTube videos about it. Because when in the Diddy, as soon as the Diddy case start, they immediately start to drag down every single black man that have some ties with Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even make fake ass AI video about Meek Mill. Put out big scandalous gay rumor about Meek Mill that people still believe to this day. Try their best, try their hardest to get Jay-Z entangled in the Diddy web. And many other people. All black celebrities.
Remember. True. Google has been ordered to pay Android users $314 million for secretly harvesting their data. They was talking about AI earlier.
What Google did pay someone to.
Yeah, California state jury has sided with a class action lawsuit for millions of Android mobile device users who Google transferred cellular phone data from their devices without their consent, harvesting and surveillance purposes, awarding them $314,600,000.
340 million California class action verdict.
Mm-hmm. The jury found Google LLC caused Android devices to secretly send their certain information over cellular networks for Google's own purposes.
So who the hell get the $314 million now?
Mm-hmm. A lot of phones out there. I'm gonna put the link in the chat right now, man.
Sure. So, California Android user, if the verdict stands, a large portion of the money will be distributed to eligible users, possible tens or hundreds of dollars each. Hundreds, not hundreds of thousands. Oh, couple $100 each. Lawyers and administrators getting 30%, which could work out to be $60 to $90 million. Shit. So the lawyers, they took these cases for themselves. Because the people who actually get their information stolen, the most they can get is freaking $500, while the lawyers then walking away with $60 to $90 million.
They're gonna get a new Google phone, I mean.
If y'all want good conversation or y'all have anything to talk about, hit the link. I'm tired, about to go to my bed. Deity, hit the link, Deity.
Yeah, they go to Google lawsuit in the chat. But yeah, based on how many phones out there, 314 million divided by shit.
Well, it's only California users though.
That's what it said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Man, if they split that for everyone with an Android phone, it would be penny each.
I know, right?
Everyone get 10 cents. $340 million. That's like freaking a light bill for Google. For Google.
Yeah, they cleared that. They cleared that last month. Yeah. But I got one of those checks from what's it, AT&T? I think it was 06, 07, one of those years. Yeah, it was like It wasn't $100, but it was like $90. But it was like a paper check in the mail.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wow, for some lawsuit that they lost.
Yeah, man. The first letter came, and all I had to do was sign it and put it back in the envelope. That shit came like 3 weeks later. I forgot all about the shit.
At least they really pay out the money then.
Yeah, they really paid the money out.
But if you really want to make that money, then file as a civil case against them while they're filing this case. Just file the same thing. Claim that whatever you stole my identity, you stole my information without my permission. Plus your phone gets too hot when I'm using it. It's causing breathing problem, brain damage. You at least get $1 million for yourself. Instead of walk away with $100, you walk away with $1 million. Google will give you $1 million just to get you off there, just for you to leave them alone. If you're annoying enough, you could make $1 million. You hear that, young deity? I'm giving you the next scheme. If you're annoying enough, these big companies will pay you out $500,000 to $1 million just for you to leave them alone.
China just printed out a 3D jet engine.
Yeah, China off the hook with their technology. Boy, I don't know if their reputation is all the way fixed yet. You know, Chinese product are just, they have a reputation of being cheap and not well built.
You talking about or as automotives, electronics,
At least the
fabric,
automotive, their fabric. I would say their fabric rep is up, because we know now everything is coming from China. Doesn't matter what the brand, it's made in China. So they're good with fabric. They're coming out with a bunch of new EV, luxury type EV that look like a freaking Rolls Royce crossed with a Tesla. But you know, with the tariff and how the American market is, you're not gonna see those cars over here right now. Probably in the next 5 to 10 years.
Hey, I mean, do you know about Percy Julian?
Who? Percy Julian?
The chemist.
Yeah.
You think you could I don't know if you ever taught it to Ziax and the kids there. You think you could ever do a build on the show and why he's so important to the world of chemistry? Being the
I looked up Percy Julian before. You know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I said I looked him up before.
Okay. Yeah, he was he's the one that hit photosynthesis.
Most of the people in my neighborhood that I live in right now graduated from Percy Julian High School. They just turned it into a STEM school like 3 years ago.
Yeah, from studying George Washington Carver, one thing led to the next. So from there, I looked up Percy Julian, and he also did some things with the produce, with the farm produce.
That's one thing I give Chicago, south side of Chicago. They memorialized all those guys with a school, pretty much, because we got everything from Langston Hughes Grammar School, which is 2 blocks from my house. And then we got Julian High School. We have Carver High School, which is out. It's a little further out, 130th. Yeah, we got damn near every high school contributed to all those black scientists and authors.
Do y'all have a Tupac Shakur detention center?
No, we ain't got none.
Oh, shit.
We ain't got nothing for Tupac. Got Combe. Who was Combe? Combe was.
Who? Combs? But he's saying Vyas, I should do I should do something on Percy Julian.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily just him, but I looked at it like that's a good way to, you can get your chemistry off and have somebody as a backdrop, to those that are not aware of him, and then, go into the importance of what he did and how that changed the world of chemistry. I want to argue that, he contributed to the invention of steroids, but I can't prove that.
Talking about Julian?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he did create a lot of stuff from the yellow yam. Was it steroids he created from it, or was it like a painkiller?
I'm not too sure. I know they put an emphasis on him reaching total synthesis.
I thought it was anesthesia. I'm going off from memory.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anesthesia, painkiller.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you saw the T-Mobile $350 million lawsuit. That's a separate case. I think those are going to be around $50.
Okay. Yeah, he synthesized a steroid from the wild Mexican yam.
So it was a steroid. Huh?
Yeah, he did a steroid, but he also did the drug. Is it cortisol?
I believe so.
So cortisol is the anesthesia.
You said a Mexican yam is what he did the steroids with?
Yeah, he synthesized a medical compound from a plant including soya bean and Mexican yam.
I wonder if that's when he ran out the States and he started his own little business down there in Mexico. Hence that Mexican yam.
All right, I'm looking at his patent. Recovery of sterol and preparation of cortisone. And cortisone is a medication used to reduce inflammation and pain. So yeah, he did make the anesthesia, he did make the steroid. Hmm.
Yeah, he had a list of stuff going.
Oh man, did I exit again?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. No, I thought I clicked out because just now, the last time I touched something and I got booted out.
Yeah, I clicked one of them ads and it knocked my sound out. I had to come back.
But yeah, him and Carver did a lot of works with plants though. I know Percy Julian was a chemist. George Washington Carver was a chemist too, or he was a biologist?
He was in the lab.
Yeah, but the pseudos love to talk about him crediting his work to God. He asked God to let the plant speak to him. And none of his early education, none of his college education and university education. Yeah, Carver applied for several colleges before being accepted at Highland University in Highland, Kansas. He arrived, they refused to let him attend because of his race. In August 1886, Carver traveled by wagon with J.F. Beeler from Highland to Eden Township in Ness County, Kansas. He homesteaded a farm near Beeler, where he maintained a small conservatory of plants and flowers and a geological collection. He manually plowed 17 acres, planting rice, corn, Indian corn, and garden produce, as well as variety of fruit trees, forest trees, and shrubbery. Okay. Washington was the first principal and president of the Tuskegee Institute. Oh, that was Booker T. Washington.
Booker T.
So he invited Carver to head his agricultural department. Carver taught there for 47 years. Okay.
Yeah, he was definitely in the lab.
Oh yeah. Even at the Tuskegee Institute, he was the head of agriculture.
Yeah.
You know, so he's always in that space.
Yeah, I think I remember the timing when I really started getting into the periodic table, all the deep analysis of science in grade school was the same time I started falling back from Christianity.
Yeah.
But I do remember it wasn't really prevalent in the South in the 70s and 80s. But I did remember hearing somebody saying that science was being compared to voodoo, some evil. It was a bad thing. I didn't take that very well because
Well,
everything we do is science. It's like nothing that we do in life, like nothing. Breathing, water. I mean, you can't take science out of nothing. So why are you saying this? And I remember he was adamant about it. He was like, "So what you gonna do? Are you gonna fucking skip science in school and fail?" It was crazy. Boy.
Anyone, I would say, around my grandma age, anyone around 80 to 90,
yeah,
would know science as witchcraft,
mm-hmm.
and would associate science with witchcraft. In fact, they didn't say witchcraft like now people say voodoo and whatever they're doing, necromancy or necro this or necro that, whatever they're doing, they would call it. Back then, they would just call it science. You know, someone could read your palm, he's a science man. Someone could grant you fortune, he's a science man. Someone could put a spell on you, he's a science man. Someone could mix up some herbs and cure you from flu, cure your fever. You just perform science. But I noticed over generation that kind of changed, because anyone in my generation, when you say science to them, they strictly know that you're talking about the academic science. You're not associating that with spirituality. Like here. So Carver was in the 1800s.
Yeah.
And Percy Julian 1920.
Yeah, right after that, Jim Crow. Yeah.
So could still be alive, but Carver would be like an old man. This is like a good 60 years or 40 years on top. At the time when access to an education beyond the 8th grade was extremely rare for African Americans, Julian's parents steered all their children towards higher education. Julian attended DePauw University in Greencastle, Indiana. The college accepted few African American students. The segregated nature of the town subjected him to social humiliations. He was not allowed to live in the college dormitory and first stayed in an off-campus boarding home which refused to serve him meal. It took him days before he found an establishment where he could eat. He later found work firing the furnace, waiting the tables, and doing other odd jobs in the fraternity house. In return, he was allowed to sleep in the attic and eat at the house. Julian graduated from DePaul in 1920 as a I don't know this. A Phi Beta Kappa.
Oh, goddamn fraternity shit.
Oh.
What's up, Dr. Lamb?
Oh, this is their like the
Yeah.
Phi Alpha Boys Club.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So this
Boule. Yeah,
Phi
the
Beta
Boule.
Kappa, valedictorian. Okay. So one thing I noticed with the shift though, these new age so-called black inventors do not want to go to school, do not respect education, but love to call these ancient giants' name, not knowing that these ancient giants literally walked through fire to get an education and wasn't just satisfied with a high school diploma. After walk through fire, they dive through the volcano and swim through the volcano to get a college or university degree. But our new age pseudos look down on education. When you talk about it, they make up their face and look at you with despise, as if you're telling them to do something bad.
Yeah, they got into the truck cut, anti-system, anti-everything, anti-life. Yeah.
And they're not living in segregation era. They're not living in Jim Crow era. They're not living in right after slavery. But these giants that we just read, George Washington Carver and Julian Percy, they lived through some era that we only romanticize about and get mad based on what we imagine. Imagine that. We're getting mad based on our imagination of the past. These men lived through the past and still fight to go to school and get an education. Can't tell me that going to school right now is harder than going to school back then. You can't tell me that it was valuable for them to get the same education that the white man is getting. They find value in it back then. But today, we seem to despise and frown upon it. Why? What's more valuable now? A YouTube career? A spot on no jumper? I don't know.
If they cash app or they bank account got some zeros behind it, yeah, they'll justify it.
Yeah. Remember, no jumper can only pay 2 niggers per month. Okay? So if we all fighting for a spot and no jumper, there's going to be a lot of disappointment. The colleges and education, the colleges and university, I should say, can issue out thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of diplomas to niggers every year. To me, it worth fighting for a college diploma than a spot and no jumper. So if we want to be the next great inventors like the Carvers and the Washingtons and the Julian Percys, we got to still value education. It's not the white man education. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's God's given education. It's your God-given right to be educated. I'm going to go there. It's not the white man's education. It's God's education. And we are entitled to get God's education. If it's in the university or it's in the college, we're going to get it. We're going up there. We're going to get God's education because we're God's chosen children. To not be educated is to not love God. And I'm serious. I'm not even joking. Call me pseudo. To not be educated is to not love God. So it's not the white man's education. It's God's education. How else we going to save our people? Marley Mar, what's good? Hit the link, God.
What up, Mar? You heard it today. It's Friday.
I'm like, is he going to bed or is he just waking up? But I remember Marley is a man who always going to work. See, Marley had that discipline.
I had to look down the corner of this hallway and around my shoulders when a man said education is God given. Make sure Savior wasn't around there.
I know, right?
Savior gonna hear it tomorrow and crash out.
Know, yeah. Yeah, that's what started the crash out, D-Red. Me talking about the FBA's complaining about the Essence Festival.
Yeah, the way they talk about the Essence Festival, man, is a good thing. Is a good thing you break it down today because now I understand what it is and I totally respect that festival. I would, yeah, if I was in America, I would attend.
Yeah, Johnson & Johnson. I mean, every black kid I know had a subscription to Jet magazine. Like I said, Essence magazine was a little bit more catered to black women, but the Jet was that was our internet to music. It listened to
magazine.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds so familiar. Even the Essence Festival now, it's not strange.
Yeah.
We've been know about this.
Yes.
So what happened? What happened over the past since COVID? Why no one talk about Essence? We more hear about Juneteenth.
They should have been getting commercial ads on YouTube and TikTok like they did on the radio.
Yeah.
Because Meg Thee Stallion was at Coachella this year, I think.
I'm pretty sure that Ricky Smiley audience knew about it. It's that demographic of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just see their bad rep about Coachella. All their freaking porta potty out of service. Out there looking like a tent camp.
Do we need to get past, well, let me rephrase this from the beginning. Our journalists and news reporters, do we need to get past that sentiment of drama sells? And maybe that's why we getting a bad buzz report about the turnout. That maybe they thinking, if I put this FBA and this drama into it, more people will read about it.
You're talking
Instead
like
of highlighting, at least it got
mainstream
pulled
media.
off. Nobody got shot. No wigs got snatched. No BBLs was flattened.
You're talking like with mainstream media.
Yeah, just in general.
Well,
Yeah, it's gonna be tough trying to reform that hip hop crowd. I mean, we're talking about a hip hop. The Love and Hip Hop TV reality show generation. Like, it's a generation. So imagine the Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones going. I mean, literally going from that to Love and Hip Hop. I mean, like, there was no downtime.
You see,
I give you
mainstream
that,
media.
I
when you
call
talk
my
about-
generation the hit 'em up, Def Comedy Jam babies.
When you talk about systematic
that
racism,
amplified that hyper masculinity and violence in art.
Yeah.
You get where I'm going, or the grotesque in art.
Yeah.
are making money from the mockery or humiliating black people. That's something systematic in mainstream media.
Yeah, that's American culture on the whole.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That is why they always highlight the negative, no matter how gruesome or inhumane it is. They would even expose a naked black woman on national TV. They would expose a black body lying on the floor in blood on national TV.
You kind of took my sentiment away. I don't think it's gonna match the graphic nature of yours, but psychologically, think of this perspective. It took away one of the most sacred things in black culture throughout the diaspora, and that's mama.
Yeah.
To where mama becomes the blunt of the joke.
Mm-hmm.
And dad is just absent. Don't nobody even really make your dad jokes. Which is weird. I never understood that growing up.
Oh, what show was that, OS? I didn't watch none of them shows on the regular. I actually had a chance to be on a couple of them Jerry Springer shows. I ain't even go. They was gonna pay me and everything. I was like, man, I ain't getting up there. It was in the audience though, not so. At one time, they was paying audience members, and then they stopped. But they definitely was paying the panel guest. Oh, a
It's
documentary.
crazy. It's crazy how it all comes full circle. With social media, they got that clip of Corey Holcomb and D-Rad acting as if they was sharing the same woman, just to go and show how fake that show really was on Jerry Springer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could act, but I don't think I would want to do that form of acting to jumpstart my career. You know what I mean?
What kind of
There's a difference in between playing a fictional character and then just making a buffoon of yourself.
Oh. Well, if you're trying to be like a comedian, that's a good way to start. If you want people to take you serious, no.
Yeah, everybody wanted to be on TV back in the old days.
Oh, yeah.
Now that cell phones are in everybody's hands, anybody can be a star, or everybody can be a star now.
Come to think of it, I had my little 15 seconds of local fame. The news channel caught me deaf. I was going to pay a gas bill at a gas station, ironically. And I was walking in with my son, and the reporters just ran up on me and started asking me questions. I think they was asking how I felt about parents smoking tobacco products in the vehicle with their kids in the car.
A new law was passed.
I don't think it was a law or not. I think they was just asking that question at random to people. It may have been some legislation around it. But man, before everybody was this is back when you had the what do you call it, the voicemail machine.
Mm-hmm.
That damn thing was busted.
Yeah, when I used to live in the hood, I used to talk to the news people at least once a month. Not giving no news report or whatever, but questioning them, like what the hell is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
And they used to give me the whole breakdown, whether it's a shooting, a robbery, someone died, a stabbing. Yeah.
I think it was 2004 when I was in Kansas City. Don't want to know what it said. I was on Prospect, and I guess it was some sort of gang situation, but the dead body ended up right next to my parked car. Like he was laid out. So like his fingers, like if you lift his fingers up, it could touch my bumper. I was over my friend's house watching the fucking football game. I wasn't even at the crib. So I was in his car. We came back up. We saw like a million fucking police. I was like, what the fuck happened? It was like, there's been a murder. We can't let you in your apartment. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you can't let me in my apartment? Dude, I was thrown all the way out, man.
Yeah.
I had to spend the night over his crib. Yeah, man. I had to go to work the next day. Like,
car for forensic.
They didn't tow it, but they definitely dusted that motherfucker. The forensic was all over it. I could tell where they had the chalk. They outlined it. That shit was freaky, man. The news people came over. The Fox station came over the next day. I was like, nope. The dude downstairs though, he went on camera though. I was like, man, I wasn't even here. I don't know nothing. I was still pissed off. But I was like, that kind of set it in motion on just basically, hey, I know I was a rebel and I, kind of like the fast action, but that shit right there, he's right by my fucking car. Whoever got him, that could have been me. Man. I could have been sitting in the, you know what I mean? Like, I parked there every day. Yeah.
I remember, I think it was like a Sunday. Me and my kid just come from the park. Park my car, go inside. We inside. I heard like gunshots outside like 15 minutes later.
Yeah.
But, I live in the hood, so it's like regular. I ain't even care. I didn't go outside or nothing. I think I went outside like the next day. When I went outside the next day, my tail light shot out.
Yeah.
The back side of my car shot up. Like the dude that they were shooting after runs in that direction.
Yeah.
They didn't stop shooting. He just keeps shooting.
They just sprayed him, yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, you could have been in your trunk or in your car, man. It could have been you, yo.
Yeah. The next day, I stop parking on the above ground. I start parking underground now, thinking it's gonna be safer. Man, them crackheads is like I just brought them the car, yo. Them crackheads been cracking out my windows at least once a week. Every week I'm putting in a brand new window.
That's good.
I remember one morning I'm coming in, like 9-10 in the morning, coming in. And I saw these 3 guys, like at the bottom of the staircase, 3 young guys. And I remember like I want to smoke a joint, but I didn't have no rolling papers. So I'm asking them for rolling papers and they're giving me the freaking Gen Z treatment. Like, like me, I'm like, yo, what up? Yo, y'all have papers? They look at me like, yo, they're mute. So I'm like, yo, y'all have papers? Yeah, one of them like, no, give me that little, that little lazy shove.
Yeah.
Like, in my head, I'm like, yo, these freaking little kids have so much attitude, but I stay calm though.
Yeah.
And I went up the step, then I walked back down. And I had some tobacco, some grabber. So I'm like, yo, y'all know grabber? Y'all smoke grabber? And they're like, yeah. Because they're Canadian. They're not Jamaican. They don't know where to get grabber. They're like, yeah. And they get all excited now. So I'm like, I'm going to give you some paper. Give you some grabber. Y'all have papers, yo? And they're like, yeah. And they give me some papers. So I go home. I'm in my place smoking my weed and stuff. Then around 12, remember I said it was around 10? No, this is around 12 o'clock now, midday. You know, I'm touching the block to go hit up 1 and 2 mans. I see bear police, the news reporter and stuff. This kid got shot in a yard, couple like doors over, you know. So I'm there talking to the news reporter guy and like, yo, what happened, yo? I'm like, yo, this kid, yeah, I guess he came over here to buy drugs or something, but he got laid out with the money right beside him. And eyewitness said they saw three young black men running from the scene immediately. And then I saw it. Then I went back home and saw the news, yo, and they put up 2 pictures. And I saw, look, fuck, it's the same kids that I passed in the staircase.
Damn.
But they recognized 2, and they didn't recognize the 3rd one. But I recognize all 3 of them. I'm like, shit. That is why it's good to be nice to people, because those are the shooters that come to do the work. And you know, I understand why they were so timid and acting so stupid in the staircase, like they can't talk.
Yeah.
So that the
That
next
went down. That happened the same day.
the same day.
Damn. They had the heat on them when it was with you.
Yeah. But here what happened though. Some Jamaican guys live on the same block, because this is when I live in the hood, yo.
Yeah.
It's hot. Some Jamaican guys live on the same block, but they moved in. Like I've been there like 2 years. They moved in like say 6 months, you know, so they're still fresh on the block.
Yeah.
They kind of occupy a little corner for themselves close to one of the guys' apartment. But there's a few young Jamaican guys I could tell like they just come up from Jamaica too.
Yeah.
So, like they hang out there. I remember one morning, again, I'm coming from work, 10 in the morning, and I see the guy door swinging, bullets holes in it, and I saw the dude with his little briefcase pack, and he's like, yo, I'm getting the fuck out of here. And I'm like, yo, what happened, bro? He's like, yo, last night we're here chilling and just talking, and you know, but they were inside. They used to be outside, but this time they were inside. I guess it was raining. But it's like, like he cracked the door halfway. You know, when you do that halfway, like if his body is halfway out because he's smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
So it's halfway out, and a dude creep up on them and just start shooting at him. He says he shut the door fast, and they all lie down, and the dude sprayed their apartment.
Man.
You know?
What's up, man?
Yeah, when I ask about it, they're like, yo, them niggas ain't from around here, and them niggas ain't assimilating, you know? Like, me, I flow through the block, you know?
Yeah.
Because I smoke weed and I go wherever I want to go. I don't give a fuck. I'm a working man. Plus, I'm a big man. I'm not no kid. But they come and they kind of have their little corner, you know?
No, I get it.
Thing, play little dominoes.
Yeah.
It's a heavy neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I kind of know everyone, but they kind of, you know, because I'm Jamaican, so I would be over there chilling with them. And that evening when the block gets shot up, yo, you know, I saw them over there chilling, and my mind just say, yo, go home. You don't have no time to chill right now. Just go in. So I just slide in my door without them seeing me. And the next day they get shot up. But one night, no, I'm going to work. And this is where them same 3 shooters that did the work first time helped me out. One night I'm going to work. This is like 11 in the night, you know? And as I said, I just flow through the block. So I'm always safe. But this time, them niggas went to another block, like another neighborhood. This is like gang war now, you know.
Mm.
They went to another neighborhood and hit up 5 people on the block of that neighborhood. And I know about it, but I didn't know about it.
Mm.
I knew about it, but I didn't know about it. So them niggas know this is why my car got shot up. And this is why things been happening, you know.
Mm.
Because since they slide on that block, them niggas from that block keep coming over now. And they're shooting at anyone they see. They're
Damn.
coming over with that attitude, you know. That is why my car got shot up, because they saw people chilling in the parking lot and just start shooting. And probably why the Jamaicans then got shot up too, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the Jamaican hit was from the neighborhood or from that. But I'm going to work now. And it's like you got to walk out a lane. You know, it's like that in the hood, the buildings are like housing buildings. So it's not apartment, but housing, townhouse.
Yeah.
So it's all little lanes,
walkways. Yeah.
Walkway. So I'm on the walkway to get to the main road where I park my car, you know. So I'm walking out to the main road. I saw this car pull up. Like I saw a passenger in there, like, you know, someone with their foot on the dashboard and they're playing in their phone and stuff.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a man and his girl, you know. So I saw the car pull up, then it stopped. I'm waiting to see, still walking, but I'm waiting to see if he's dropping off someone or picking up someone. Then as soon as the driver sees me, I saw him tap the passenger. You know, I saw him give the passenger a tap. And then he opens his door and come out. And the man come out with a gun. But because I know the neighborhood, I kind of cut back through the lane and start running. But I didn't stop at my house. I circle my block before I go in my house. But while I was circling my block, guess who I saw? I saw one of the shooters from the staircase.
Yeah.
And he's like, yo, Jamaican, what's good? You all right, yo? I'm like, nah, I'm being chased, yo. Niggas chasing me right now. He's like, really? Yo, Jamaican, I got you. Yo, the niggas them strapped up, yo.
Yeah.
And yo, it was crazy, you know. I still end up going to work.
Damn.
I went home.
I'm saying they went at it right then and there.
Nah, the shooter, the 2 guys who came in the car, they got run out. They couldn't they couldn't come in the complex.
Oh, okay.
You know? But it's a good thing I was smart though, because they were literally waiting for me to come to the car. It was snowing, it was snowing too, so all the cars snowed over.
Yeah.
So I didn't press the door open on my car, you know. Because when I realized, because I'm like, ain't no passenger coming out this car. Something is up. When I realized what's up, I'm like, I'm not gonna press the door open because they're gonna know my car.
Mm-hmm.
So I literally go to my car, walk past my car, and I saw the guy, like, he went in his glove box or whatever he did, and open his door and come out, and I just start running. Yeah. But after that, I was good though, because those same kid from that did that work, one of them live in the neighborhood, and I end up realizing he's from one of those small islands like St. Vincent or St. Lucia or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, his parents is from there or something.
Oh, okay.
So we end up being good, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I even helped him one night because the cops were looking for them. I remember the cops has the one with the dread and another little one, but they're looking for the tall one and couldn't find the tall one, you know. And I remember one night I'm coming. Was I going to work? Yeah, I was going to work. And my cousin called me and he's like, yo, I got pulled over right in front of your house by plainclothes police. So if you see these guys, and he gave me the full description.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm walking out now, I saw them, like 4 white guys.
Damn.
They look like regular white guys.
Yeah.
You know, plain clothes, basketball shorts, Jordans.
Mm.
You know? And they asked me they gave me a description of a person and asked me if I know this person, if I seen this person around, you know. But because my cousin already told me that these are police, they already pulled them over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know they're looking for the tall man. So I circled back to the tall man. He was outside smoking a cigarette, literally around the corner from where the guys were, from where the police them were, you know. And I told him, yo, police.
Mm-hmm.
Told him they're after you.
Too hot.
Yeah. And he left. The last time I saw him was in the mall. And he was so grateful, yo.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't know how grateful I was.
I know,
Yeah. But that's one little connection, yo, from me just coming. I remember the morning I'm coming in from work and I'm so pissed off because these crackheads keep cracking my windows. So when I see them too, I wasn't even like the most cordial. You know, I was like, fucking little niggas, yo, y'all have papers? And they didn't want to answer me. I was going to get mad. Then I just walk up the step and then I walk back, offer them the grabber. And then they're like, yeah, they have papers. Not knowing 2 hours later, them niggas would have committed a murder.
Catching bodies, boy.
Catch a body real quick. Man, sometimes I drive through that neighborhood and wonder how the hell I survived here for 3 years.
Yeah, man. I'm born and raised in rural Arkansas, man. And I did my little fucking military Navy shit in fucking Compton. Right during fuck the police, NWA, all that in the 80s, 88. I was out there in California, Northern California. Go to the fucking East Coast, same fucking thing. Fast life. And then instead of going back to Arkansas, I fucking go to Chicago. And I'm chilling with my uncle for a minute on the not so rowdy side of town, but man, I met this chick at the club. She lived in the hood.
Yeah.
Hooked up with her. Started having a different crowd around me. Even though I worked downtown, I was still associating with motherfuckers in the hood. Basically did that. I did that the whole time. Yeah.
Working. I was living in the hood, working, driving Mercedes and freaking Lincoln.
Yeah, man. I
remember
did it.
And all my cars are black, strictly black.
Yeah.
Those times, the chrome rims, you know, the shiny rims.
Yeah.
And I remember I had the freaking Lincoln Continental blacked out, trying to talk to this girl. And she's like, no, your car too gangsters. Cars like that get shot up.
Yeah.
Cars like yours get shot up.
Same thing, man. I went to the same shit, yeah. Same shit. Had.
You know when I realized that this ain't normal living?
Yeah.
This, because I was like manager at work, you know? I have people that works under me. Pause.
Yeah.
And this Indian kid from Brampton, and Brampton is like a suburban neighborhood where everyone has a freaking 6-bedroom detached house.
Right.
Backyard, front yard, and 4-car garage.
I know about Brampton, yeah.
So he thinks he's gangster, you know? You know, I'm his supervisor. He's chilling with this other Mexican kid. That's his best friend, I guess his high school friend. But the Mexican kid is real gangster. He has real connection because when I used to get my hands dirty, I get stuff off the Mexican.
Mm.
I know the Mexican is gangster for real, and I know the Mexican doesn't live in Brampton. He lives in Mississauga.
Mm-hmm.
This Indian kid thinks he's gangster, so wants to smoke weed and stuff, you know, and he drives a Benz like mine too. So he really thinks he's my size. Until one day I took him to the hood. Yeah, when I took him to the hood, but he opens my eyes to let me know that this shit wasn't normal, because I get so normalized to living in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
You know? When I took him there, like, he couldn't believe that people live like this.
Mm.
You know, he couldn't believe that people live like this. I took him to my nigga house where I think 5 or 6 people live in that house. It's like room by room by room by room by room.
Yeah, the room shit.
House,
Yeah.
someone lives in there, you know? So that house alone was like a whole neighborhood for him. It was too much, you know? And just the settings alone, coming from a 6-bedroom detached house to now house that's joint together, and one little block, maybe freaking 25 by 25, 7 people live in there, and none of them know each other. They're all stranger.
Mm.
You know, one nigga has all his speaker box them stack up outside. You know, nigga went to jail, have his apartment, someone else take care of his apartment until him come from jail, and he's arguing over his speaker box because somebody make water run on it. Some bullshit, you know. There's weed just growing all over the yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just, yeah, and he literally have anxiety. I could tell he wasn't
Yeah.
used to that, you know. And I'm like, you know what? Let me go up to Brampton and see where you're from. When I go to Brampton, I'm like, y'all niggas need to cut it out. Ain't no gangster from Brampton. If this is where I was coming from, I wouldn't be talking about gangsters. You know, no one in Toronto have no detached house, acres of backyards, fully floral garden in your backyard with fountain. And you're talking about your gangster? Man, go back to Brampton. And that's when I left Toronto and go to Brampton. Because I discovered that I had families in Brampton, but I was so into Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, when you're just so into the city, like, to me, it's like Brampton was too country. It's like up New York nigga talk about the down south.
Yeah.
Knowing that this shit is country. Being stuck up in the freaking hood with the roaches and the rats and dodging bullets, or
all that shit,
you
man.
know, side swiping bullets and having shooter on call. That's country. When I moved to Brampton, that's when I start smoking in my car. I fall asleep in my Benz, 4 windows down. I'm smoking in my car because I can't smoke in my people them house. I had to give up the Toronto life, go to Brampton, and see a different life. And from there, I moved to Hamilton, and you know, just get a house out in the country.
Yeah, I did the opposite. I grew up and raised in the country, and then literally ran to the city.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably be moving back to the country soon too.
Yeah, man. I had my fun. I did that. That shit was.
We want to move back to Hamilton, but right now that house is investment. We got to rent it out so it paid for itself.
Yeah.
Minus the wealth, I had a 50-50 of both, the hood and the woods. And
yeah,
I know every story y'all just shared, from them dark hood ones to what the fuck rural ones, Dev, to tie it into that rural society. I'm on my lunch break. This is in McAllister. I had just moved from Tulsa. Got tired of all the helicopters and the gunshots every night. Got two little ones at the time. It's like I don't want them around that. I'm down in McAllister and got a job, and typically I won't eat on if I'm working. Like I don't know where I got it from, but if my kids ain't eating, I'm not eating. But I'm hungry as hell this day, so I go to a little burger spot. And when I come out, it was the biggest buck I've ever seen with his head inside. Like I left the window on my truck down. Had his head stuck inside my truck. And I know how the fuck I'm about to, call the job because I only got 5 minutes left to get back to work. Man, I laughed for 30 minutes trying to figure that shit out. But from the gunshots to the story you was telling about the kids, I mean, I went to go make sure my godkids went to school one day. They lived on the other side of town in Tulsa. I get over there early in the morning before work, get them up, fight with them, you going to school and all that. And this is when I knew this shit ain't right. This is my this shit ain't right moment. It's maybe a second grader. He comes up to me, and the youngest of my god kids knew who he was. They roughly the same age. And he's like, "Man, you got a lighter?" I'm like, "No, I ain't got no lighter. I had one, but no, I ain't got no lighter. What you need a lighter for?" He's like, "I'm about to smoke some before I go to school." And I'm already scratching my head, and then I start laughing like, "Oh, this little nigga playing with me. He laughing." He opened his backpack, showed me a pistol, and how his pops had him pushing his work for him. And it fucked me up.
That's real.
It fucked me up because he was, I mean,
Vasi, there's some
he couldn't have been
good
3'4"
documentary about Toronto. It's just because sometimes I'm on the YouTube space and I got to walk in the streets and I don't know who knows who and what is what. I'm not in the street politics, but there's some hood documentary about Toronto, man. Those are niggas I know personally. One of them, I saw him on the documentary. I was wondering where the hell he was. I saw him on a documentary recently. I guess he did time. He just did some time in jail, come out, reform, change his life. I remember this nigga with his son. His son was like 4 years old. I'm going to say it too because that was long time shit. Them time we rep green. Who knows. I ain't going to say because I don't know certain statutes of limitation. But those times we wear green, and the nigga have his little 4 or 5 year old son fully decked out in green shorts, green shirt, bandana, green Jordans, and he was like the leader too. He was a leader. And I used to look at that like, shit, this is so bad, yo. And on the documentary, I said, I haven't seen him for years. The last time I saw them was a day before the base got raided and a lot of people got arrested. But on this documentary, when I saw the nigga and he's talking and he's saying, his son, 17 years old, how the man then put 19 shot in his little son. His son got shot up 19 times, and immediately I fucking remember, that's the same little kid. He was 5. The last time I saw the kid, he was 5, fully decked out in his gangster outfit. And you were the leader of the gang. And I know if he's listening right now, he knows I'm talking to him. You were the leader of the gang. You know? And I knew that was wrong. Got your little son decked out, fully gangster outfit, you know? Yo,
bro.
Yo, we had even freaking wild exotic animals that we're not supposed to have nowhere in Canada. We have that shit in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when that raid went down, it was the biggest news headline in Toronto. But I can't say too much. I can't even say the animal because I don't want law enforcement to hear, because it's the only case of its kind in Canada. But if I say green, then people must know. People must know what set used to rep green in Toronto and who used to be the leader. You know? But yeah, yo, I sorry for your son, bro, but I knew like you steered him into that gangster life from he was a kid. I know a lot of men, they kind of, you know, if they're in the street, they try to have their kids or their family not in the street. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I was watching too much TV, man. I couldn't wait to get in the street, in the city. Growing up on dirt roads and lots of land. And everything closed at fucking 8 o'clock at night, even on the fucking weekends.
Yeah.
See what's in Chicago.
Yeah. See, when I was in the street, I was the kind of person who could like, I was more like their fucking safety rep. Once I'm around, they're safe. And not safe from your ops and stuff, you're safe from the law. Because I'm gonna show you how to move to cover your tracks and not get in trouble with the law. Because niggas in the street take that part for granted. You know?
Yeah, they too impulsive.
Yeah. Way too impulsive. I remember my other nigga. He's more like family, you know, because my dad was having a relation with his mom. So he's more like family. But we're not family like that, you know? Two separate households. But I remember he had some straps. He had some pow, some pews, you know? And I guess he was leaving the city to go work out of town. And he gave me them. Around 5 or 6 pews. And a bag weighs about 2 pounds in pews. And I had them shit for 5 years straight, living with a woman and everything. And no one knows. Until the day the nigga came back. And he came for them. And I flipped the mattress over, cut it, and took them out. And the girl I'm living with started to cry because she didn't know she was sleeping on those things. For years. I gave them to the nigga. And within 3 weeks, him, his sister, his mom, and 2 of his brother were incarcerated because police found them driving around with 1 pew, went back to their house and found all the pews. This is when I'm like, you know what? I'm too smart to be hanging around stupid niggas. I had them shit for years. Went to many parties, many places. Never once feel like I need to be driving around with any of these shit. Just having it was enough to boost my confidence as a young man. I don't need to have it on me 24/7. But them niggas need to be driving around with it. You know? They need to be drinking and smoking with it. And his whole family, because he has it at his house with his mom, his sisters, his brothers. Yeah, police just arrest all of them, like the Sean Kingston family. So I'm like, even in the street, you have to have some level of intuition. You have to know to be smart. You can't just be silly all the time.
And the sacrifices you gotta make. In that, I mean, I'll be out with my brothers, and I didn't get taught this. It's just somehow I knew. Everybody smoking and drinking. Somebody got sacrificed to be that driver. Because if more than two of us get in this car as black males and it's nighttime, shit, it could be daytime. Chances are you're gonna get pulled over just for being spotted.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to sacrifice a lot of those desires in order to keep the party going. You get where I'm going? And
yeah,
it's very, very few who is willing to be that sacrificial lamb. That was kind of the role I played.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of it. I never participated in distributing.
With women and friends in certain situations, you know. I used to party when I live out in Hamilton, because I have the big house and everything. I used to party a lot, you know, and those parties could have easily turned into those Diddy ass parties. But me, man, after watching those R. Kelly and after seeing what happened through the Me Too era, I was way too cautious. As soon as a female get intoxicated, I'm calling the cab. And niggas used to get so mad at me. And, you know, these girls used to want to get drunk and think you're going to sleep over. And nah, as soon as a female got intoxicated, I'm calling the cab. You're out of here. I remember one night these niggas got so mad, yo. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm going to call you guys some strippers. If it's that serious, I will pay for stripper. If you guys, you know, if you guys think you have a chance with these drunken ladies, and because of me, I ruin it, I'll pay for some strippers. That's all right. I don't need none, but for your entertainment and for us being safe now and in the future, I'll pay for strippers. Local strippers. And after seeing all of this that went down, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you did the right thing. You might become someone someday in life, and you don't want somebody that you don't even know their name coming to say you did this because this happened at your crib, at your party. No. Yeah, so Afro, hit the link, Afro. I know you ain't got shit to do right now. Hit the link.
Somebody tell GQ he ain't allowed to be bored and wake his ass up. But now you right. I mean, I had to learn that lesson in an extremely hard way, very, very fast, about being wise when it comes to the opposite gender.
Yeah.
I'll share this story with you. I've told y'all the one about me getting expelled for writing that paper on the Greenwood riots. But the next year, same school, I get expelled, and this is how, ironically, when I mentioned earlier my skull being fractured, and it's got that permanent knot. But he's not my blood brother, but I eventually wound up marrying his sister. We got a divorce, but I still call him my brother. He's a grade above me. He's on the football team, and I missed the bus to get home from school. So tell myself I'm just gonna watch Big Bro practice and get home with him. In the process of getting to him, I had to pass the cheerleaders. At passing them, they said some little, banter shit, called my name out. I say something slick and funny back. It's nothing grotesque, nothing to get either side in trouble. It's just children being children. But the cheerleading coach sees me, and I'm not thinking nothing of this, y'all. Nothing at all. I don't even remember the rest of this night. But the next day when I get to school, man, I had to battle every male teacher, from the janitor to the teachers, principals, the officer on campus.
What did it say you say?
And what happens is the cheerleading coach tells, I guess, the male staff that I pulled my pants down and was chasing the cheerleaders, screaming, "Give me fellatio."
No.
Keep in mind, this is predominantly an all-white school, so this is super bad. I don't even really ask for fellatio as an adult. I damn sure wasn't asking for it there. I get that beating, and it gets to the point my mama can't recognize who I am. But this damaged me and my mama's relationship because now her boy got a sexual assault accusation on his back. And that was her biggest no-no. I think I could have shot somebody and it wouldn't have been as traumatic on her as a sexual assault. She was fixated on making sure that I came out a gentleman. It was probably byproduct of what my dad put her through, but that's a whole other story.
So you're saying
Go ahead.
the white teacher, they beat you up for that?
She arranged it, but she's an important factor. I'm gonna tie it back to her. I'm expelled, and part of my punishment is I gotta move rocks from the front yard to the backyard, from the backyard to the front yard every day. And after doing it, I don't know, like a week, realize if I wake up before everybody else and get this shit done, when baby bro go to school and moms go to work, I got the whole house to myself. I'm about to Mortal Kombat to death. I wake up early and make me a bowl of cereal, and something, I don't watch the news to this day, but something was like, turn the news on. We had one of them TVs with the two knobs, one for, these channels, and then the other is your 20 through 40s. I flip it over to the news instead of the cartoons, and as soon as I get there, teacher arrested for sexual molestation. I'm like, what the hell? And then I look, and it's that bitch. What it is after them cheerleaders seen how bad I got beaten, these is all white girls. They seen how bad I got beaten, me getting expelled. That inspired them to come out and tell the truth on how they got on the cheerleading squad. In order to be a cheerleader, you either had to go to the movies with her and let her, I'm trying to think of a way to say this, insert her fingers during the movie, or you had to go to their house and stay the night and let her and the husband have their way at night with you in order to get on the team. That's how they got on the team. After seeing how bad I got beat, that gave them the courage to come out and say what they was going through. But that really showed me like how true those lynch stories are, and how like keep in mind the only thing
That's
you
very
get where I'm going. This is just a banter.
Emmett Hill story.
Yeah. So I got the newspaper clips. I'll show y'all. They'll show my name in it because I was a minor, of course, but this is true story. But that taught me early, like, and I still carry that with me to this day. Like, I can't go into a strip club. You get where I'm going? Because I'm so prone to think this can easily turn from a good time to the rest of your life is in peril.
I don't know that's always
Even if you're not doing
mind.
anything, you get what I mean? You could be squeaky clean in the moment and still go through this shit.
The accusation part, man, that's all it takes. Sometimes for me, it's like, yo, just don't put yourself in a situation where someone could even lie on you.
That part. And that's hard to do when you live in a culture that's promoting freedom and liberty and all that other shit. And that's where I get upset when these conversations about celebrities come into play, because it's like, as a black male in this country, you're supposed to know better.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to emphatically know we don't get to do every single thing. And if you do got that in you, man, do that shit with people you trust in an environment that you know it's not going to come back to bite you in the ass because you want to experience life.
I'm telling you, like, the fame, the money, the power, all that gets to their head. There's simple people who are not even celebrity status that makes that stuff gets to their head. You see how people act on payday. You know, you see how people act in the strip club. Well, you don't go to a strip club, but in the strip club, you got niggas trying to make it rain, like regular people trying to do the same things that these rappers are doing, and they're not making rapper or basketball type money. You know.
Yeah, that don't make no sense.
When it comes to, I guess, sex and pleasure, caution is out the window for them, for most people. You know. And that's the hard part. The last thing you said. Do it with people you trust. That's the hard part, because when you have money, you can't trust nobody. You know. Or you have to just keep a small group. The group can't be too large. Small network. Large network, small friendship group.
Yeah, I mean, I used to tell my brethren, a nut lasts 30 seconds, rent lasts 30 days. What's more important? Every time they would go out and, you know how it be. They get to talking the shit before you even get to going, oh, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and I can't wait to find one. That would be my bylaws. Just, be careful, be careful, be careful. And then I would hit them with, if she can't hold a conversation, you better off masturbating.
Yep.
And it's not so much that I don't want anybody to have a good time. It's just I don't want them to go through the hells pursuing a good time.
And you just literally have to be responsible. having a good time is not like back in then. Now you just have to be responsible. That's it. I think even back then people should have been responsible. You know when a female is too drunk to make a decision. But again, some people are just natural born creeps and predator, you know, because in these environments, you have men who literally their purpose is they're waiting for the woman to get too drunk. In fact, at one point, those things were celebrated in popular culture as the norm. You know, for shorty to get too drunk so the men can have their way with them. Or the man to get too carried away, so he starts to spend recklessly and just start to give away everything. Oh, yeah. Man, that Solar Vision scandal, man, I'm glad we dodged that one. We literally dodged. Remember when Bush dodged the shoes?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's why I feel like we dodged that Solar Vision scandal when Bush dodged the shoes. You know, even though some people was in the debate league, as I said, I've never seen Q Butter in no debates. Debating nobody. Never really seen Dev in no debates.
Nah, I was talking shit about the debates.
And
I think Domo hit the panel. He's like, yeah, we don't do religion. And I was like, all right.
We weren't gonna join no debate league name after no nigga.
Oh no.
That shit is narcissistic, egotistic, and is a recipe for disaster. But your Solar Vision debate league. And again, they weren't really talking about the stuff that I'm interested in.
No, because like I said, Solar Vision was whatever with Sonetta. They all they did was argue about the Bible. It debated. That's where he got it from. Those motherfuckers started having channels and they debate bullshit about the Bible. So I never separated debates from the Bible at all. There are like 1,000 more topics y'all can fucking talk about.
That's where he came from. That's exactly where he came from.
Yeah.
I'll stand on if it if the debate ends with action, I would be more prone to engage with. If hypothetically speaking, a debate centered around how can we use the Bible in modern day to advance the community, and
Yeah,
whatever
something
is
like that.
determined out of that debate, we put into um, we implement the methodology argued through the debate. I would be more inclined to participate. But if it's just gotcha moments and shock value slides, then that's playing cards. You get where I'm going? The
Yeah.
kids with they trading cards.
Yeah, that's how it was structured though. You know, it wasn't really who have the better information. It was who have the better argument.
I love
No,
the fact that
who
you
do
get to see.
you like? Yeah, who do you
I,
like?
yeah, I love the fact that you get to see those
Who,
of us from the streets
who's more
this
entertaining?
display intelligence. Like I love that. That helps what I've been trying to fight for my entire existence. But at the same time, it ain't just to show I'm a street nigga. I'm a street nigga. Rah 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 rah. Like no, that ain't it. That is not it.
Yeah, it has to be coupled. You have to have that street flair. If in these kind of debate, that's I guess that's something. You know, people are looking for that entertainment value, but debate has to comes with accurate, credible information, not just information to win arguments. You know, not just what sounds good. You have to come with some. Because at the end of the day, the purpose is to teach the people something. Huh? That's the reason why you have a premise. You're gonna either prove it to be right, or someone is gonna prove it to be wrong. And if we can just prove something with just arguments that relates to the crowd or sounds good because it comes from a place where emotionally speaks to other people, then that's not proof. Proof should include facts, evidence, you know, something that could be verified. But again, a lot of debates about social topics. The reason why I don't like those because it's so subjective. Depends on who you're talking to and depends on who doing the talking. It could go anyway.
Very true.
A more concrete subject like science, math, or even some aspect of philosophy and history, in most cases, you're either wrong or you're either right. You're either wrong or right. You know, your information could be verified and proven, or it could be verified and proven to be false. But you're not going to be stuck in the gray area based on the current politics or based on the audience. No.
Yeah, they're more like presentation battles.
Yeah.
Instead of freestyle battles, it's a presentation battle, and who can present theirs the flyest way is the. I'm not saying it's the only winner through their intentions, the debaters, but often that's where the audience gravitates to.
Yeah, yeah. because it's more about the entertainment part of it. It's more for entertainment. So I guess you could treat it more like a academic argument, or you could treat it more like a sport. You know, and if it's a sport, then you don't have to send an academic. All you got to do is make the better play. Yeah, religion debate is retarded. I also, well, I shouldn't say hate or dislike. I do not find interest in finding out whether or not the Egyptians were black. For some reason, that's the lowest bar on my interest level. So when I see those kind of debate, I immediately find me a good rap song, smoke a spliff, and calm down for a minute.
You don't want to hear about the Benjamin mummies, Amen?
No. No. I don't know. I guess it's the way that it's being presented to is like I just lose interest. I lose interest. You know,
It's overkill.
it's overkill, and it's either gonna drive into a point where you're gonna start shitting on Africa or denying Africa. Either way, and it doesn't matter which side of the coin you fall on. I've seen it happen on both sides. People who claim Egypt is black, when you present them with evidence that it's not really black as how you think of it, then, you know, we're no longer African, we're Asiatic and all this nonsense. On the other side that says Egypt is not black and will present scientific information and stuff, sometimes they go overboard now, start shitting on Egypt as if it's still not an African civilization, as if it still doesn't hold value to Africa. You know, so that is why I kind of dislike it, because yeah, to me it's like, who cares? You know?
I think it's overkill in regards of the ones before us won a battle that's not often discussed. It's used, but it's not thoroughly explained that your Dr. Clarks, your Dr. Benz, that those generations put Egypt back in Africa and separated it from Middle Eastern history, if that makes sense. Like they well established the idea that this was in Africa. This wasn't in, once again, the Middle East.
Yes.
Making it whether we want to say it black or not, it made it an African culture.
That's how I look at it. You know? But
that battle's won, that trophy is there, so leave that trophy alone. Let's go get some new
that's
ones.
where you should have. That's exactly where you should have end and stop, and you know, because that was the fight to reclaim Egypt as an African civilization. But people didn't stop there, though. It went into a whole almost 2 to 3 decades of trips to Egypt, thousands of dollars trip to Egypt to go see the pyramid, under the guise that these are some great gods Now, if you shake the ankh and tap the bell, you will have divine power. And if you could read these scribble on the wall, which you don't even know what accent the people them speak in, but you're going to read it in your American accent and awaken the divine Hetshepturusu Neteru power. So, you know, you have those people that go on the extreme. And then you have other people that saying, hey, it's not really like that. The history and the archaeology says it was more metropolitan. You have other people coming in. You have other people ruling at this time. And not because it's African, meaning it's all black. Africa is also very diverse. They weren't satisfied with that, you know. So they know, and as far as now to discredit the Dr. Ben and the John Henry Clark, and you know, no, we gotta give them back the one little win that we have, because, and it's just a bunch of confusion. Why couldn't we just have it right there and keep it there? It's an African civilization. These were African pharaohs. Leave it as that. Nope. One side needed to be African and black. And the other side said, if it's African and black, you're pseudo. It's all out of here.
Because carving new lanes is scary. I mean, academically, that is. Presenting new ideas, or even if you're going to go the historical route, to say, hey, let's study this civilization and this is why, or this artifact and this is why. It's scary, because if you're seeking attention and not to teach, you want to join the circus.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why. Hey, Dev, if you there, Marley said he's in the back.
The thing is, I would just go strictly off the science and take the feelings out of it. Geography, which is a part of science, puts Egypt in Africa. And it's been there for the past 80,000, not even, it's been there for the past probably millions of years. Because as far as I know, the tectonic plate haven't shifted in that region for probably 1 million years or more. So geographically, it's in Africa. Genetically, science says that the closest living ancestors to ancient Egyptians are modern-day Egyptians. The only reason why that sounds strange, if I tell you that the ancient living ancestors to ancient Chinese are modern-day Chinese, it doesn't sound strange. If I say the ancient living ancestors to ancient Japanese are modern-day Japanese, it doesn't sound strange. If I do that with any other culture, it doesn't sound strange. It sounds strange when I do it with Egypt, because the blackity black, what we're looking at in Egypt doesn't look blackity black. And we refuse to accept those people as natural born Egyptians related to the pharaohs. We refuse to accept them because they're not black enough. But science says they are the one. If I argue further, I am a pseudo. So the blackity black who wants to make Egypt blackity black are pseudos. And the academic who wants to take Egypt, the African presence out of Egypt, they're also pseudos, because those people in Egypt, they're not Arabs. They're Africans, Nubians who mix with Berbers and probably some Arabs. But that's how they look. They have that skin color. Africa is very diverse. And if our aspect of black is someone with dark skin, dark, Nigerian dark, 70% or more, then most African American wouldn't even fit that shade of black. Most African American ain't no darker than a modern day Egyptian living in Egypt right now. You know, they're not white people and they're not Arabs, they're Africans. Just like Eritreans, just like Khoisans, just like different tribes, most Fulanis in West Africa, very light-skinned people with long curly hair. They're African. No one would deny their Africanness. But when it comes to Egypt, because for some reason, because you know the greatness of Egypt has been amplified so much. So you have people who want those pharaohs, want the builders of the pyramids and those castles to be Nigerian Bantu dark-skinned people. And if they're not, they refuse to accept them as their own people. And to me, it's just madness all across the board. If you just stick with geography and science, it says these are African civilization in Africa. These are African people. The modern day Egyptian are their closest descendants, not 100% bloodline, because we know modern day Egyptian mixed with others, like African American mixed with others. But nevertheless, no one would deny, well, people are trying to, but those of us who knows better knows that African Americans are descendants of West Africans. You know, the West Africans would be like the ancient Egyptians, and the African American would be like modern Egyptian.
Yeah. What keeps those tidal waves clashing is the Bible. If you take Egypt out the Bible, the whole war over chematology ends. I honestly believe that. Because that Bible is the central figure of, well, I don't want to say central, but it's a pillar in Eurocentric education, whether it's scholastically or just culturally. So that's the bread and butter. Whoever claims Egypt gets to claim the centerpiece of the biblical narrative. If you take that out, then there's no reason to fight over Egypt anymore. I might be wrong, but looking at it from what I see,
you're right.
If you take that out, then nobody's fighting for historical context. And I think our forefathers in the argument pointed at Egypt and had that eureka moment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, shouts out to cartography. Hold on. If Egypt is in Africa, then that means Africa has a history, which means black people have a history because black people come from Africa and Egypt is in Africa. Hold your head up. Look what the Bible says about you. Look where Jesus got his, you get where I'm going?
Yeah.
So I think that is the firecracker, but that night is over. Those fireworks are null and void at this point. Thanks to science and just globalization and the fact that this is an entire planet full with history that we could be extracted.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. But most black people from the Bible see themselves as the Israelite. And the Israelite time in Egypt wasn't so friendly. because their whole mission was to leave Egypt and go back to their promised land. But you're absolutely right, though. The Bible did put whether you claim to be Israelite, Moor, Pan-African, only person the Bible didn't put in Africa, in Egypt, was the Abos. But everyone else, yep, the Bible did put you in Egypt at some point.
No, because them Abos, they the ones that, what is it? The Mississippi is the Nile, and the teepees are just mobile pyramids.
So what they're doing is taking Egypt out of Africa. They're doing a tectonic plate shift.
Yeah. Long live Pangea. The crazy thing about the Abos and your ancient Israelites and Egyptians is they do talk lineage and they do talk genealogy, but they skip so many pages of it. Because I'm pretty sure with all the people speaking, if they was thoroughly doing genealogy, one of them got some kind of story to share in their city, state, a connection to the slave trade, and then a story. You get where I'm going, but let's just keep it local. If they did it, your great grandfather may have had a wonderful story to tell. It might have some teardrops in it, it might have some triumphs in it, but it's still a story to add to the encyclopedia of the African American experience. And they're skipping that part. But give me my reparations check, because we built this country. I study history because I like psychology. Because I put it in my head that if I can understand what happened, I can understand why we think what we think now. And then that'll help formulate a plan to how we should be thinking moving forward.
Yeah.
I study it for that aspect in all areas I can.
Suppose that they decide to pay reparation in free education and full tax exemption, and what else? Free healthcare for all Black Americans from here on going forward. Do you think that would be some that would be acceptable?
Yeah. I
But
don't think it's I don't think it's
no individual getting a check. However,
yeah, I don't think it's the end all.
However,
I think that would be the cheapest route
there is
for the
a
opposition.
what do you call
Because
it?
let's be honest, I mean, a lot of us, and it's not to belittle us. It's just honest about humans. Because even if whites had access to a free collegiate education, most are not going to stick it out to a doctorate level because it's just too much work, too time consuming. By the time you 18 to 25, most of us are already starting a family. That's going to take away from you. Get where I'm going? Life gets in the way.
Yeah.
So that would be cost consuming to say, all right, yeah, we'll give you free education. In that regards, the tax, yeah, but we still need it. It's not like the ghettos don't need good paved roads and working street lights. You get where I'm going? And who's going to clean up the playground? That's where taxes come into play. So we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot and hoard resources and become too individualistic, trying to build our own Disneyland instead of a collective Wonder World. But I see where those would have disincentives to help us as well.
I get what you're saying. That makes sense. How about tax exemption on wages?
Yeah, but that still leads to it. You get what I mean? I'd rather just have our regular paycheck taxed and not pay that taxes at the end of the year. That way, we're not giving away such a big chunk if you have to.
Yeah.
And
How
then,
about
you still got your city and local.
even with all that though, they still have a trust fund with the main Bank of America holding a few $billions for the Black American community.
That's
And
where I
from
argue
there-
that sovereignty would come into play, and you can have it through
No,
those
and from there
entities.
now you're talking about like the schools and roads and infrastructure. You know, when they need to build those, if it's not under government mandate, then there is still funding available where it's not Black people working, putting their money in it. You know, that's a trust fund, that's reparation money. Or you think people would literally fight for their individual check and just get a check, and there is no free education, no tax exemption, no free health care, and all those things just go out the window?
You got any kids?
Yeah, I got 3.
You know, when they're young and you say, all right, this is your allowance, but if you get that, there is no more. And you know tomorrow is the weekend and you got plans to, I want McDonald's, I want McDonald's, I want McDonald's.
Oh yeah, they need it instantly. They have
but tomorrow we going, I don't know, Miami for the first time. And you're trying to convince them, don't spend it now. This is your allowance. Don't spend it now. No, I want the McDonald's. I want the McDonald's. And then you let them have their way. What happens, and I'm trying to paint an analogy, in the future after reparations when you still have those needs and same fights, but they say we've already paid our debt and it didn't cover the next round of the battle.
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say by that? Like, I think a lot of us are in that framework of a childish perspective of it, to where if I just get my allowance check, I'm good. But you trying to figure out how to make it to prom, and you're not thinking, what are you going to do all summer long?
For the government or the payee of the reparation, it would be more beneficial for them to just cut the check, because with the consumer culture that America has, within a month, half of that check will come back to them. You know,
right?
Half of that will literally go back to them within a month. However, if they have to spend their money, to give free education, free healthcare, and certain free infrastructure for Black people, for Black American, and not only historical Black colleges and universities But a black kid can go to Harvard University, can go to Yale from high school. You know, once they have the academic requirements, they can go forward. The financial the financial hurdle is no longer in their way. That would literally cost the government more over time, especially if we as a nation mobilize and take full advantage of it. And within 10 years, we will have a economy that can rival any other economy in America. And not just in sports and music, but in STEM, in business, in finance, you know, in other fields that we don't seem to dominate.
Yeah, I think the true implication of separate but equal would be the highest form of reparation the U.S. government could give us. Separate but equal, in that separate but equal educational institutions, medical institutions, law institutions. Now we got our own branch of police that's equal to theirs. We just got jurisdiction over self. We got judges. We got banks. I think that would be the highest form of reparations versus that individualistic approach.
If you know how if they do it that way, then like right now, when they give us those things, they're not even telling us that they're giving us, but you know, when like hospitals, schools, fire station in the urban neighborhood is ridiculously underfunded, and it shows in the infrastructure and it shows in the product, that whether it be the education that coming out or the type of medical treatment and practices that people are receiving. You know, imagine now when they now have a bitter heart and entitlement that they already gave us something and they don't have to do anything more. All those schools would be looking like Umar Johnson School. You know, all across America where there is black neighborhoods, they wouldn't do anything else because to them they would think we already gave them enough. But if we're allowed to still go to the same school that their kids have to go to get the same education, sit in the same classroom, take the same curriculum, I guarantee you that they're not going to make the school run down because a few black kids are attending for quote unquote free, you know. But an entire school of black kids that they're looking at attending for free, they would not provide any more funding, and we would have to be making mandates after mandates, bills after bills, wait for votes, wait for the next election to vote in someone who cares. And it wouldn't be the same. It just wouldn't be the same unless we decide that we are going to put in the back wrenching work to keep it up, make it stay afloat, and make it be productive. That would have to be on us. And if that's the case, we can do it for ourselves, and it would have been done with more dignity than that have to be forced to do it ourselves because white people gave us that for our reparation, you know. Sovereignty in America is not going to be easy because it's already a country. You know, it could work with a Native American, and it only works because they gave them those reservations. And as you see, reservations are not well kept. There is no reservation that rises to the status of a proper town, much less a city. Because
Repeat
the
that last
native,
part about the reservations. I had stepped away for a second.
now I'm saying sovereignty in America is not going to be easy. It's not. And it could, they gave it to the native, but they really only have sovereignty on the reservation. You know, if they leave off the res, they're in American jurisdiction. But on the reservations are not well kept because government do not fund reservations.
That's partially true. It would depend on the tribe and how they implemented their cultural practices. But like where I'm at right now is considered a reservation technically,
Mm.
but it's also a modern day city with all the trappings of a modern city. It's just small. Tulsa and Oklahoma City could be argued their own reservations. You get where I'm going? And there's a goddamn the NBA champions is the Oklahoma City Thunders. That's on a reservation. You get where I'm going?
Yeah.
So it depends on the tribal politics of that tribe and how that reservation was established and maintained. So that sovereignty does have some benefits because those people got their own courts, they got their own police, they can somewhat protect themselves. They still under federal guidelines and regulations, but they still
Yeah.
have a system of
But
anatomy.
a lot of that is on the reservation though.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
outside the reservation, they're under American jurisdiction. And I'm saying the reason why that could happen is one, those are the first inhabitants of the America. And the government, both Canada and American government, were forced to acknowledge that. You know? And second, their population dwindled so little that even if they even giving them full sovereignty has little to no effect on the general status of either countries. They can't afford to do that with black people. Black people population is not the size of Native American population. You know, black people population is a voting bloc, is a force to be reckoned with in America and to some degree globally. So to give Black American sovereignty would mean to have Black American exile the continent of America, at least the country, and give them their own country somewhere else where they can have their own jurisdiction. But it's going to be a conflict of interest in America itself. And for any of that to happen would probably take a next civil war, or it would take a civil war. That's just not gonna happen. That's never gonna be handed over. And there
You
ain't
said
no
something that's vital. I mean, and I want the audience to catch it if they listening. When you said the black population is, and I'm paraphrasing, is too vast to give that sovereignty that they gave to a tribe.
Yeah.
That collective blackness, whether you was Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian, that vastness that made you this new entity called Black American, African American,
Black American
Afro American.
itself is vast.
It enhanced your fighting power by collectivism opposed to delineate.
Yeah.
I'll let you keep rocking
And
now.
they know
I didn't
that.
want
They
you to
know
get too
that.
far
Black
from that.
American is a force to be reckoned with. You know, that is why when it comes to election, you don't hear no one talking about the Native American votes. It doesn't matter where their vote fall. It wouldn't make a ripple in the water. But where a Black American vote fall might cause a tsunami. You know, it's a big difference. And when it comes to the financial structure, is the same thing. If the Native American decide to stop spend money with America for 1 month, no one would notice. If Black American decide to stop spend money with America for 2 hours, the world would notice. The stock market would crash instantly. The world would notice instantly. And I'm telling you guys the power that you guys wield. And you guys didn't
Right.
even know it.
Play role reversal. Let's say Native Americans decided to put their tribal differences aside and be that collectively. So that means from your Inuits to the people in Chile are just Native American. Think about how large that population becomes within an hour of signing that paper.
Yep.
Not 10 years, not 100 years. Just soon as they sign it, agree it, they go from a small band to 2 continents. That's power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they give up the 5 civilized tribe, because the 5 civilized tribe is just a handful of people, and include the rest of the Native Americans, then yeah, they would have a substantial population size. You know. Canada is they said the Native American, they're the First Nations. But I could drive out the entire Toronto, Southern Ontario, from Montreal to Niagara Falls, and I would not encounter one Native American. For me to see them, I have to head north. I have to start driving north. You know, I have to go Alberta, Winnipeg, all those places, probably like Sudbury, you know, just to see Native people. So their population, even over here, it's not a lot. But when it comes to Black people, though, we are a lot of money to spend, a lot of vote to cast. You know. Your Western politics have nothing to do with our people. Sound like a Black man who thought he's an Indian. They teach us about America. That was in Africa. 101 before it was destroyed. Sound like a Black man who was a Moor, now converted to a Abo, and probably a reformed FBA. they usually start their sentence with
My goodness,
they.
Harriet Tubman went all the way to Africa to get people. How'd she get there?
Harriet Tubman took people from America to Canada. They did not teach us about America that was in Africa. Because there is no America in Africa. Anyone selling you those $15 books, give them back their $15 book. Take that $15. Buy yourself a cup of coffee and a joint.
Don't buy
Look at the
coffee.
map.
Buy some Benjamin and put it on your Android phone so Google can't steal your information.
What's that?
I was saying if you put Bitterman on your Android phone, Google can't steal your information. So buy some Egyptian Bitterman.
Man. Yo, in the highest. Yeah, it sounds like you just made up that name too. Africa is not joined to America. Stop looking at some freaking old pseudo Pangea maps. Africa is not joined to America. And if it was, that was 200 million years ago. Okay. 200 million years ago or more. Human beings were nowhere on the face of the earth. Not only human beings, monkeys were not around. Since y'all love to say we come from monkeys, which science does not say, but I know you're going to go there. Monkeys were not even around. So human beings were not even around. It used to be, it used to be a place in Africa called America. I'm pretty sure there is many places in Africa called America. It's just a name. Like 15 minutes from my house, there is America Boulevard. Is it? Or America Street? It's by the airport. And if I go to other countries, there will be America Lane, America Avenue, America Court.
Y'all had Africaville.
Yeah, we have Africaville.
Yeah.
Africaville, real Africans once lived there. In fact, from Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad.
Now, them people most definitely deserve reparations after they bulldozed the damn town down for no reason.
Yeah.
And that was fairly recent to the audience, if you're not aware of it. That was in our lifetime they bulldozed that town down.
In Halifax. All right, you're talking one in Canada, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Halifax, Nova Scotia.
There was I found it in newspapers. I haven't pinpointed exactly where it was on the map yet, but there was a place
Yeah.
Before Oklahoma became a state, when it's Oklahoma Territory called African City. Um, I got to get access to a bigger archive and see if I can fish out more information about it. Just to keep playing with this Africa and America stuff. And who lived in Africa City? Black folks did. They
Yep.
didn't live in America City.
Africaville was founded in 1844. For all you FBA who love to talk, this is before your grandma was an Indian, when they were still black. 1844 in Halifax, Nova Scotia, by black refugees who arrived during during and after the War of 1812. These refugees were formerly enslaved African American who escaped from the United States and were resettled in Nova Scotia by the British. My ancestors were trying to escape from the United States. That's what my ancestors was trying to do. One of the earliest known settlers and founders of Africaville was William Brown, a black refugee from the Chesapeake region who arrived in 1815 with his parents and siblings. In 1848, Brown made a private purchase of vacant land overlooking the Bedford Basin, together with a purchase by William Arnold. Their combined 12-acre property marked the boundaries of what will become Africaville. I'm telling you, y'all ancestors had it right. This is what you're supposed to do. Leave America, buy land.
Here you go, man. I'm going to give you a link. I'm kind of busy at work, but I just gave you the one about the black Oklahomans going to Canada. It's in this back chat in the
Why is he saying that these are? You see, much time I read black Africans, black. Let me see much time he says black right here. Black refugee who arrived during the war, enslaved African American who escaped from the United States, black refugee from Chesapeake region, black Africans. That's what our ancestors used to identify themselves as. Nothing else. No Afrikaners, no foundational Black American, no real Native American. They actually knew who they were. And they were united. This says that right there. 2 black men with their combined 12-acre property mark the boundaries of Africaville. Who? William Brown and William Arnold. That's sick. They built a town. Listen, these men just left America. They bought land to build a new town. And they did not call it America. They did not call it Foundational Americanville. They call it Africaville. They did not call it Indian Camp. They did not call it Stone Mountain Indian Rezo. They literally call it Africaville. But now we have black people saying that our ancestor didn't call himself Africans. This is why I see people get mad on the pseudos. the community has become an important symbol for Black Canadian identity as an example of the urban renewal trend of the 1960s that raised similarly racialized neighborhood across Canada. Let me read that again. The community has become an important symbol for Black Canadian identity as an example of the urban renewal trend in the 1960s that raised similarly racialized neighborhoods across Canada and the struggle against racism. So, when you actually read the history of Black people anywhere in the diaspora, whether America, in the Caribbean, in Africa, in Canada, these people sound nothing like Black people that you encounter online. Black people who claim to be fighting for the honor of these same people. Aren't these the ancestors? These people who were doing stuff in the 1800s, early 1900s, I would assume they are the ancestors that the pseudos love to talk about every minute. The ancestors. But when I read about the ancestors, they're not a reflection of what's happening on YouTube. So the delineation that's happening is YouTube niggas delineating from their ancestors. That's what's really happening. YouTube niggas delineating from their ancestors. Because I don't read about no Black person in the 1800s talking all this crazy stuff. What's very misleading is that Darwin theory of human evolution, that everything first started and began with the monkey. What's very misleading. All right, I'm going to show you how pseudos are pseudo. I'm going to read Darwin theory of evolution, and I'm going to see where in Darwin theory of evolution does any human being comes from a monkey. Charles Darwin theory of evolution, specifically as it applies to human, centers on the concept of descent with modification and natural selection. He proposed that humans, like all other living organisms, have evolved over a vast stretch of time, over a very, 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 very long time. From earlier, simpler form of life. Human, like every other living creature, has evolved over a very long time from more simpler form of life, That process involved variation with population heritability of traits and differential survival and reproduction based on those traits. So different human beings survive over a long time based on the traits that they have to survive. Once again, there was no mention of a monkey. The only time I hear evolution and monkey in the same sentence, it's either coming from a religious zealot or a unscientific pseudo maniac. No one ever claimed that every human being comes from monkey. Human being belong to the order of primates. That's the part that disturbs human being. Human being belongs to the order of primates. So if it bothers you to be a primate, monkeys are also primates. Okay? Doesn't mean human beings are monkeys. And why you always hop for monkey? Why not a gorilla? Or an orangutan? Or a bonobo? Or a chimpanzee? Why not a ape that is even closer related to a human being than a monkey? A monkey is too far. You have closer ancestors like a chimpanzee, 99.7%. Early apes and great apes, 20 to 7 million years ago. So just so you know, 7 million years ago, there was no human being walking around on the earth as we know them today. There might be the ancestors to human being, like 20 million years ago, early apes evolved in Africa. And 10 to 7 million years ago, the great apes split into 3 or 4 different groups, which include chimpanzee, bonobos, gorillas, and human beings. So stop making the mistake talking about human beings are monkey. You want to know what a monkey is? In scientific context, monkey is not a formal taxonomical term, but it generally refers to primate with the infraorder Semiiformes, also known as simians, excluding apes and human. Very important part. Monkeys generally referred to as primates in the order simiiforms or simians for short, like humans are homos, pause, are hominids. I think that sounds better. Humans are hominids, monkeys are simians. Okay? So simians do not include apes and humans. Monkeys are further divided into two groups: New World monkeys and Old World monkeys. Key points to know: monkeys are part of a large group. It's called the order of primates, which includes lemur, loris, tarsiers, apes, and humans. So next time before you jump to a monkey, I would rather be classified to a lemur, a tarsier, an ape. You know, just say we came from a tarsier, or we came from lemurs. But nowhere in the scientific article has it says human come from monkeys. Only a pseudo says that. And you learn that in the church. This dude said not because it doesn't say human being didn't come from monkey. There is an image. I guarantee you that no pseudo on earth, there is no pseudo alive on earth that could show me an evolution picture, an evolutionary picture, no matter how old, that includes a human being evolving from a monkey. I will take the picture for it, since it's not written in words, but the picture will show me. So I ask a pseudo, any pseudo that can present me a picture that shows the transition from monkey to human being. Show me that picture, because that picture do not exist. CHK and in the highest, you guys are so uneducated. You couldn't even describe the picture you're talking about. I know the picture you're talking about, and there is no monkey in the picture. You don't even know what a monkey is, even though I just read to you what a monkey is. There is no monkey in the picture. You're looking for the old unscientific picture that shows the evolution of hominids. That's the one you're looking for. It shows the evolution of hominids, where it shows more ape-like looking Australopithecine to more human-like looking Homo sapiens or Homo hominids are from the Homo genus. And none of those are monkeys. None of those were ever monkey. As I said, illiteracy is like a brain cancer. I know it's hard for you to get the monkey out your head because that's what you were taught in the church. But I'm telling you, no textbook in school ever teach you that human come from monkey, and no scientific article, no science, no scientific journal, no scientific picture will ever show you a human being coming from a monkey. In fact, they generally do not include monkey in human being conversation for the simple fact that a monkey is not even an ape. It's like talking about a pit bull, but you're mentioning some jackal from Africa that you know could never be related to the pit bull. Instead of talk about the wild domestic wolf that possibly have some that possibly share some gene with your pit bull. You know? Uneducated and proud of it. Human beings are apes, great apes. Like it or not like it, that's what we are. That is why when you want to feel your masculinity, you tell people you will go ape on them. You will go ape shit. You will release the ape. Yo, Dev, Marley's in the back. I'm not sure if Dev's sleeping right now. All right, Marley, Dev's gonna get you when he returns, though. Humans and Other Great Apes. Author Beth Blexland. Updated 26/08/2022. Australian Museum. Humans are classified in the subgroup of primates known as great apes. You hear that, pseudo? You hear that, pseudo? Listen one more time. Humans are classified in the order or subgroup of primates known as great apes. Humans are primates and are classified along all other apes in the primate subgroup known as hominids. Superfamily hominidae. No, I don't know why I sound like a freaking Muslim. I'm not giving no prayer right now. I'm not saying my, what do you call it? My prayer. So, humans are primates classified with all other primates in the subgroup known as hominids. In the superfamily Hominidea or Hominidea. This ape group can be further subdivided into great apes and lesser apes. You hear that? Great apes and lesser apes. Humans have bodies that are genetically and structurally very similar. Here we go. Where's the monkey people? Where's the monkey people? Trust me, you're going to love this part. Humans have bodies that are genetically and structurally very similar to, you know what? Not a monkey. Nope. Humans do not have bodies like monkey. So there you go. You're wrong again. Humans are not monkey, but we are great apes. So you're looking at your thumb. you know, you're looking at your feet. You plant your feet on the ground, and I'm pretty sure no one is walking around with a tail. Ape diversity. The first ape evolved around 25 million years ago, and by 20 million years ago, we're a very diverse group. Within the last 10 million years, you hear those numbers that we're talking about? Millions of years. Okay? Millions of years ago. And bear in mind, the dinosaur died out 60 to 100 million years ago. No human being was alive when dinosaurs were walking the earth. So human being must have come into existence after. So our earliest ancestors were around 25 million years ago, which makes sense. The mammals that took over after the dinosaurs' extinction took a few million years to evolve. So from 60 to 25 million years, that's 35 million years in between. So within 35 million years ago, you were evolving from a little rat into an ape. Okay? God didn't create that one. God didn't know what the morning, pardon my French. I'm in Canada. God didn't know what the hell he was doing. Okay? 20 million years ago, God was still trying to figure out light, but let there be light. This nigga clapping his hand like he has LED bulbs. Let there be lights. Let there be lights. Nigga, without electricity, that shit ain't gonna work. So, life was lifing while God was joking. Okay? And we were evolving from apes into great apes. Apes, including humans. I should put this on the screen so y'all can see it. Apes, including human, possesses the same general features that all primates share, but they differ from one primate to the other in a number of distinctive ways. So now we are going to learn why we are not monkeys. Features that separate apes from other groups of primates, including monkeys. A brain that is larger and more complex than other primates. So anyone tells you that you're a monkey, have the brain of a capuchin. Distinctive molar teeth in the lower jaw, which have Y5 pattern. Anyone tell you that you're a monkey is a spider monkey. A shoulder and arm structure that enables the arm to freely rotate around the shoulder. If you were a monkey, you could not play basketball. You damn ape. That's what you are, a great ape. If you were a monkey, you could not play basketball. You would be doing no dunk. None of that crazy stuff. Okay? A rib cage that form a wide but shallow chest. If you were a monkey, you would have a protruding rib cage in the shape of a V, like that of a dog, a pig, a horse, or a monkey. You ever see the chest of a baboon? It protrudes down. It's not a flat. Your rib cage, it's wide but narrow. That's how you built for your upright posture, because you are not a monkey. Lesser apes. Lesser apes is your little cousins. They are also not monkeys. We should learn about the lesser apes. Lesser apes, oh, there are a lot. They might just take us over. There are about 14 species of lesser apes. Damn. These include the gibbons. Don't worry, a gibbon is only like 2 to 3 foot tall. Cute little apes, monkey-looking apes, but they are not monkeys. They're your cousins, your little cousins. They're called gibbons, which live in trees. Rarely descended to the ground. Yep, gibbons don't come on the ground. And they are found in the forests of Southeast Asia. So that's where you get your Asiatic black man from, you gibbon. You don't want to be African, you could be a gibbon. What else do we have? The great apes. This is our family. Shout out to the great ape. The great apes are named for their large structure. They also have large brain than other primates, like the great ape that's talking to you right now. A very smart ape. Like lesser ape, great apes are active during the day. Yes, we are diurnal, we're not nocturnal. So monkeys, you got nocturnal monkeys, okay? Like some lemurs and tarsiers. It only comes out at the night. So if you were, you know what, a lot of you guys might just be monkeys, come to think of it. The orangutan. This is your big yellow cousin from the Philippines. They are 2 living species of orangutan. The Borneo orangutan, Pongo Pamius, and the Sumatran orangutan. These are the little Sumatran one. Pongo abelai. Orangutans live in dense forests of Borneo and Sumatra, Southeast Asia. So we all know what the orangutan is. If you don't know, Google it. It might look like some of y'all family members. Close relation. Gorillas. We should have no problem figuring out what a gorilla is. A lot of us have gorillas in our family. If you don't know what a gorilla is, take a second look at 50 Cent. There are 2 living species of gorilla. Western gorilla, gorilla. So the Western gorilla right name is gorilla. And the Eastern gorilla, Gorilla berengii. I think I'm a Western gorilla. Call me gorilla. I think that girl rapper Glorilla, she's an Eastern gorilla. She's a Gorilla berengii. Gorillas live in dense forests in Western and Central tropical Africa. That's me. Gorillas are the largest of all the primates. That's what she says. Their features include considerably sexual dimorphism. It's not what you think. Take your mind out the gutter, you pseudo. It only means that the male in the species are physically larger than the female in structure. So the males might weigh 400-500 pounds, while the females only weigh 200-300 pounds. That's what it means by sexual dimorphism. Nothing else. Wherever your mind just went, please come back. Bodies adapt to climbing trees and also quadruple movement. So y'all knuckle joggers, that's a quadruple movement. Y'all are some knuckle dragging gorilla. Diet, fruit, leaf, shoot. So like y'all pseudo vegetarians. Chimpanzee. These are the hood niggas. These are the hood niggas for real. Chimpanzee, I call them Bloods and Crips. There are two living species of chimpanzee. The common chimpanzee, Pan troglodyte. Literally, that's a scientific name, Pan troglodyte. I told you these are the hood niggas. So it's Pan. What we got? Pan Pookie. So Pan troglodyte is the Pan Pookie, and Pan and the bonobo. Pygmy chimpanzee, Pan Panissus. So Pan Panissus, we're gonna call him Pan Pookie or Pan Ray Ray. Chimpanzee live in woodland and forest in the western and central tropical Africa. Chimpanzee are the smallest of the great apes and are our closest living relative. Okay. They have moderate sexual dimorphism, meaning both male and females are around the same, male a little larger. And the last of the great apes, and to me, the most destructive and most troublesome of the great ape. God definitely did not make this one. I guarantee you. Humans. There are only one living species of human, modern human, Homo sapien. Humans now live in almost every part of the world. That's it. It's done. They don't care about us. A whole passage on chimpanzee, one line on humans. So there you go. Nothing that says human comes from monkey. Next time I hear this monkey talk, please take it back to the church. A chimpanzee is not a monkey. Bonobo is not a monkey. A gorilla is not a monkey. If they were, we would call them monkeys. Human beings are not monkeys. If they were, we would call them monkeys.
Hey, I mean, that analogy calling chimps hood Negroes is hilarious. Have you seen that study? It's old now, but
Yeah. Chimps are gangsters. That's why.
The study out in Japan, where they did the short-term memory of chimpanzees to humans,
Mm.
and they found out that the chimps had stronger short-term memories than
Yep.
humans do. And I thought that was a dope study. And I liked his origin story of that we lost it as we gained our ability to speak and being bipedal. What do you call it? The great exchange.
Yeah.
Saying, you know, if you're in that environment, your short-term memory has to be more effective with memorizing and seeing ahead where you would put, you know, your hand to the next branch and whether or not you're gonna touch a snake or a spider, or you get where I'm going.
Yeah.
Opposed
You have to be real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
survival.
thought that was a dope study, a dope idea.
They're our closest living relative in the animal kingdom, chimpanzees. The knuckle draggers.
Everybody want one until you see what they're capable of.
They're strong though. Chimpanzee and gorillas, yeah.
Yeah.
Pound for pound, yeah. I know the
Yeah.
gorilla is like 4 to 10 times stronger than a human.
I wouldn't even try to own one.
And I would assume a chimpanzee is at least stronger than a grown man. Because I see them things drag stuff around, move, rocks and logs like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Great branches.
Especially a well-fit one. Hell yeah. And we talking about stronger than a strong man, not your average man, but somebody we would consider strong.
Yeah. Usually when they do those tests, they're testing them against the strongest humans, not even average human.
Yeah.
No, average human, a regular gorilla, I would assume 20 times stronger than an average human. And you don't want to know what a blow from that feels like, a hit from that feel like, you know. But their strength, it works opposite from ours. I think we have lift strength. We could lift a lot. They could pull because most of their strength is for pulling down branches and stuff, you know. And the chimpanzee with the climbing and stuff, so they have a lot of upper body strength.
Yeah, because of the anatomy structures. Yeah, I can see that.
The gorilla has a lot of core strength. Like you could hold a freaking tree and just snap it with just one pull.
Yeah, I bet they got I know we got an immature audience at times, but I'm pretty sure they jaw force, they bite force is shit probably 2 to 5 times stronger than ours as well. Probably even higher than that.
Yeah. Probably up there with like a lion or a wolf. I know the chimpanzee, like the gorilla is strictly vegetarian, or you say vegan. The chimpanzee is not so much. He loves it, you know. He hunts sometimes.
Yeah, there was my kid's mother was watching some strange white people show where they had chips out in somewhere in middle America. I want to say in Missouri, to be honest. And she was feeding them what do you call them, McNuggets, the Happy Meals, and yeah, they would go crazy over them damn McNuggets.
Yep. All right. A human bite force is 165 psi. The chimp, 162 psi for the human. The chimp is 1,300 psi.
Goodness. And that's pound square inch?
Yeah.
Okay.
1,300. That's a whole freaking elephant on 1 inch. I'm gonna see the gorilla. Yeah, same as the chimp, 1,300 psi.
So that's about like biting through nuts and maybe chewing on them branches the way they do as well.
Yeah, those
twigs. I don't want to say
stuff.
A branch, but yeah.
Yeah.
Bite right through the melon. Like it's nothing.
Yo, bears have powerful bite. The bite force ranging from 600 to 1,200 psi. Grizzly at 1,200 psi. So a chimpanzee could bite the hell out of a grizzly. The chimpanzee have 1,300, the grizzly with 1,200.
And with that mobility they got, yeah, 2 or 3 of them is knocking down a Kodiak.
Yeah.
With ease. Like it was a walk in the park. It's like 3 Bruce Lees fighting Shaq at once.
You don't want to mess with the killer whale though, the orca.
No, I'm staying out that ocean.
You don't want to hear that number. That's unreal.
Yeah.
They probably that's probably Suda right there. I'm gonna go check it again. They said 19,000 psi. Remember, everything else, the chimpanzee, the grizzly, these things are 1,200, 1,200, 1,300. The killer whale is at 19,000 psi.
Is that strong enough to get through a small boat?
Yeah, that shreds steel.
Yeah, that's crazy. So if they figured that out, goodness, what they would do. And that's for the ones that said we made it over here in canoes.
I'm not saying that we couldn't, but even in that case, it would have been one or two of us. There ain't no whole canoe of a dozen people making it over here across the Atlantic. It's not gonna happen. I'm not saying one or two niggas couldn't make it, but not enough to even form a small population. So in that case, it would still be negligible. Yeah, what they're arguing about in the chat now? Yo, hi, so who you still arguing with now? Oh, Lord.
I had to look it up. I got busy at work, but I had to look it up. Snapping turtles is right behind them chimps at 1,000 psi.
Snapping turtle.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder the great white, because the great white should have a terrible bite force too. Yep, it's all the way up there to 18,000.
That's ridiculous.
So now you know why these things take off a whole limb with one bite.
Yeah, I know why them things is in the ocean instead of land creatures.
Most freaking hydraulic press doesn't even press 18,000 psi.
So where's our alligators and crocodiles at?
Alligators and croc, I would assume an alligator be around 4,000 psi.
Yeah.
It's a land. Well, it's aquatic, but it's still a land animal. Let me check alligator first. Alligator bite force 2,125 psi. The croc is probably around the same. The croc is 3,700 psi, and that's for the big saltwater croc in Australia. So a crocodile do not want to encounter a shark at sea. It's not going to end well for the croc.
Yeah, right after crocs and alligators, you got your hippos. As far as stuff that would be on land. And then jaguars underneath your hippo.
Yeah, jaguars should be, because they eat crocodiles for dinner.
That's 1,500 for a jag.
Yeah, makes sense. And that's still higher than like the bear and the
Yeah.
chimpanzee and stuff.
Yeah, and the gorilla.
And the gorilla.
Yeah, they gotta be strong as hell. And I don't
But
know if it would be from neck muscles or they just the way the anatomy of
so
their
you
shoulders
know
would
how
be to be able to carry
dangerous
they prey.
freaking
Yeah.
marine creature is, cause once you touch the water, you know you're talking about 18,000, over 10,000 psi in bite force. Damn. And all those things are eating is fish. You don't need 10,000 psi to bite fish. I don't understand if you're eating the freaking stuff that lions are eating and hippos and jaguar.
what-
You're eating a fish.
That's why God took their legs and threw their ass in the ocean when he was done
Yeah,
making them.
definitely.
He fucked up.
Why the fuck you need 18,000 psi bite force? What are you eating? A trucks? You eat minivans for breakfast? The jaguar.
That's the whole point of the Jonah story, is to let us know you don't want to get bit by this damn thing. Can you imagine seeing that with your own eyes, though? A jaguar carrying a damn deer or whatever he got his hands on up a tree? That's wild.
Jaguar and leopards. Could you imagine walking under a tree and see a freaking deer, half a deer hanging over just like that?
Yeah, I can envision that. I got uncles that hunt all the damn time, and they country as hell. So, yeah, I've seen that one. But I get where you're going with that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're strong though, because those antelopes are not lightweight. That's not no 50, 80 pounds there. You're talking about 200 pound, 300 pound. You have to drag up a tree. And the point of contact is your teeth. Imagine lifting up a 100-pound sandbag with your teeth while running upstairs. And that would still be easier than what the jaguar have to do.
And it not tire you out at that. You're doing it like it's normal.
Yeah. Because when they're going up the tree, it's not even like, the way they do it, like that first initial jump with the animal in their mouth, that's still a powerful jump. I know. A regular little domestic goat weighs goddamn near 100 pounds. You kill a little goat, you think that's easy to just pick up and walk with? No. So I know those wild ones, especially deers, they get way bigger than domestic goats.
Yeah, and just think, majority of the women in my family don't break 115 pounds. So that means women and children would just be a lunchable.
That's why in Asia, think about it now. Think about how evolution is cruel. In Asia, you have the smallest the smallest people living alongside the world's largest cat that actively hunts human tigers.
Yeah, that's wild.
you know. And you know, I used to see these reports of snakes, like these python eating people in like Cambodia and those places, Vietnam. But when I see those people and see how short they are and small, and then I see how freaking big a python could get, then I could easily see how a python could eat a little Asian person.
Yeah, that's why I don't mess with snakes though.
Nah, I know. I had a tarantula. I had tarantulas for a long time. I don't have none now because they died. You know, they live 5 to 7 years, which for me is a decent time to have a pet. I'm not into no lifelong pet.
When AI gets to the point it can translate what pets think, then I'll start thinking exotic animals for pets and get me a jaguar. But until then, I'm gonna have to let their ass roam free.
I tried to raise a snake. I tried, and it lasts 2 days. Yeah, it lasts for 2 days. It wasn't the snake, it was me. I'm not comfortable being scared in my own house. I'm not into that. I raise spiders, big tarantula with big fangs and stuff. Feed them a whole rat, watch him pounce on the rat, eat it down, take out the rat carcass in like 2 hours. And that's scary for a lot of people. Most people, that scared the shit out of them. I thought I could handle snake. It lasts 2 days. I could not feed the thing. I could not open it to feed him. Yeah, I brought it back. Not into no snake. It's creepy. And then snake stinks. I don't know what these people that you see raising these exotic pets, they don't tell you the truth. Snake stinks. They have a smelly ass, funky musk to them. Tarantula is the coolest pet though. No cleaning up. You have to, literally, you don't have to clean up nothing. No cleaning, no poo, none of that. Only thing you do, give them light, heat, water, and food. And you watch them do all the cool stuff. And then they molt, so they shed their skin and stuff. Or the shell. Lizards and snakes, I can't raise lizards and snakes. I learned that I have a phobia towards reptile. The only reptile I could raise is like the turtle. The little sea turtles, the little pond turtles, freshwater turtles. But those things are nasty. Like they're literally a poop machine. So I don't mess with turtles. I need a dog. I need a Doberman. Like the real big Doberman. Doberman. I love to say Doberman, but it's Doberman. Yeah, everybody's waking up now. Y'all better wait for Dev to have his coffee and then drop the link.
And y'all can come nuke it out on the panel, not in the chat. Okay? Viewers are not paying their money to read chats. Whatever y'all have to say it on the panel. Hit the damn link. You know we say anything over here. It's Friday, technically a holiday. Technically the weekend. School is off, and we usually ignore work. So hit the link, say what you have to say. Yeah, they're paying to hear Tether speak. You got to have at least one Tether a day, at least. If you don't have Amin, you're going to have Buddha. If you don't have Buddha, you're going to have Garfield. If you don't have Garfield, you're going to get Stoopies. Y'all know it's a mix. You need a tether a day. No one want to hear no all FBA. That's boring. Got to mix it up. A feather a day. Yeah, no, okay. We got to mix it up. A feather a day. You know? Think of it like social medication. You need someone to either get you frustrated, you know, you use that energy. Instead of crashing out, you go work out. There you go. Or you get inspired to go do some work, be better than the tether, or you go do some research. Either way, we all win. Black power. While I'm saying that, I'm going to go make me a cup of coffee. As you know by now, I'm a straight wheat smoker, coffee drinker. Crucify me for my drug addiction. As if I give one crap. At least I don't drink Hennessy and hard liquor. But honestly though, coffee is a drug. Don't let nobody tell you different. Coffee is a drug. I literally could be like dying from exhaustion on my last breath. Trust me. Don't give me no oxygen pump. Bring me a cup of black coffee with the steam coming out of it and let me get one whiff of that black coffee aroma. And it's like God just blew breath in my body again. I don't know how it happened, but that's why I know coffee is a drug. Coffee is a drug. Good thing it's coffee though, and not crack. I don't know what the hell I would have done if it was crack. Good thing it's coffee. Black coffee, 1 cup of water, a tablespoon of coffee, and 2 teaspoons of sugar. That's the formula. Mix it while it's hot. Put it in the hot water. You stir it. Let it cool down. You do not want it to turn into rocks. You need it to stay liquid. Then you inhale the steam that comes off it. And you will get a coffee high. Oh, Lord, it's already daylight. Oh, and I'm rolling a spliff and I'm making some coffee. So, yeah, the first cup of coffee has to be black. Saying coffee damage your teeth? Well, to be a coffee drinker, you're gonna need dental benefits. You're gonna need your regular cleaning and possibly filling cavity, filling those teeth cavity and stuff, damage from the coffee and the weed smoking. So yeah, it's not a cheap hobby. It's not a cheap hobby. You're better off being a crackhead. For breakfast this morning, I'm going to make stuff that only people from Louisiana knows. Only my Haitians from Louisiana know. I'm going to make bami. No one knows what bami is. It's like a bread made from cassava. Well, I'm not going to make it. I'm just going to fry it up. It's called bami or cassava bread. Make that with some. I'm gonna make that with some beef sausage. Pause. That sounds a way pause. I'm gonna make that with some cow processed meat. Pause. And either eggs or avocado. It's either egg or avocado. Oh, man. Literally, this is the hardest part of my day right now. Rolling a spliff. The most time-consuming activity in my daily life. Caused me a lot of stress. But I got to do it. Got to take this 5 minutes to do it. Listen, this ain't no intervention. You boy, I don't need a spliff. What you mean I don't need a spliff? You know what I've been through? I need this spliff. I don't want it. I literally don't want it. I don't even desire it. But I need it. Okay? Well, if it makes you feel any better, this is medical marijuana prescribed to me by my doctor. For my case of anxiety, whenever you feel anxious, whenever you feel uneasy, whenever you feel tired, frustrated, whenever you feel like you can't bother, remember, you have the medication for relaxation. Bob Marley once said, it's the healing of the nation. I don't question the great Bob Marley. He said it, so it must be true.
14 months clean from the green.
Man, I don't want to hear that.
I gave it up. When I see my oldest smoke, I was officially done.
14 months clean?
Yeah.
Why you stop?
My oldest daughter.
What happened?
She started fiddling with it. Yeah.
Oh, she started smoking?
Yeah. And it just didn't suit right with me.
Yeah. It's like, you don't want to be in the same category as your kid now, eh?
Yeah. But she gave it up and became a nurse, so I'm happy.
Oh, she didn't smoke for long then?
No.
Oh, nice.
At least that's what she tells me. You know, she's still young, so she probably tiptoes around.
For some reason, I do not promote female smoking.
I can't vibe with it either.
I don't like it. I do not frown upon it. I wouldn't tell a female not to smoke, but for me personally, I don't like it.
And I don't like to see them drinking beer out of a can or a bottle.
Yeah.
Get a glass.
I don't even like to see them drinking beer either, to be honest.
Yeah.
A cocktail, even though I know it probably sometimes higher alcohol content, but beer usually people don't really usually drink one beer. Beer is like, 4 to 6. But yeah, that's my double standard, sir, because I smoke weed. And I hate when people blow their weed on me. I don't like other people smoke and blow their smoke on me. I hate that shit. Oh, the outside feel good. Oh, wow. What the hell? Why my camera doesn't work?
Holla, I think the ultimate start to that, how can we push the community forward, is create a standard and implement that standard by all means. We can't measure what Black success is or what Black failure is until we create a standard for ourselves. And I think that's one thing that's missing from these conversations. Like, we got our cultural norms, but we haven't set standards for ourselves. So in order to push the community forward, I think we really got to start with creating some standards. Marley Marl, what's good?
Now niggas want to bring me up on the panel while I'm about to walk out the door. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, we figured you didn't want to come up on Friday.
I was in the back for a whole hour and a half. Chilling. Look at Beyonce was fucking. Yeah, but I do agree with that, Beyonce. We do gotta set some standards. If we want some of the new standards, if we want the cultural norms to change. That's definitely true. All right, yeah, I'm out.
All right, I'm bad.
GQ must be really bored because he ain't said nothing in a long time.
Go.
Oh, man. Yeah, Holla, that's a vital part of that standards is the discipline needed to enforce those standards. Not so much punishment, because I view punishment and discipline as two different things. Discipline is a lifestyle, and punishment comes from not adhering to that lifestyle. So we do need to create standards and actually adhere to them, not just speak them, but live up to them and set that standard, set that bar. And the more that's doing it, the more they would be compelled to do it, and then in that unity of collective effort and behavior, the collective dopamine will kick in as a people. Now you have a standard, now you have a culture, you have something to feel good about. So I think it all starts there. And it could be simple things. You know, we try to minimalize and reduce the importance of creating a healthy family and just being productive in society. And while we should have aspirations to reach the stars, we shouldn't forget the importance of cutting the grass either and take pragmatic approaches to being human beings, if that makes any sense. So we start with a standard. Yeah. Um, I don't, it'd be hard to do that is habits or just byproduct of cultural norms that we adapted to in this hemisphere. But yeah, we most definitely need it. And the things about habits is humans are victim of habits. This is, how you gauge behaviors. And it's almost impossible to break habits. So those bad habits, you create a standard that replaces them. It's not so much of trying to get people to stop being habitual, because that's too much psychological work for just a one person within themselves. What you do is you try to create a standard that replaces the other one. You create that standard and form a new habit in the process. Whether it just be something as simple as wake up, make your bed, wake up, make your bed. That trickles down as that becomes a habit. Now the standard is keep your room clean. Now the hallway becomes clean. Now the living room becomes clean. Then that creeps out to the yard, from the yard to the street, from the street to the block, from the block to the city, just by creating a standard way of living. But when we address it as we got to stop this bad stuff, the psychological aspect of that is you don't want to break our people in the process and have them thinking they're faulted. It's just not to give them a crutch, but just to deal with the reality of where we at and to minimize all that debating and rebuke you got to go through to Who the fuck you think you is to tell me what's right and wrong and all that other that they try to kick back with? That's where punishment come in. Once you set the standard, you gotta have a punishment system there. Whether it be excommunicated or whatever it may be. You lose your black card, you're no longer one of us. You get delineated, since that's a buzzword. But we need that. Cancel bad habits. Since they got cancel culture, it's time to cancel the bullshit. If we're gonna be serious about paving the road for not just longevity, but I don't want to say pleasure, but the fulfillment of the rhetoric that takes place in these circles to maximize the potential of our youth and even self. We need those standards there. You got to bring back, and a lot of it is just bring back them old ones. Help that granny across the street and make sure you're there to put the kids to sleep. In other words, provide that service. That should be, in the list of standards, is be a service to one another. Yeah, I think losing those rites of passages hurt us, like in profound ways that we don't think about. You can't jump into manhood just because you got the biological chemistry to reproduce life. Being 12 years old and you jumped the gun and produced a baby didn't make you a man. It's how you handle that phenomenon that we know really makes you a man. So we need to get back to a rites of passage, and that in that rites of passage, if you haven't made it through it, that's where your limitations are implemented in your community or the society or culture. Earn the right to be OG instead of just getting gray hair and now they call you that just because. Earn the right to be called sister or lady, not just because you developed hips and those things on your chest. Because if the behavior isn't right, if that structure and standard isn't there, then you're not quite a lady. Just as much as you're not quite a man just because your shoulders got broad. Auntie Mo, I thought I was behaving. And you gonna bring up them old shows. No gumbo for you. You done lost your gumbo privileges for 2 weeks.
You guys been on here a while. Been up most of the night. Let's see how long you been on here. 9 hours. Godly. You guys been on here for 9 hours. What's up?
What's going on, brother Mike?
I can't complain or call it, man. I've been on vacation for the last week and a half.
I've been working.
You're at work?
These past 9 hours in, so
Ooh, jeez.
Got 30 minutes to go. Been at it since 6:30.
Yeah. Yeah, good luck, man. You're almost there. You Central. Wait a minute. You got to be Mountain then.
I'm Central. I'm in Oklahoma. I've been going since 6:30 p.m.
Oh, okay. So you go from 6:30 to 7:30?
7:30, but it's split between 2 jobs tonight.
Oh, you work 2 jobs, brother?
Yeah.
Golly, man. I feel for you, man.
I don't feel too bad
for you, bro. Huh?
Don't feel too bad.
Man, you just doing what it takes to make it.
Yeah, get them diapers and wipes.
And that's the thing too, man. I mean, the first thing they want to start yelling is how we don't work. You know what I mean? But even you mentioned that right there, man. I'll put it this way. When I hear like brothers like you and even sisters like you that go through that kind of stuff, man, I feel bad about it because really when it comes down to it, we're in a position right now where we have to do that because things are so expensive and out of touch to, the wages that they pay. You got to have 2 jobs to make it. I just got lucky, that I came along at a time, because I'm in my early 50s right now. So I came along at a time where, it wasn't like this where I was able to finish a career in the military and then, start a second career. So it's almost like I've got 2 jobs as well because one of them still pays, even though I'm not in it anymore. I came along at a time like that, and the economy was a lot different than what it's been the last 5-6 years. So I was able to establish myself in an economy that didn't reflect the economy that we experience right now. So when I see brothers like you, man, I just want more for you, to be honest with you, because you deserve more. And but the thing is, I don't think we ever get to that point without making a way for ourselves, because they're not going to make a way for us. The system's not going to make a way for anybody, especially not Black people. So
facts. Yeah. I used to say this: you can't have too much pride to work at Burger King if you can't afford McDonald's. And I spent.
Say that one more time.
You can't have too much pride to work at Burger King if you can't afford the McDonald's.
Ooh. Okay.
And
yeah.
Give me just a second. I gotta handle something real quick. I'll come right back to the statement though.
All right.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing?
Everybody else.
Thanks, man.
Hey, what's up there? I was just having that conversation about it's a little spin on it where they're moving a lot of the funding out of the public schools, pushing it into private, but a lot of, because one of our representatives.
What was that they're pushing into the private? Say that again. I'm sorry.
The funding.
The funding. They're pushing it into the private schools.
Yes.
Wow.
And they funneling it through a third party, pushing it into the private schools. And so one of our representatives he had went viral for talking about like, hey, you know, you guys didn't think that we were going to see this, that you were pushing millions of dollars. He was like, my county, you know, we would love this thing. He was talking about how, you know, the certified teachers, they had to get a lot of certified teachers to come in, and he had to rent out a house. He didn't rent it out. He actually allowed them to stay there so that their school can have sufficient teachers. And he was just saying how, you know, it's unfortunate that the resources doesn't come in his district. And how did they expect their school systems? But the point I'm trying to make was that on our panel discussion, I was saying how that we rely on those public school systems because we have to go into the workforce, and we're not privileged to have one party stay at home and homeschool, that both parties are usually working.
Oh yeah.
And usually there's no village concept because everybody's working. And that
Mm-hmm.
it was going to take some time for us to galvanize around that concept, because you either had to have either retirees who can self-sustain in bringing that homeschool, or uh galvanize together to take care of other people's kids, to teach them,
Right.
or um we're going to be in a very bad situation. And I got a lot of pushback to say, well, we should not be working, we should be homeschooling your kids, and we shouldn't be relying
Huh.
on the government to teach your kids and things of that nature. And I just want you to
You
know
don't have a
y'all's
choice.
opinion on this, because that's what I said. Because I'm talking, I'm not talking about those who, I'm talking about, I'm really talking about the working class. I'm not talking about those who are, just choosing not to do anything. I'm talking about
Right.
individuals who are living rural areas. Unfortunately, there's not a working wage job in their area, that or the jobs that they're privy to have in those areas, they just don't pay enough. And
Right.
um and
Yep.
so they have to send their kids to school.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like another, so it was like, well, that's like relying on them for daycare. I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, we far removed from it. So I just wanted to know y'all opinion on it, because I just thought that it's kind of unfair that we have
No,
to.
without a doubt.
No,
That's an
you
active.
spot on, sis. And you know some of my background. You
Mhm.
know, I did 10 years straight unemployed solely because I was a single father dealing with autism, and no one would even give me a chance to work.
Mm.
As if I didn't need to get diapers, as if I didn't have electric and mortgage and livelihood to pay for. You get where I'm going? So
Mhm.
to get any job, and like you said, in a rural area, even if you're educated, there's no jobs there to sit back and say, okay, this can make it work. You're gonna have to do something. And in that, it taught my kids, valuable lessons within itself. That, well, one thing is, I got that street element because of environment. And I refused to take a job that my kids couldn't go to school and say, this is how my daddy makes money. So even when I wasn't privy to be employed, I wouldn't go down roads that I seen others go down.
Mm.
I just refused to. And that taught them lessons. Like I said, my daughter struggled with me. Now she's a nurse and flourishing. And baby sister's right behind her. Now, my autistic son, he's nonverbal, and he's probably functioning at a 3-year-old cognitive level, but we making it work. And I'm
How
an
old is he?
example of, he's 20. He'll be 21 in
Okay.
September. And
Okay.
I'm taking care of him. Baby sister will be 15 this year. So for 14 years straight, no, 13 years straight, I did it as a single parent with 3.
Yeah, you a hero, brother.
Nice.
Yeah, you a hero
So
for sure. Yeah. I mean, not many men could do that.
yeah, it showed me a lot. It showed me the gender biases out there. It showed me and when I say single parent, I mean I'm by myself. There is no drop off on the weekends. There is no big mamas or aunties to come through and help. It's all on my back. So for those in that situation, yeah, my heart goes out to them, especially when you go further into the nuances of what it can entail, you know, dealing with a disabled child, or if they was disabled themselves. My son wound up getting abused at school, and they swept it underneath the rug.
Oh yeah, of course they do that
And
to.
yeah,
They do
and
that to
that
our children that have full cognitive abilities.
yeah, there
Yeah.
was one of the other kids. He wasn't the only one targeted. This was a white. This little boy. Oh, this shit hurt my heart. It's a white boy, but he was paraplegic, blind, and deaf. And the mother was given. This is how it ultimately got out that something's going on in the classroom. The mother was giving him a bath one day, and he had punch marks all up and down his back.
Wow.
So that's when we
Oh
all
man.
knew,
Oh
and
man.
that's when
Oh
they,
man. Oh man.
yeah. That's when we joined together as parents, and you know, really started scratching the issue. And of course, they swept it underneath the rug. And while everybody would come to me and say lawsuit, I'm like, no, we don't. I don't need money. We need families to be protected. There's a college in this town. Open up a scholarship on behalf of people, these types of families. And if it's just one parent just getting one semester, let them go so they can learn how to research what resources is out there to help improve their lives and give them kids full rides.
Where'd she go? Where'd she go? I mean, are you coming back up? I was going
Auntie
to
Mo,
address her.
yeah, she'll
I
be
was,
back.
I was going to address you as soon as this brother got done, because I do have a specific comment for what the question you asked, Dr. D. So you get a chance. Oh, there she is. Okay. You go by Dr. D too, right? Or no?
Mo. Oh, Dr. Mo, I'll be putting all kinds of
Dr.
stuff.
Mo. Okay, Dr.
Whatever
Mo.
you want
Okay.
to call me, it don't matter. Shit.
Okay, Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo.
Thanks,
Sorry. I was going to comment on what you said specifically as soon as my brother was done. Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go
Were
ahead,
you
Mike.
done, bro?
I'm still at work for the next 30, so I'm gonna be in and out. I
Oh,
will
okay,
say
okay.
this. What's up, Smoke Yankee? I seen you enter the building.
So, Dr. Mo, the comment that you made with them shifting, public funding to private schools, I don't think there's anything that would happen under this administration that is anti-Black progression that should surprise us. I mean, it allows the feelings, attitudes, perceptions about how to deal with our community and our people from a traditional white supremacist racist perspective to be realized. And I mean, these are people that probably had the same intentions years ago, decades ago, but never felt comfortable about doing things like that because of some of the checks and balances that existed at higher levels of government. But now, this guy, we have the KKK. We had the KKK in the White House. And so it shouldn't surprise us that, that's an act of war. And that's an act of war, as a strategic act of war that has, long-term consequences when they do things like that. We really should not expect much more from them because they're weak cowards and they know. And when we're given opportunities, we excel in the things that we do. They understand that. So they don't want to compete with us. They already know there is no competition, really, when there's an equal playing field. When we have all the support and all the resources that they have,
right.
I mean, we supersede anything that they could do. And usually, I mean, and there's historical facts on an individual basis and community basis that support that statement. And they know. You look at the backgrounds that we come from, the areas that we come from, the realities that we come from, compared to the things that they're able to just assume belongs to them by just breathing. There's no comparison. There's no comparison. It's just, you know, I always look at it like this. I mean, it's better to look at our existence, even though it may not pan out this way all the time. But I've learned that you're more accurate when you consider yourself a POW. I did say in the system. Now, when you meet individual people, will they necessarily treat you that way, treat you like a second-class citizen with racism? You got to find that out. I think, you know, you owe yourself that and you owe other people that on an individual basis. But systematically, from a systemic standpoint, yeah, we're POWs. We've been that way since we got here. And so when our POW stands for prisoners of war. So when we're dealing with this system, we really have to, excuse me, we have to approach it from that standpoint and understand that some of the things that are done systemically, especially under administration like this, is meant to destroy our people long term. They want to put us back in chains. You got that cadre of which makes up a lot of the people who have power to make decisions right now, because they are definitely committed to white supremacy and racism, anti-black racism, anti-brown racism. Most of the things that they do is geared towards hampering our progression, but then also regressing us back to a position where we have to take those black jobs that they talk about. A lot of people talk about how the farmers were getting upset because the illegal immigrants were getting deported. They were losing their workforce because they wouldn't show up for work anymore because they thought they were going to be targeted. And now they've changed the rule. Oh, they work for you. You know, if they're coming in and they're giving you slave labor, then yeah, they can stay. We'll make exceptions for them. And in the interim, they were saying, hey, the farmers were thinking about, well, maybe the blacks are going to come back. They're going to come back and they're going to work for us, work these fields. Which was the entire intention anyway. You know, they're like, hey, we're not going to import slave labor. We've got our slaves. They've been here, you know, since the 16th century. We got our slaves here. They're going to work for us. And, you know, so it's all about trying to force us back into those conditions. When you talk, when you tie it together and you talk about the direction of public funding for the schools being directed towards the private industry, the private sector, that's what it's about. It's about putting us back in the conditions. Yeah, 16th century, that's when we got here, 1555. That's when we showed up in the 16th century, and we've been prisoners of war ever since then. So, I mean, you tie it all together. When it's all said and done, that's what this whole thing is about. It's about regressing us back in the position where, because see, here's the thing. And I was telling them, you know, they cannot take the knowledge that you gain, the information you gain, the wisdom that you gain through life experience and through the application of, of your abilities, your mind power to the development of your intellect. No one that's less intelligent and less understanding, less wise than you are can lord over you forever. And so that's why they made it illegal for us to even read for 350 years while we were here. You got caught reading, they'll cut your index finger and your thumb off. So you couldn't hold a book, or they murder you. Okay. So that's how powerful the development of intellect is. A person that does not have the intellect cannot. You have to be more intelligent to lord over someone for an extended period of time. You cannot lord over someone that's more intelligent than you are, that knows how to use and apply that intellect. That's why they don't want us to develop those things. That's why they're directing all the funding away from the public sector into the private sector, because they want to take away they want to put us back in those conditions where most of us are illiterate. We don't have the skills or the intellectual development to deal with the level that they're coming at us with. I mean, but the good thing is we got a very, very wicked administration in, but at the same time, they're privileged. So they've never been through anything. The only thing that they know how to do really is cheat, lie, and steal. They have no morals. Yeah. And so that's not going to sustain anything for any extended period of time. When you're living off of that, the universe is going to respond to that. It's going to balance that situation out. So that's the good thing. They're actually fighting against universal order. You can't lie, cheat, and steal and think that's going to be something that's going to last infinitum. That's going to come to an end. We just need to be responsible enough to understand and educate our children that they are at war, and that the development of their intellect, their emotional and spiritual well-being are things that are necessary to survive this and thrive in it.
Right.
So,
And and to your farm point, they with the agriculture, they're making comments like, okay, if you want to be eligible for these benefits, you can't obtain those 80 work hours, then you can go to the farm. The farm needs labor, so we'll just
right.
we'll redirect you, right? And targeting those who are, of all statuses, so to speak, whether you have some type of disability or not. And they probably just threw it out there for rhetoric, but for it to be even said and thought of, they don't care, you know. But speaking of
Well,
farming, they did push out. Oh, somebody was gonna say something.
No, finish your thought there real
Okay.
quick, please. Thank you.
Yeah, speaking of farming, there is a lot of funding that was pushed down for disasters that happened in 23 and 24. And I said this when this first happened, that they was just gonna stop all of the funding, freeze it all, and then rename it so that Trump can have his name on the actual funding. And so
Wow.
with the farming, they just put out a mandate yesterday for 23 and 24 to distribute for all of those claims that were denied, the people who had their claims denied for disaster relief for in 23 and 24, to go ahead as of July 10th, to go ahead and file your claims for your crops that were destroyed or denied during the application process. So what does that mean for many people who are out there who do have farms and fall in that situation, or if you have friends and family, is that July 15th is the deadline for reporting your crops. So if you did not report your crops in 2022 of July 15 of 2022, July 15 of 2023, then they may give you some pushback when you complete that application and try to recover, because they won't have your information on file and documented for those crops during that time. And so what I gather out of this is that this is a way to put more money back in their pockets. And if you didn't properly do your paperwork, then you would kind of miss out if you were those farmers. And the other thing that's happening is right now, the Farm Service agencies are doing meetings. Like today, I'm headed to it right now. I got to be there at 9. They're doing planning meetings for how they're going to distribute the federal funding that they have right now to the farmers. And we have lots of farmers in the area that we're getting ready to do some technical assistance for, because they're saying the same thing. They always get denied the applications. The applications, they seem like they got it right, and then they always get it wrong. And we know how federal paperwork works, right? If you don't put a 0, they deny you. If you don't put NA, they deny you. If they ask you, the checklist has a item that doesn't apply to you, and you don't put a memorandum in there and signing dates, he says it doesn't apply, they'll deny you. So kind of proficient in how all of that works. So we're going to gather the information, and so it's happening all over the U.S. If there's farms, even in the urban areas, because there's some people who have urban farms where they are getting ready to release these funds. Now, if you sit back and you say, "Oh, well, it's something that's going to be around," they say it's going to be there for 3 years, and I have time, you're going to get left out. Telling you right now, because they always do this, and this is why we try to get ahead of the game, because I noticed that the rural development and farming was the only funding besides that $1,000 that was kind of being made available right now. Some other stuff they may, try to open up because people gonna continue to complain about it, and then they'll kind of crack the doors open a little bit. But this foreman is wide open. They dropped a lot of billions of dollars in different pots of money on yesterday, and so because I'm affiliated with, well, I know people now because I'm all up into this whole environmental thing. And so I'm privileged, there's a lot of community people coming forward and saying, hey, yes, that affects me. Can you help me? Hey, I have this issue on my farm and I would like help too. And so I've gotten pulled into there. And that's why I haven't said anything to you, Mike, in reference to the nuclear. We still dealing with that. But then now we've been pulled into the farming side because of what has happened with the black farmers, and
Mhm.
now that we found out that they are backdating these 2 years of opportunity for the farmers. So now I've been pulled to try to go help some of the black farmers.
Okay. Yeah.
So I kind of,
Hopefully that works out. Hopefully that
yeah,
works
I
out
think you
for them,
guys.
because yeah.
Mhm.
And
I
then,
think
here's a lot of things, you know this too.
Yeah.
If there were plans to do what's being done now, if those plans
Mhm.
existed years ago, I'm
Yes,
pretty sure
exactly.
that the Caucasian farmers already knew. They already
Oh
knew
yes.
what was going, what the plan was. But obviously that information didn't get distributed to farmers of color, or black farmers. I'm not gonna say farmers of color. I'm gonna say black and brown farmers have not weren't privy to that information. So yeah, now they're in a bad spot. So I'm hoping you're able to help
Well,
them.
Well, you know
Out.
what probably happened? What probably happened is the money that was there for the black and brown farmers,
Mm-hmm.
they denied them, and so the
Ah,
folks that are still in it, remember, our folks got fired. So the folks that are still in those positions are saying, hey, there's money still there that Congress approved. Congress always whining saying that you can't unappropriate funding that they've already approved.
right.
And those black farmers didn't report their funds. So, and we still have things that we have damaged. So, can we go ahead
And get
and
that money too.
say it again? Listen, I tried to.
Yeah, we can't hear you now. You went out. I don't know if you hit mute on your phone or if they're listening. Obviously they're listening, but if they muted you, but can't hear you.
Nah, she's driving, so she might be going in and out.
Okay.
But
Me being an
yeah.
auditor,
Oh,
in the
there she goes.
government world, me being in the military, me doing contract work and all of this stuff. And I said, but I pride myself in understanding how they approve these applications and what you need and what keeps them from approving you. And a lot of times, I'm telling y'all, it's always just a memo that says whatever's on that list that does not apply to you, just doing a memorandum listing all of those items verbatim, exactly the way they are, signing and saying it does not apply to your company, or you something is blank and you left it blank instead of putting NA, or if it's monetary related, putting a 0 every time, or your EIN and your address has changed. One of those have changed, where maybe if it's a farm related, maybe you know how when you have a farm on your property or you have a business on your property, your home address is one address, and then that property they give you another address. Like you may have two, they may separate it in zoning, Zoning may have done something you're not privileged of, or you may have not know because you didn't stay in the know, but they may have zoned your property or changed something because your farm now has an agriculture piece and your house has a residential piece. And so you're not really paying attention to that because that probably happened years ago.
She went out again. You went out again, Dr. Mo.
Yeah, just give her a second. She'll be back. But the link I put in the chat was the black workers in Nebraska are not taking those black jobs for the white farmers in Nebraska. So shout out to the people, black folks in Nebraska for standing up. And we gotta balance it out for the younger generation. There's enough resources out here for our historical events. I'm pretty sure we have different people from different areas that may not be privy to some of the information. So I don't want to have the younger people painting this picture that ain't nothing we can do but sit back and watch white people trample over us. So we got to make the necessary adjustments like we always been. But if it was that bad, I don't think we would be here right now. We didn't have no choice. Because I know if my people didn't come before me, didn't give me no outlook, I wouldn't have been motivated to keep going. And I grew up in Jim Crow, Ku Klux Klan South. Then I came to the racist military. Then I went up to the segregated Midwest. So I've had my fair share of dealing with various points of racism. Some people succumb, some people survive, some don't. But obviously it don't apply to all.
Right. That's real. Yeah. The thing is, man, go ahead. I mean, the thing is the problem that I think we deal with, overarching problem, is the perspective towards racism, like you just mentioned, thinking that we can't do anything about it. The other piece of that, or the other side of that coin, is thinking that somehow it's justified. I think they obviously the people who practice it, they believe it's justified, or they wouldn't be doing it. The systems that practice it believe it's justified, or they wouldn't be doing it. We need to make sure we understand that it's not justified. It's a wicked way of doing of surviving in this world for the people who practice it, because they have to dehumanize, discriminate against others in order for that system to survive, and that in itself is wrong. So we need to understand that, hey, these people that practice these things, they're cowards. Not only they're cowards, but they're lowlifes. They're individuals who go against everything that the world and society should mean and should be. They go through and they do horrific, unspeakable things, and they plan strategically, very surreptitious levels, like Dr. Mo was just talking about, politically, economically, to keep our people oppressed. Is just, they're a bunch of cowards, because they know that what they're doing is wrong. A lot of them understand that what they're doing is wrong. We need to understand that what they're doing is wrong, and be people that are willing to stand on what's right, no matter what. And then the things that are within our own culture that demean us, that don't uplift us as a people, we need to discard that as foolishness. Because right now, they are. It's. I always look at it like this: there is no truce and no surrender, as far as these people are concerned. They're not looking for a truce, and they're not looking for surrender. They want to completely annihilate us as a people from our human status in this society.
Dr. Lamb, are you back? Her time is going to be limited. To get all she was saying before she went out.
Oh yeah. No, I was done. I was just I just wanted to make sure that those who either are affiliated with or know individuals who had a farm, even if it's a private landowner who has some crops or may be doing some type of farming on their land, um, where they or if you have land acreage, at least point 0.2 acreage of a land, and you want to grow some trees or um, safeguard some endangered species of some sort. There's some opportunities. So I'm going to find out today, and I'm probably going to find out these applications and probably do a show on it with just the app so that people can refer to step for step. Or if they have a farm service agency, if they have the application step by step and it's easy for people to understand, I probably started sharing it. I used to work, my first job actually was with USDA and in the farm service agency. College. I didn't know what the world I was doing. I just knew that when the farmers came in, we would go to the map. They would tell us what they were planting, and we would chalk it out on the map. We would label it, say who they were, if they were, if they had any change in personnel and all that stuff, and we put on file. And then if it like rained or they had was some type of disaster of some sort, they would come back in. We would pull their record or their map. We'll make sure they are who they are. And then I would go and I would I would go and type the little check up. And then we would hand them the check. At that time, I don't even think I paid attention to if they was doing black people wrong or white people wrong. I just knew that I was charking crop, outlining crop and paying checks out. I didn't even get into the logistics. I was 19 years old, and then now here, 30 years later, 48 over here, back helping farmers. I thought that was the funniest thing ever. you know, Going to learn something that if I would have probably grasped earlier on, it'd probably be a different scenario. But um I'm going to make sure I'm going to check out because even with the pitfalls and the barriers that they put into place, um I feel like if I can help one, that I've done something. So we have I've showed you guys before. We have a couple female farmers. There's about 25 of them. I mean, they doing the thing. But when I look at their farms and I look across the track and I look at these folks' farms and how they got all of this equipment and the irrigation and the presentation of it, and so you could see how they're treating one over the other. And so if we can get in there and so we also have, so to follow this farm meeting, we have a legislative meeting of all of our elected officials in our district, county council, representatives, senator, school board, and recreation commissioners that are having a town hall on July the 24th. So our mission is that we go into this forum, we specifically identify the areas that they're supposed to be helping this rural area, and then take that information, bring it to the town hall, and say, hey, all of you are responsible for making sure that we, and I'm just saying we for lack of better of words, if I was a farmer, that we get a piece of the pie from this farm money, because we're not going to be just qualified, eligible, we're going to be qualified. And this is what we've already done. So I plan to have their applications already completed before July 24th, and to put fire behind our legislators to say, you need to make sure that you're communicating with these folks. Here's our applications. I don't care who you get to scrub them and look at them. We are ready. We're not. I'm making sure these people taxes are filed, making sure that their licenses are done, making sure that their SAM registrations are done, making sure that their addresses and everything that they would normally scrutinize these farmers for. Going out there, I'm gonna have to get out in the field because I'm gonna have to go look at the land and all of this stuff and go make sure they got their ducks in order, and they'll have nothing preventing them from denying them. And we're gonna hold our legislators officials accountable to making sure that these farmers are properly treated well. Now I can't do it across the U.S., but we're gonna be doing this in the Lower Richland area. And so if we're successful, we're gonna pass that methodology on to others who may need it.
You're doing a great work, Dr. Mo. I mean, for real. I mean, I don't know. You get paid. I don't know. Are you a city council
Nope.
person? Okay.
Regular citizen. I don't get paid.
And you going out and doing this on your own dime and on your own time.
Yeah, this is volunteer. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like this one of my little dues back to society, because if I don't do it, I survey around me and I'm like, dang, many people, they work in government, but they really don't get it. They don't grasp it, or they just don't want to help, or they don't want to support, and they'll sit back and I watch them because they'll troubleshoot me. And they'll know what I'm talking about, and they'll try to push it into a deniable state. Like just a previous call, someone tried to push it around. It was like, "Don't get your hopes up, Monica." And I said, "Get my hopes up." You could tell me that, but guess what? I've been in the system. I know they give us a hard time, but I
without a doubt.
also know that if I come in there and I have all my I's dotted and my T's crossed,
they can't.
that
Yeah,
is
they got a problem.
your job. No, I told them, you're an elected official. It is your job to
Mhm.
make sure that I'm treated fair. I know
Yeah.
I'm not going to get anywhere, but if I do the right thing and I elect your butt, then guess what? I'm coming after you. Cause
Right.
we come in numbers. We're not, listen, I got an 80-year-old. She ain't no joke. She will galvanize. Listen, we have a event coming up September 30th. It's our 40th year, 38th year, whatever it is. She
Mhm.
gonna have 80 senior citizens, 800 senior citizens in the building strong. You hear me? They come and
Mhm.
we have to turn some of them away. And they come in and all elected officials and they let them know, play with us if you want to, and see what's gonna happen. And she'll raise money, thousands of dollars, for that event, and we'll give it all back into the seniors, put it into their household, pay utility bills, food, you name it. But it's still not enough. It's
Right.
not enough, right? And
Right.
so this opportunity, and all of those people own land out there. And so we're
Mhm.
saying that, hey, if y'all don't want us to rely on SNAP and Medicaid, then guess what? If farming is where you put this money, then guess what? We want some trees in our yards because we want this money too. But I know that in order for them to get that money, I got to go put boots on the ground and go help
Yeah.
grandma and grandpa and go
Yeah, because
help
they got a
aunties.
system. Yeah, they're
Yes.
operating. They're
Yes.
operating in the system with full knowledge.
Yes.
Full amenities, resources, and we're operating in it from a deficient state where we don't have all those things. So yeah, just like you said, if you don't dot your I's and cross your T's, they're going to deny you. That's just that plain and simple.
Right. Taz,
Yeah.
you bring your butt on up here. You come up here because we ain't crying today. I'm going to make you out of a believer. Let me go get this money. I'll make you out of a believer today.
Yeah, I mean what you're doing that's big. That's big. Yeah. There's like there's comments guys are saying that why would I be talking the way that I'm talking? And then I've benefited off I think somebody said I benefit off being in the white man's world or whatever. And these dudes, these are dudes that are stupid, ignorant. If you think that I'm matriculated in this society, in the area that I work in, freely as a black man, I went through more than you can even imagine. If you live 2 lifetimes, you know what I mean. So these dudes don't know what they're talking about. The one thing that I can say that going through some of the things that I've been through, matriculating in the field that I'm in the environments that I did it in, I understand who we're dealing with. I've got a pretty good understanding of who we're dealing with, and I understand that, not every single person I met in these environments are like that, but yeah, there is a system in place that's meant to deny us opportunities, and it's effective. So you getting mad at me just because you sat on your ass with your thumb up your ass for 30 years, not doing a damn thing, and now you don't have nothing to nothing to show for it, but what you
Okay,
deserve.
all right, come on, man. All right. There's no need to talk
Yeah,
to
I mean,
clowns.
I'm
So,
just
Dr.
addressing these
Lamb,
clowns.
is Dr.
Yeah.
Lamb still there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Jeff?
Did you hear me about the workers in Nebraska?
No. What did you say? I'm sorry. I think my niece called me.
Yeah, so the farmers in Nebraska had Mexicans and Latinos working for them on their farms, and so the black people up in Nebraska at this white farm, I put the YouTube link in the chat. They're not necessarily going out there automatically. They said no. They wanted them to come, but they refused. So you can see their testimony on the YouTube page, and there's a link to a published article within the description of that link also.
They wanted them to come back and not come
Come
back
back
and
to
work.
work. Yeah.
Oh, they
Yeah, they
want
wanted them to take over the Mexicans when they got deported in Nebraska.
Basically take their position as slaves in this society. Those black jobs he was talking about.
Oh yeah, because they did Louisiana too. They had put a job announcement out.
Yeah.
Oh, did I go out?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, I see. I'm on
Yeah.
pause. Yeah, so you're saying that the black farmers on the farm and they wanted
No.
to. Oh, I'm
He
sorry.
he's trying to say that the white farmers that had all their Hispanic illegal immigrants not come to work anymore because they were concerned about being targeted by ICE. Those white farmers were expecting black people to come and take those jobs in their place. Those white farmers were expecting black people to show up and take those jobs in their place, which is, what they're really trying to corner black folks to do, because they're constantly. It's just, I mean, you can see the plan. They're trying to force us back into those quote unquote black jobs. And he's saying that the farmers and the black people in Nebraska refuse to take those jobs. And I think he put a link in. He put a link in the thread. He put a link up that talked about that.
I got you. Yeah, I know I seen the ad post for Louisiana for it was like $11 an hour. Got to be able to lift certain amount of pounds and work for at least 10 to 12 hours a day in the hot sun, that type of thing.
Right.
It was like, you're right.
Yeah.
But we probably had some older folks who probably took those jobs, but probably didn't get many.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not practical.
But it doesn't surprise me because, I believe we got along. You're invaluable, Dr. Mo. I mean, the work that you're doing. I mean, what you're doing, obviously, I didn't know that if you had a half an acre, you could, if you plant something on it, you can get farming status. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so they have a new farming, it's a new farming program, and you don't have to have a full acreage to do it. So I'm gonna get the info because I want to make sure I got all of the the how-tos, and so it's different things that you can do with it. I think the only thing you can't plant is so I think where GQ at? We looked it up the other night. Soybeans, corn.
Oh, certain things you can't
And
plant and get status for. Okay.
yeah, but it's not a lot. It's fruits, vegetables, and it's practically almost all fruits and vegetables.
So if you're planting that, you can't get farming.
Right.
If you plant fruits and vegetables, you can't get farming status. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It's only like 3 items though. But everything else you can plant. And then So I have those particulars when I come out of this meeting because I got it off the USDA website, but I want to make sure the programs that they have funded in right now, because some of
Yeah.
it don't still on freeze,
Mm-hmm.
and then but so the programs are kind of hitting under language like conservation, and then if you just a person that you just want to have a farm in your yard, you're not gonna go look under conservation. You're gonna think that doesn't apply, right? And
Right.
so, but if we break that down, go ahead, Ross. I think someone else says that. But if you break that down, what about conservation that applies to that farming? And I come and I tell you, you'd be like, oh snap, yeah, I could do that. And then easement, right? And then equip. And then there's another language word. But anyways, all of that is just all applying to farming, whether it's equipment, whether it's irrigation, whether it's safe soil, whether it's soil testing, whether it's growing crops, whether it's growing specialty crops, whether it's connecting with the college or university, the agricultural colleges and universities who are looking for some land to come and test on to bridge the gap between the students and the landowner, because that's part of their scholarship program. Just different things of that nature. Tree growing, whether you want to, like I have a friend, she's getting ready to do some butterflies in her backyard. They're gonna come, they're gonna set up the whole little cage, I guess you want to say, to protect the butterflies. They're gonna put everything that she needs, and they're gonna come and they're gonna keep it up, and they're gonna pay her for it. A couple $1,000s for her to have that in her yard to protect inhabited species.
Every month?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They call it
got one
inhabited
like that.
species. But I'm gonna have the
I didn't mean
details
to
because I'm
interrupt,
headed there
Auntie Mo,
now.
but do they got one for
I'm gonna
bees like
get the
the
details of
butterfly?
all the programs that are available. That's feed
I don't
the.
think she can hear you.
Oh.
Do they have one? Do they have a program for bees like they got for the butterflies? Just out of curiosity.
Are they on the survive? Are they
Hold on, Dr. Lamb, can you hear Vyasa?
I can hear him now. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Vyasa? Yeah, Vyasa was asking you a question.
About bees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they on the indigenous? Are they on the
I'm thinking so, but
you got to get the specific name because everything
right
got a specific species.
species, yeah.
Yes, find a specific type of bee, and that's the bee. Because what happens is, so my friend said when she first put her application in about butterflies, they had the wrong one, and they came back and said that's not on the in endangered species list, and so they went back and they found the one that was, and then they approved that application. So for our people, I'm saying I'm trying to gather the correct information so you don't just say, oh, well, Lamb said I can go find an animal that's on the indigenous, I can go find an animal and then they'll help, they'll put it on the inhabited species list and I'll be able to do this in my backyard. No, I'm saying you got to have the indigenous species in your area that's on the list, and you can do an inhabited species in your backyard. There's a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, but why would you do that if the white man is trying to annihilate you as a person? Why would you care about any of that? Why would you care about doing anything in life? And then because a person challenges that, that means they did nothing in life. Like I'm saying though, like, be careful with your disrespect, right? Because you bow down to the white man. You bitch. You want to talk shit. I wasn't talking crazy to you. I'm questioning what you're saying. If you're saying the white man wants to annihilate us, what are you telling the youth? Why would they go out and try to pursue anything positive? Is the white man going to annihilate us? You're not a representation of that, Mike. So you can get mad all you want, bro. You're not a representation of the white man trying to annihilate us. You are the representation of a man that succeeded in that.
How do
beat
you
that
know?
system.
Okay, so we're gonna talk civilly, right? So we're gonna do that. I'll talk civilly with you. How do you know? How do you know that my perspective is wrong based on the fact that I've matriculated the areas that I've matriculated in, and you haven't? I'm trying to tell you, I didn't matriculate. Hold on, brother. Let me just say something real quick. I didn't matriculate those areas as an ally to that system. I matriculated them as an enemy. I'm telling you that. You have no idea, man. I mean, you know, I'm trying to let you know. I know. Here's the deal. The good thing for me is that when I went through the military, there were black submarine admirals that went through before me that made the way for me. But we were still few in numbers. And I looked in the face of this enemy, of this beast called white supremacy and racism, matriculating that. I just had someone that made a path for me, but that doesn't make it any less a reality that the racism and the systemic racism wasn't there. I didn't matriculate that as an ally to that system. I was an enemy to it, and they showed me that by the way they treated me. Same thing in commercial nuclear power. Oh man, that was a fucking nightmare, dude. I could tell you some stories. What I'm trying to say, when I communicate the reality of this situation, I'm communicating it because I've been in the belly of the beast in regards to being within it, understanding what's there, and actually learning how to navigate that through the application of my intellect and the application of my will and my belief in a higher power in God. That's how I matriculated that. So, I mean, but it doesn't make it any less of an enemy to our people. That's what I'm communicating. So you get, you know, you cats that talk about all this, that, and the other, man. I mean, you haven't been on that level, that front line that I'm talking about.
Right, nor am I trying to be. What I am saying is, however you came through it, out to the position where you are, to feel like you can talk crazy to me, why aren't you disseminating that information? However you matriculate, however it happened, you came out of it on top. So when you speak of it, you always speak of it as the negative, as if you didn't beat it, as if you didn't come out of it, as if you ain't the man in that field.
So let me say this, brother. Let me say this to you, okay? If I offended you, I apologize. Did not mean to do that. I misinterpreted what you were saying. All right. If we're gonna talk civilly, I'm with that 100%. So yeah,
good.
All
No
right.
problem.
All right. So I mean, as far as like, you know, me talking about that aspect of it is because I think a lot of us don't really understand the nature of this enemy. You know, and when I talk about the enemy, I'm talking about racism and white supremacy, anti-black racism. And Dr. Mo just got on here. She's talking about how it's very systemic in nature, very systemic. And so I'm not saying, I'm not saying the things that I say about it to tell younger folks that they can't survive it or they can't overcome it. I'm just saying that you cannot overcome it without a mindset that deals with this as an enemy, as like you going to war, because that's what you're doing. You're going to war with this. So the decisions that you make in your life had to be strategic, and they have to be strategically applied to dealing with this system. You cannot go through this system thinking that you can be average. You can't, because average ain't gonna work for you. If you black, it's not gonna work. You got to be willing to do the. I'll say this one thing.
I don't disagree with any of that. All I'm saying is when you're presenting how you view the system, sometimes it comes out as you can't make it within the system. And again, I would say, look at yourself. You made it with the system.
Yeah, and that's and if I'm coming across to people like that, I don't want to say you can't make it in the system. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you got to be willing to burn that midnight oil, and you got to be willing to think strategically and do the things that others that they're not willing to do. That's the only way I made it. I did the things that they were not willing to do, that put me head and shoulders above those I was competing with that didn't have the same demographic that I had. I had to stand out. I had to do the things that they were not willing to do. Just like this brother that says up top that was talking about he's taking care of his, he's working 2 jobs now to take care of his family. I feel for that brother because he's doing the things that he has to do to make it. However, we got to be strategically in our work, in that, you know, you do the things that are necessary to sustain you for the day, but then you also have to be doing something that's going to pay off years from now, constantly investing in yourself, investing in your development. I mean, I talked to you guys about where I'm at in my life. I mean, by no means am I where God, I believe in God. A lot of you guys don't, but that's cool. I'm not getting into that. Life will teach us all the right answer. but I do things that are, sustain me today, but also to build in the future. I told you guys, I'm in my early 50s, man. I'm still going to school, bro. I'm still fighting to get better because there's other things that I want to do. And I'm trying to say, and do my counterparts, are they willing to do that? Hell no. Hell no. People, most counterparts, when I'm talking about Caucasian, even black, but Caucasian counterparts that are in the position that I'm in, they're not thinking about, going back and going to school at night and getting a second doctorate. They're not thinking about that because they don't have to. What I'm saying is we have to be willing to do the things that they are not willing to do to overcome this system, because that is how entrenched it is. You are at war, period. And that's that war for you.
I wouldn't push back against that, though, bro. That's what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm pushing back against, though, Mike. I like, only thing I'm pushing back against is when you make the statement, they're trying to annihilate us. And it's like, wait, bro, like what do you mean by? Because I get the underlying understanding of that. But too many of us are successful now to lead with that as lacking complete opportunity. We got opportunities, bro. We seeing people do it. And I would argue you're somebody to be proud of. You're not somebody we need to be hearing saying, white supremacy, the white man, white supremacy. No, bro, you are somebody to be proud of. You somebody who represents that actual success within the system. So that's all I'm saying, bro. Like, I'm going to challenge you anytime I hear you say, they trying to annihilate us. No, nigga, you went in and came out. They didn't annihilate you. You good. You here.
They tried, though.
Now to tell the next young man how you got there.
Yeah, they tried to. I'll be honest with you, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I understand the perspective that you're coming from, but I'm just telling you, being in that and facing that beast, and still dealing with it to a certain extent. But I'm at a point right now in my life where, I can do whatever I want to do, period. But to get to this point, I had to look that beast in the eye, man. And I'm telling you, it's nothing but, as I expressed, this is a war. And, we have to be strategic in our mindset and, our thinking. And I'm not telling brothers that they can't do it, but I'm saying you need to tighten up. You need to tighten up, and you need to be willing to do whatever it takes. I mean, you don't want to put yourself in a position where they can lock you up like an animal because you've done something illegal, but you need to be willing to put that long-term range, that long-range plan in action that's going to bring you to a point where you can kind of hover above this system and what it's intended to do. Because you can get to a certain point where you're kind of hovering above all that. And, that's where you want to put yourself. You can't do that without a long-term plan where you do the things to sustain yourself for the day, but then you're doing something that just invest in your future. You got to have something like that going on. And usually what I've thought about, obviously investments, but you got to also invest in your education, your intellect, your certifications, that paperwork. You got to invest in that. And that takes a lot, because you can't go home and play video games at night. You got to take your ass down there to the schoolhouse and start educating yourself. Go to that library, right? You got to you got to put that time in. That takes years. And so, that's what I'm saying. These are all acts of warfare. We look at them as, these are acts of warfare against the system. Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm saying it's a lot of young people that can just learn from grind itself. The grind you speak of is one that a lot of us didn't want to do. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that we were incapable. I wasn't incapable. I just didn't want to do that. And so I would like the next generation to know that it's better to do that, that grind is worth it. And sometimes when you're talking, bro, you're not saying that the grind is worth it. You sound like the niggas on the block. And you may not know that, but I want you to understand that when you're saying white niggas out to get us, the system, this and that, fam, that's what niggas saying, that the niggas you referring to that ain't do shit, that's what they saying. The niggas sit around and never do anything to help anybody or themselves. That's their language, Mike. Sometimes you're speaking.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, Yeah, I get what you're saying there, bro. And so what I'm saying is that no, obviously I'm not saying that. I mean, if it wasn't worth it, I wouldn't be doing it. I mean, I wouldn't be doing the things that I do. Would not be doing those things, you know. So I wouldn't have went through the things, and it does pay off. It pays off because I don't have to, you know, like if I got an issue with just like I got an issue with one of the you know, the white neighbors that I have that did something that pissed me off about a week and a half ago in one of my properties. So instead of me going over and getting pissed off at him, I called my attorney that I got on retainer and tell him to go get his ass. Right. I mean, obviously that's the so what that's the, you know, the mundane way of putting it. But the bottom line is I generated that paperwork and now I'm suing him. I don't, you get to a certain point. It's you do the things necessary to deal with this system for the benefit of not being subjugated to it at the rate that the average person is, especially the average Black person. We don't want to be in a position where, and if we actually work together, we could all rise above that. We don't have to deal. We'll have our own system. Other ethnicities do it. They don't have to deal with this racist system like we do. But we work a lot as individuals, so we don't really have the community support that we need. I would just say that I'm not saying the things that I say to discourage people to say, oh, this is, you know, woe is me, or we don't have any. No, I'm going out and I'm fighting a good fight. I mean, I got a lot of work to do, still got a lot of work to do. But at the end of the day, I'm just saying you got to be in a mindset where you want to go to war with the system. And it's going to cause you to call yourself to higher places, higher levels of sacrifice. You got to be willing to do that. And you got to be willing to do the things that most people are not willing to do. That's my point. So, I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm not filthy rich or anything like that, but the things that I've done to matriculate this system as an enemy within it. And you know, you gotta, that takes, you can't come out and then pronounce, oh, I hate, you know, because it's not about hating white people or anything like that. It's about hating the system of discrimination, oppression, and racism. I don't like the system. The system's not fair. It's not right. And it needs to be done away with it. It's very hampering to not only Black people, which we suffer the most from it, but it hampers the whole society and the world as a whole. There's really no need for that. There's enough resources, but I think, like I said before, and I'll stop here, I think is promoted by predatory capitalism. The whole thing about this whole colorism where Black people were supposed to be, were brought over here, we were brought here as chattel slaves, or we're already here and made into chattel slaves. The bottom line is that was an economic decision. That was a financial decision that was driven by predatory capitalism. And so in order to justify that greed, they had to dehumanize us, and they had to dehumanize every other person that a group of people that they've taken things from and you know, stolen things, this system of, and when I say they, it wasn't the average white person that was benefiting from it. It was the top, you know, 5% that were landowners, huge landowners. So they just convinced the rest of the white people in society that was the right thing to do. Obviously, they didn't convince them all, but they're convinced enough to make it something that became law. And then also, the same thing is happening now. He's not convincing everyone, but he's convincing enough people. And I think the good thing is he's convincing fewer people. I'm talking about Trump now, that this is the right way to treat other people. He's convincing fewer people that that's the right way, because they're starting to realize that this system is so greedy that it will even turn on them. Where you see that they just stole $1 trillion worth of healthcare. They just stole $1 trillion worth of healthcare from the citizens of this country. You know, so white people see that too. They understand at the end of the day, this is just unbridled greed that's using racism and discrimination as a justification for their economic exploits, their economic goals, which is to take everything. The top 2%, they want to own, and they already own 90% of the wealth in the country. But they want it all. It just, you know, so we're just caught in the middle. We're caught at the bottom of the thing where, you know, we're the only group of people here that are cannot be classified as immigrants, you know, other than, you know, the whites that run the system, and they owe us. And so It's all about proving that we're not owed. And we can't worry about whether they owe us or not. We need to get ourselves to position, each one of us, that have the knowledge that you hear on this channel or in other places in life, and be willing to make the sacrifices necessary to overcome this system. And those sacrifices are not average. You got to be willing to do the things that other people are not willing to do.
Wait, so
you got to be able to.
You don't think black people should pursue reparations?
I don't think the black people should what?
Pursue reparations.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the likelihood of them giving? What's the likelihood of that? I mean, obviously, you pursue what's right, but what's the likelihood of that, bro?
There ain't gonna be shit if we don't fight for it. Shit.
Oh yeah, you can fight for it, but I mean,
that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be zero. So if we don't fight, obviously you won't get it. Just like you said about work. If you don't fight in the system, then you're gonna be what? Annihilated, right? So it's the same mentality.
Right. Okay.
Nobody said reparations was gonna be turned around and we're gonna be benefiting within a year or a generation even. So I mean, this particular system or situation was not derived over one generation. So how is the expectation supposed to be in a relatively short period of time if we're fighting something that came about over a longer period of time? That's all I'm saying. So
yeah,
if you're not on that train, that's cool. It's not really a downer, but for the people that are fighting, I don't see the point in saying, well, what is the likelihood and what is the point if you're not going to benefit it yourself within 2 to 3 years? That don't make no sense. Yeah.
I agree 100% that you should we should fight for reparations, but it's the nature of the system. When you know the nature of the system, you know that they don't give up power. They don't give up power. You're gonna have to take it. But then the other part, I'm when I deal with the system, I'm taking mine. I'm taking my reparations. Period. I'm taking it. So I'm not asking you for it. I'm taking it. So and the good thing about it is there's things that have been laid out, but this clown here is trying to reverse even those things. There's things that have been fought for before us that if we do the right things, like I mentioned, but here's what as far as the reparations is concerned, yeah, I do believe we should fight for reparations, but I know the nature of the beast. They're not going to just, we have to establish positions of power within the society that we're able to take those reparations. And what I mean, and is that physically take them? No, that means you get to a political place, an economic place in this society that those reparations cannot be denied, because they're not just going to give them to you. They're not going to, we fight for them, but I think we need to establish positions of power, both politically and financially, in order for those efforts to really bear fruit. And it's not even about for me, I think that if our people got reparations, I would say, okay, I'm not going to say that my family's not owed, but I would want to see our people who are doing the worst get those reparations first. Doing the worst, to give them a place, but then again, they got to be mentally ready to deal with that type of thing. Or you just gonna go out and buy, a couple of Cadillacs and then waste that, or you're gonna actually have the mentality to do the right thing with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't care what they do with it.
Because I do think a lot of times the conversations they kind of limited to like a chasing reparations as a country. But like, just for example, Elmhurst, Massachusetts, they just moved forward with a reparations plan. And again, they, everything's being passed. They putting the money up, and we'll see what happens. And that's to go along with Baltimore, Alameda, Palm Springs, Evanston. It's so many communities now where it's happening. We got to kind of give credence to it being possible, because it is happening.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still the minority of this country, the United States of America. I don't know if we have ever been over the 15 or 16%. So in terms of output, there's got to be some sort of relevance in terms of how we fit with everybody else. Because the fact of the matter is, it was somebody else before we got here. It was somebody else while we was here. And I suspect that there would be other people that are not black that are going to be here if there's a situation where we either migrate or remain here. So that's a pretty unique dynamic versus treating policies and processes as if the entire country, or we can say the word United States, and all the black people in the United States are going to automatically come into alignment. I mean, that's like a unique dynamic.
Right. Well, I mean, we don't have to come into alignment on. I think that's one thing we are, pretty usually I'd say 90% of us are united on is the fact that we're owed reparations. I mean, for someone to say that we're not owed reparations means that they have no real concept of what our people have been through. For someone to say we're not owed reparations is absolutely ridiculous. So no concept of what we've been through and what we still go through, but the history of the country itself. Shit, we were let go. I wouldn't say let go. The ownership of our bodies was transferred from private industry to the state when they signed the Emancipation Proclamation, because they didn't have mass incarceration until after that point. Chain gangs and all that stuff that came up with the black laws and to enslave you or re-enslave you or imprison you, quote unquote, and then contract your labor out from the state to the same farmers that had you in slavery. So, and then we never got to 40 acres and a mule. Never got to 40 acres. So the same ones that had us in slavery, they contracted us back out to them because we didn't have jobs. The black laws that they made in the South, and then also, we never got our 40 acres and a mule, so we didn't get anything. And then when we did build our own, Wilmington, North Carolina, Black Wall Street, they destroyed it. They bombed it, burned it up. So, we're not owed reparations. For anyone to say that we're not, just with that little brief synopsis, that doesn't even touch the tip of the iceberg of what we've been through in this country. That's foolishness. We're owed reparations, but we ought to know that the nature of this system, we need to get in the positions of power and be collective in our approaches economically, politically, in order to take that from them, because they're not going to just give it. I don't know. You gave examples of what's going on in different states, but that's it's not just states that owe us, it's the federal government that owes black people reparations.
Yeah, I want to have that debate with somebody, because again, I'm not saying there isn't. I understand why people say it, but I don't think that's a legitimate argument to make that we could win. You know what I'm saying? So I would, like, for real, I hope someday we can get back to debating this shit, because I do think there's of course an understanding of the federal government owing it, but that's who hasn't paid it. We see states and cities cutting checks right now. The people who aren't paying it actually have the best arguments to get out of it, and I would say that's the federal government. I don't like the arguments we have to make against the federal government to try to get it.
You don't think the federal government owes us reparations?
No.
You don't think the federal government owes us reparations, or you think that's a weaker argument?
I don't think they owe reparations, because first off, I feel like what they did early on was covered themselves on paper, so it'll be the state's responsibility. Once the federal government says, okay, you can't bring slaves into the country no more, that's at the inception of the country. We get to 1808. Now the transatlantic slave is barred on paper. When we get to the 1840s, we see the Amistad incident, and those Africans are sent back. They weren't put into they weren't put into the institution. You get up to the Civil War and you have, quote unquote, the freedom fight. I just don't know if there's a way to tie the federal government to the institution and put them at fault. Something
I think
legal.
it's simple.
You know, saying human rights or morality, maybe. But I do think we would have a better chance dealing with law.
Yeah, I would think, I mean, it's simple that if you escape from slavery in the southern states or the slave states and you escape to the north, you had to go all the way to Canada. It was a federal law that you be returned. It was a federal law that these northern states, if you got caught in the northern states and you weren't, quote unquote, a freeman, then you were returned to the south. That's a federal law. So yeah, that's one thing that indicts the federal government on it. The other thing is, the federal government received taxes from the southern states due to the huge amount of profit margins that they were making off of slave labor. So it benefited from slavery, and that's really the whole reason behind the Civil War, is that the South got tired of paying those taxes, and the federal government said, no, you're going to send us our money. And they said, no, and so that's how the Civil War wasn't about ending slavery. It was about continuing the taxes that were made from the institution of slavery. The South didn't want to pay them anymore. That's how the Civil War broke out. The last thing I would say the federal government's implicated in it is because it never paid our 40 acres and a mule that should have been paid out, that was said to be paid out, never paid it, but then it paid the southern slave owners reparations. They got reparations for their loss of property, right? We were the loss of property that they got. And they got reparations from the federal government. They got reparations for the federal government based on the loss of property, because really at the end of the day, the property was taken from private landowners, slavers. We being the property, and it was transferred to the state. That's what really happened. It wasn't really that we were free. Just the ownership of our labor was transferred from private slavers to the state. And that's how you had the birth of mass incarceration, chain gangs, the black laws that re-enslaved our people. And then our labor was then contracted back out to the same people that it was taken from as a result of losing the Civil War, when the South lost the Civil War. So at the end of the day,
there's some misnomers in there, though, bro. There's some misnomers in there, right? Like when it comes to 40 acres, there was never a time where that land was given to black people as reparation. It was given to black people to sit on for the war, so they can use black soldiers and black workers to help the war efforts. The 40 acres and a mule was never for reparations. It wasn't for black people to get off the ground and get started. When
it
the
wasn't
slave
for that?
owners said
saying
again,
that the 40 acres and a mule wasn't supposed to be a form of reparations to black slaves, to black people that were thrust into slavery for years.
No, that was never the intention. The intention was to have black people have a place to live while the war happens. It's a war effort. It's literally, actually, that's what General Sherman himself referred to it as, was a war measure. And when Lyndon Johnson gave the land back, a lot of that has to do with William Sherman not saying, no, we gave them that land, it was for them. William Sherman said that land was just used for war. So because at the end of the day, we just don't have an argument to land ownership, considering he wrote a letter saying we never transferred them ownership. We gave them possessory titles to live there. So when they gave ownership back to the people who own that land, it wasn't illegal.
Yeah. I've never heard that perspective before.
No, well, see, what I'm telling you is what you're saying is the perspective we've had. What I'm telling you is the actual history. That's William Sherman's words to Andrew Johnson, which led him to give the land back to its previous owners. That's not a perspective. That's what really happened. Our perspective following that moment was, damn, they took our land back. They gave us some land and then took that shit back. That's our perspective.
Never given to us. It was never given.
No,
to
it was
us
given.
anyway.
Yes, people were there. Yes, people were there. They followed William Sherman to that location. They followed him as he was doing a what is it called? Search and burn, something like that. With Scorched Earth campaign. That's what it was. It was a Scorched Earth campaign. They went through Georgia, burning everything up, tearing everything up, burning down bridges and shit. And when they got done, the people who were following them, those former slaves who followed him, did not have anywhere to go. They were following him in mass. So they needed somewhere to put those slaves, or excuse me, former slaves, because they would have been contraband. They're free, but they don't have any citizenship. They're not any type of citizen or anything, but they can fight in the army. They can help the soldiers. They can cook. So they put them on those 40 acres for that. It wasn't for them to have land and start their own prosperity.
So yeah, so all those lands were in possession. They were already in possession prior to the war, right? It wasn't like it was just available for sale or available for to be claimed.
They would have. A lot of them would have been abandoned Confederate lands that had the slaves still there, but the slave owners went to war. And so by the time they get there to these places and they find slaves there, the slaves follow the army from the plantation. But they're not following them as anything other than, like Truth is saying, contraband. They're not citizens. They're considered contraband.
Hey, do you mind if I read something that I found on that real quick?
Go ahead.
Mind if I read? Okay. All right. So it says 40 acres and mule was a promise made during the final stages of the American Civil War to provide formerly enslaved African Americans with the means to start an independent life. Here's what it was intended for. 1, economic independence for freed slaves. The idea was to redistribute land primarily confiscated from former Confederate landowners to newly freed African American families, giving them 40 acres of land to farm. A mule, often surplus army livestock, was also to be provided in those cases to help them till the land. 2, part of Reconstruction effort. This promise originated from Special Field Order Number 15, issued on January 1865 by Union General William Sherman. It designated the land along with the coast of South Carolina, Georgia, Florida for settlement by free black families without interference from whites. 3, intended as restitution and empowerment. It was a radical proposal at the time intended to empower former slaves to become self-sufficient farmers and break their dependence on white landowners and employers. It acknowledged that freedom without land meant continued economic bondage. What actually happened? Okay, this is what actually happened. After President Abraham Lincoln's assassination, President Andrew Johnson reversed many Reconstruction efforts. In 1865, he returned much of the land that had been distributed under Sherman's order to the original Confederate owners. As a result, the promise of 40 acres and a mule was largely unfulfilled, and many freed African Americans were forced into sharecropping as a system that perpetuated economic exploitation. The summary of it is this: 40 acres and a mule was intended to give freed slaves a real foundation of freedom, land, and tools to build an independent life. Though it was a powerful symbol of reparative justice, it was ultimately rescinded, leaving a legacy of broken promises. So basically, it was a damn lie. Okay, so
does it have a footnote from what you were reading? Was that an article or a book or?
Oh, no. This is Chat GBT. That's what I use all the time now, man.
That's what I'm saying. At the bottom, there's usually a footnote where you can actually source from where it's pulling it from.
No, because I'm looking at it on my phone. So.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not there. I mean, I could ask him. Let's see.
No.
So I dropped the link in the back, right? This is what you got to look at, though. So when it comes to that moment of Lincoln being assassinated, it kind of like with Trump now, you have a possibility of everything changing. Like it just is what it is. You have a new president, new laws, new everything. It's at the edge of the Civil War. What I'm saying is, once you start looking at what Sherman told Andrew Johnson, he told him that this was not for them to have. It was just simply for them to possess, for them to live on, for as long as the war is on. Once the war ends, we don't care what happened to him. That was the person who wrote the original order said. So that's why I think it's, you know what I'm saying, we represented it the way we represented it because those people were on that land at one point. They were taken from that land, but they don't know how ownership works. They were never given ownership. These are former slaves. And so it's a bait and switch at best. They never gave them ownership. So that's why I say it's our representation of it in the years later. Like, well, shit, what about that land? Can we get that land back? You only gave it to black people for like 6-7 months, moved them off of it. But that was the goal. The goal was to win the war, end the war, and they didn't care what happened to them black people after that, especially since Lyndon Johnson was from the South. He was one of them.
Andrew.
Yeah, you keep saying Lyndon. Yeah, but that's all right. I understand what he's saying.
Oh, you saying Lyndon?
Hopefully most
Yeah,
people understand.
Yeah. Andrew.
Sorry.
Definitely not 100 years later. Like, but nah, Andrew. Yeah, Andrew. He was one of them. So he was gonna give them their land back, bro. He was a Southern sympathizer. So yeah, I think that's our and that's why, you know, I kind of go in on the scholars and whatnot, because like the information is there that says, nah, fam, 40 acres and a mule is that's the wrong argument. Not saying that there isn't something there in terms of what we would call being an Indian giver. They put you on the land and took it back, but they never gave ownership of it. So we got to let that part of the argument go as owed or as promised, because there's nothing that says that. There's nothing documented that says we promise you 40 acres and a mule. That's not a broken promise until you can show me the promise. I've never seen the promise to say it's a broken promise. You understand what I'm saying? If we're gonna call it a broken promise, we gotta see where it was promised first. It never was.
Yeah, and we would be able to show if there was any land ownership during that time period. So that's another thing that I kind of question in terms of what would put people in the mindset that slaves were owning land. Like how did they get land? Now, if slave owners made an agreement after the Civil War, that's one thing. But troops is always walk through the processes in terms of being able to work yourself out of slavery or work family members, certain situations where it was here and there. That wasn't the majority, and that wasn't widespread. But this notion that there was land that was in the possession of black people that were slaves. I mean, that's just I'm not sure how that got so.
Yeah.
Skip past the natives first. First of all, it was the natives, then the slave owner, then here comes the black man. So, whose land is it? Who has actual indigenous rights on it? So,
yeah, I think like I mentioned before, like I read off of that ChatGPT answer, is it was special field order. It wasn't a federal law. It was a special field order number 15, January 16th, 1865, General Sherman during the Civil War. And as you mentioned, I guess you were saying that Sherman went back and told Johnson that, hey, I never meant it for that. It was a play on words. Even if they thought I meant that, that's not what I meant. I don't know if he told him that or not. I have to look that up. But you were saying that he told the president.
Yeah, I dropped it in the back. I dropped it in the back. What happened again? He wrote him a letter, and the letter was printed in the New York Times because they were trying to let the public know this shit. It was to put it on display. You know what I'm saying? It was to put it on display, because again, Andrew Johnson is from the South, so he wanted to still be in the favor of those people. So he put it in the New York Times so everybody would see it, challenging Sherman. I think because Lincoln is dead, he don't have the backing he had once.
He gave in.
He folded. Yeah, he folded. You know what I'm saying? That's the best we can say about it. Right. If he did promise those people that land, he folded when it was time to stand on it.
Right. Good perspective, brother. Good perspective. I didn't know that. So yeah, that's good information.
That's why
I learned something today.
That one is the one I fear the most that we talk about, though, is because that's, to me, again, that's what we hinge a lot of our federal understanding on. And what I look at is, okay, so they're going to say they ended the institution. They're going to say they ended the Dred Scott decision. They're going to say they came to Memphis in 1866 to protect black citizens. They're going to say they came to Birmingham to protect black citizens. You know what I'm saying? They go every time they send some damn troops to protect black people, the United States federal government is going to present that as an argument of, well, how you blaming us? So I just think you have a better argument pointing at the state of Alabama, who forced the government to have to come in because the state of Alabama wasn't upholding its end of the bargain to its citizens. So because you have to have the federal government come and escort somebody into a school, it's going to be hard to say the federal government was not doing their part. That's the state that was keeping you out that school. That's the local government they had to send federal troops to get you into school. Now we don't make the argument against the federal government. I just think we got to be careful, and we might be giving, some of the states a benefit by not challenging them for their direct tie to slavery, their direct tie to Jim Crow. Because whether we like it or not, the federal government didn't pass Jim Crow laws. The states did.
Right. Yeah. I understand what you're getting at, but I think that's just a certain aspect. That's just a particular aspect of it. But I was talking about the Fugitive Slave Act. It was in the 1700s. That if you actually escaped from slavery in the South, it required you to go all the way to Canada. Because if you went to any of the northern states, the quote unquote free states, as an escaped slave, they were required to return you to the South into slavery, into bondage. That in itself, that was a law that's written, the Fugitive Slave Act, that in itself, indicts the federal government. That alone.
In a sense, because I don't disagree with that completely. I think the issue that's going to come in with that is that it's a compromise, though. Is that at some point you had the federal government sitting in between the issue. You had the federal government dealing with one side of this is states coming into the South wanting to be slave states, while the North is saying, no, they shouldn't get another state. We need a state first. Before they get a state, we need a state. So in a lot of that, the federal government is in the middle. I get the argument that the Fugitive Slave Act leans more toward the South. That would be the argument there. But how much can we hinge on that argument considering the circumstances? because I don't even disagree with what you're saying. That certainly fits the bill. But is that more to the point of the states being the problem? The states are still the problem. Because now the federal government is saying the South can go into the North and get those fugitive slaves.
I'm gonna make it a real rudimentary, mundane argument here. Okay, just say, you and I, we're in a business relationship. Okay, you paying me in our business relationship. Who's in charge?
I would say you're in charge if you're the boss. You're paying me.
No, I'm saying you are paying me. Right.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm in charge.
You in charge, right? Right. So you pretty much got the purse. So you in charge because you got the purse, right? Okay. So when you look at the relationship between the southern states and the federal government, who's got the purse in that situation? If I say, okay, right, at the end of the day, if I say, okay, you paying me in our business relationship, but then you can say, hey, out of your paycheck, I'm going to keep a certain amount for your fees, your taxes, and all that, right? You got the purse. You're pretty much 100% in charge of the purse because you issuing out a particular amount of money to me, but then you are actually keeping what you believe is necessary in order to keep the business alive. What I'm saying is that the federal government was collecting money. They were basically in charge of that situation in the South, where the southern states had to pay a certain amount of designated taxes to the federal government. And the federal government was taking that tax money off of income that was acquired by and large by slave labor. And so the federal government benefited from slave labor and the money that was produced by that. So to say that they're
legal,
free,
though, right? This is legal. This is the legal institution at the time, too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's legal, but at the same time, they benefited from it. They benefited from the enslavement of our people. So how are they not liable?
Because so again,
and the perpetuation of that system.
Because again, for example, because I don't even think it's just like it's wrong. What I'm saying is, if we're looking at it in totality, now you're going to have to include those states that outlawed slavery, those states that were not operating within the institution. Because when you tie the entire country together, you're operating with the North and the South. So now you're going to tie those states in that eliminated slavery this entire time. They weren't even slave states. They didn't support slavery, but they're going to get looped into this argument of the United States government owing. I just don't think I don't think that'll ever work because of that.
I agree with what you're saying. I would agree with you saying from a logical perspective, but there are a tremendous amount of records where the northern states directly benefited from, even though they weren't involved in slavery. They received federal funding that is a result that they received federal funding that came from slave labor through the taxes that were paid from the southern states to the federal government. But there's also certain commodities, certain services, insurance, all types of things that the banks, all types of institutions and services that existed in the North, in the northern states, that existed solely or by and large by the things that were produced in the South via slave labor. So they benefit, and I could look it up and come back. I probably, this is my last week of vacation, so I'm gonna be done. I probably won't be involved. I won't be able to get back into it anytime real soon. But the point is that there were institutions and commodities that were established in the North that were a direct result of slave labor. So the Northerners have a direct tie to, or their prosperity has a direct tie to the existence of slavery in the southern states, not just through federal government funding that came from taxes that were paid from slave states based on the profits that they received from slave labor, but there were direct commodities, services, and institutions that were established in the North that had their foundations in the existence of slavery in the South. Banks, insurance companies.
So I would say that number or that percentage would be much higher in the states, unless you're saying, I don't know, I don't know if you're taking away or saying that there's minimal liability, but for that particular argument, yes, you're gonna have to actually lay that out. I mean, not just saying it with emotions. You're gonna have to lay that out.
It needs to be quantified.
Yeah,
it needs to be quantified to what extent did they benefit, right?
Yeah, because obviously the states benefited also. There's definitely benefit from the state. So I'm hoping that you're not saying, hey, that the federal government benefited and the states did not benefit.
Oh, hell no. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that not just the southern states benefited from the institution of slavery, of chattel slavery.
Yeah.
I'm saying the northern states benefited as well, not just from the commodities that they got, from slavery, but also the institutions that they built based on the existence of slavery. Like a lot of the insurance company, banks. You look at Harvard University. Harvard University, their first and big chunk of money was to start that institution was built on the institution of slavery.
And also because we're gonna in the federal argument, for those who are on the side or the majority of the federal argument, you're gonna have to deal with 1776. Either you're gonna start there and not include activities prior to 1776, which I would think would be, I mean, why would you do that? If you're going to do slavery all the way back to, whatever it was, 1592 or whatever. And then if you do that, then you're going to have to address a confederation argument, because there was no United States prior to 1776. So once you get into the confederation argument, then that's where the state liability becomes easier to lay out, and that's what I'm saying in terms of efficiency. From Taz's standpoint of a quote unquote state argument, arguing it from the confederation in terms of when they was colonies, when it was a confederation, and then when the states gave up, their sovereignty and formed quote unquote the Union. Then you have the Civil War aspects where we have another quote unquote confederation. That for me is easier to lay out. But if we only focus on the state, then like I said, we're going to have some areas, some regions, Montana, Oregon, Idaho, Alaska, Vermont. These states are going to be like, hey, I mean, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
because I mean, you're saying the United States of America. Everybody's going to have something to say about that.
I would just say that if any time a state would say something like that, you'd have to ask one question: did you receive federal funding? Did you receive federal funding during the institution of chattel slavery, legal chattel slavery in the United States of America?
Mike. So let me ask you the question though, bro. So is reparations about how they benefited or the atrocity itself?
I would say primarily is because of the atrocities, obviously, right? But then if you benefited from those atrocities, that's tied in there as well. And to the extent that you benefited, that should be quantified, right? The extent that you benefited. Yeah, that should be kind of, because I mean that I think that actually, those are
'Cause
the
I
grounds that
would
actually
argue,
hold you responsible
I would
for what
argue
was done.
no reparations in America was paid that way. Even if you look at the Japanese, right, when they were paid in 88, that wasn't based on where America made it to by 88, right? You know what I'm saying? That wasn't, oh, you know, y'all destroyed us and, you know what I'm saying, y'all country done built up now, so you owe us based on the progression of the United States. That's not really how that works. That's not how it works with the Indians. All these people that have got a check cut, got it cut based on the actual atrocity, the events
Right.
themselves. So
Sure.
I think when we start saying, well, yeah, they made this, they did that, they did this.
No. All we're saying is that the only reason I brung that up was to say, okay, this is a go no go test. If you actually are liable for the institution of chattel slavery, did you benefit? And if you did benefit, to what extent? Because like you said, there's states, and like the argument's been as well. There's states that say, hey, we had nothing to do with that. We had nothing to do with that. We were way up in Montana. We had nothing to do with that. There's states that can say that. Well, the bottom line is, there's indirect and direct ties. I would think that there's definitely indirect ties through federal funding, while chattel slavery was legalized in the United States. Any state that received federal funding, grants, whatever, from the federal government during the time of chattel slavery is responsible and liable for those atrocities. Maybe not directly, but they have ties to them, and then there is reparations to be paid. I mean, that's my thing. I mean, as far as like saying, okay, then when you talk about the banks are the ones that financed it. The insurance company are the ones that insured the slave owners, insured us as property.
So
and a lot of those insurance companies are still in. Some of those insurance companies are still in existence today. So, and they were operating out of northern states. So, I mean, we talked about Harvard, how, Harvard University, they've got their first endowments were from the profits that were made from slavery. You look that up. And they acknowledged it. They have a legacy of slavery. That's how their institution was built. And so how many more institutions that we don't know anything about that exist today that were founded in the North that had their roots planted by the money that was made off of chattel slavery, the enslavement of our people. So I don't think it would be a very difficult thing at all to prove that there is, there's liability associated with that. There's guilt associated with that.
What are we basing this on, though, brothers? Again, when we start looking at Dred Scott, for example, like that case in itself says that we don't have any rights up until this point. We aren't anything. We ain't shit. So everything that happened to us is legit up until that point. That's what I'm saying. Like, are we asking for people to say, I can't believe this happened to black people, and people crying in tears, and it's a sad moment, and we're just going to do this based on people's feelings? Or are we talking about a lawsuit based on documented history and what will work? It's not going to work to say, well, you did this to these people who were already denied rights, who already weren't citizens, who already didn't have a standing. So what are we basing this on? Because everything that I talk about is typically based on how history happened, right? I think we start adding to it if we saying they owe us for how they treated us. No, they treated us that way because they could. So what are we arguing if Dred Scott says that was okay?
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I mean, what we're talking about now, we're not talking about unjust laws, immoral laws, right? Just because the law was enacted and it was active at the time, but it had no moral standards, no universally moral standards. You don't mistreat other human beings for your personal pleasure and financial benefit. You don't do that. I mean, we don't need to look at we don't need to look at any type of thing that's written by man to understand that. You know, that's something that's in us. We understand that. We you know that. So I mean, if it's an unjust law, and obviously there's been numerous unjust laws in the history of this country, and ones that exist even today. You know, we're not under any obligation to follow or to give precedence to unjust laws. And any law that tells another human being that they have no rights or privileges under that law, under which another human being is under any obligation to respect, that's an unjust law. That's an unethical law. It does not. We don't have any obligations as citizens of the world, another planet, to follow that or give it any credence or precedence.
So this, but I'm saying though that's our argument, right? We actually are going to rely on following the law to produce the said objective. If I'm not correct.
If it's a just law, yeah. If you're referencing the Dred Scott decision and saying that is the basis under which someone's justified in the way that they treated our people, I'm gonna call bullcrap on that, because you know that's an unjust law. That's a law that goes against the basic premises of being a human being on this planet.
But
you don't have the right,
though, Mike. Like none of this is about justification. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we have to stay within the legal framework, don't we? Because I don't think the argument would be it's justified. I don't think that's the argument. The argument that is it was legal.
Yeah, but slavery was legal too. But does that make it right? What has the higher precedence in?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're not going to be able to present a legal case on what said in terms of how we feel it is right. So we can argue, you know, what we feel is right and what we feel is moral. But if we're going to rely on a system that is going to follow a structured, already established set of structure, then I just don't understand in putting the energy in expecting someone else to disregard what's already laid out and just go off there or predict that they're going to feel the same way that we feel. Why go to court then if we're going to just be relied upon convincing somebody else to feel a certain way emotionally?
Well, the thing is, you know, I understand what you're trying to say, and I would say that, you know, that what you're saying, it has an argument within a vacuum, the vacuum of racism and white supremacy and all the social conditions and economic conditions that it produced. In that vacuum, it has a place. But outside of that, when you look at universal truths and ethics, it has no place, right? Because but the good thing for us, there's already been things that have been written, you know, in the Constitution that talk about the illegal status of slavery, right? So that's already been established. That's already been established that is an institution that is illegal. You know, and I guess the caveat in there is if you go to prison, right, then of course then they can legally enslave you at that point. But the point, but in general, that's already been proven as something that's not acceptable, that is illegal. So here's another conundrum. That's the basis for going back and saying, okay, if it was illegal now and it's immoral now and not justifiable now by any laws, then it wasn't justified then by any just laws. It's just that the laws at the time that justified it were unjust.
So here's the conundrum, right? Let me do it with something modern. Do you see how the marijuana thing works in this country, where some states you can legally have it and some states you'll go to jail for a bud?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I would argue That's how the institution of slavery was as well. They're picking and choosing where this is okay at and where it's okay at. It's okay. They're not going to go and just start arresting people. People ain't going to jail for doing it. There's nothing that says that these states can do it, but they found loopholes to where now they're able to do it, and the federal government can't really punish those states for doing it. They can punish the citizens in your state for doing it, but there's no way to punish the state of Nevada for selling weed. They'll punish the citizens in the state. So what ends up happening, like I say, with that institution of slavery, the government does not even have the power to stop slavery in Alabama. The government didn't have the power to stop slavery in Louisiana. And I think, again, that's going to be a conundrum when you try to say that it's their fault. How are they supposed to stop it? There's no legal framework that gives the federal government oversight of the states to say they can dictate what you do in your state. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that.
Right. So you're saying that the federal government is not responsible for slavery because they couldn't dictate what the states did in their states. Is that what you're saying?
Not until the 13th Amendment. No.
Okay. So and I would agree with you. I would agree with you on that if that was the only situation that existed. But I just mentioned that the law was made in the 1700s by the federal government that if a slave that if our people who were thrust into slavery actually escaped to the north, that they were required by federal law to be returned.
That's 1851. No, that's 1851. That's 80 years into the country. That's as we're now progressing toward the Civil War. That's 10 years before the Civil War.
No. That was in the 1700s, bro.
Fugitive Slave Act?
Yeah, the Fugitive Slave Act, that was late 1700s, wasn't it?
18.
Yeah, you should be able to pull that up. Yeah.
If I remember,
and this is another reason why this federal argument is going to be very difficult, because we're going to be picking and choosing who has jurisdiction. But if we're approaching it from a quote unquote individual state perspective, then we're able to actually lay out who had jurisdiction, who had the laws, who had enforcement, because Confederation and the colonies and the sovereignty issue, I mean, it's all going to be evolving and changing. And if you're only attacking the government and you're not putting any pressure on any state, all they can do is going to wait to see how much are you going to fight. And if you're only repeating the same thing, then they're gonna slam you with all those different aspects. And I just don't see if there's a way. If we don't put any pressure on the states.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, the states need to be held accountable too, without a doubt. But I don't think that if you concentrate your efforts against the states, that alleviates any responsibility from the federal government.
Yeah, I'm not alleviating. Yeah, I think that's what it can. I'm hoping that's not coming across. I'm not saying that they're less liable. I'm not saying that the federal government is less. I'm not saying that at all.
No, that's what
I'm saying.
Is saying.
Yeah,
that's what BYT Goat's saying. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm definitely saying that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying if we keep the majority of the liability on the states, then there would be no need to present any liability on the states, because we'll already have being able to show out. To lay out and express the liability of the individual states. and that can proceed even into those northern states prior to 1776. Because I'm saying prior to 1776, that whole federal federation in the United States of America, that's all going to drop. There's going to be no argument prior to 1776, and I would argue that a majority of the production, a majority of the atrocities, when we're talking about slavery, I would say most of it happened prior to 1776. 1776 to 1865, like I was saying, that's 80 years. We got way more time, and we got way more slaves, we got way more traffic prior to 1776 than versus that 80 year window after it.
Yeah, I get it. Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with
that's
that. 100%.
That makes a huge difference, though. I just don't think we deal with what's obvious, which to me would be how your citizenship was infringed upon as a Black American. Not necessarily, I was a slave and I want to be compensated for those years. Like I said, good luck. That shit ain't never worked. It's never gotten off the ground. You can keep crying, whining, begging, pointing to whatever you want to. That argument has made no traction. None.
Based on you saying that before 1776, what explain to me exactly. I didn't really get what you were saying. Explain that again, if you could.
I'm saying there has never been any traction for any reparations-based claim on slavery. Every time we start a slave-based reparations discussion, it falls flat. The reparation discussions from the Jim Crow era are booming right now in the States.
Oh, you saying from Jim Crow?
Yes, the Jim Crow era discussions are not having a problem getting their reparations conversations off the ground. They happen everywhere. It's the slavery conversation that isn't moving. It's never moved.
You know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because if that moves forward, then you're talking something like upwards to $40 trillion worth of reparations is owed. That's what
do
zero
we lack
four
the
zero.
argumentation to move it forward is the question for me. It's not that it can, it's what if it can? What if that's just a bad argument? And that's why it never.
Nah, that's not gonna be a bad. How you gonna take 3